Why did Zionism start in 1880 instead of like 1810? It's because people were getting killed. Pogroms in Russia. Why did it increase massively in 1924, 25? That's because that's the year when the Johnson-Reed Act came in and America shut their doors to Jewish immigration, and Jews in Europe realized the rise of fascism was happening. They were like, where the f*** are we going to go?
When you look at the early Muslim conquest, yes, there was violence, but also those conquests involved like significant cultural exchange, and spreading of knowledge and integration of like various different peoples.
Okay, imagine the most Victorian, top-hatted British, like, conservative politician. You just sounded like every single one of those people talking about the British Empire and how they brought like knowledge and culture and science and infrastructure to all of these places that they colonized. What the man? Versus a group of people, Jews, who were running away. They didn't have anywhere else to go.
Hello, can you hear me right?
Yeah, I might hear myself echoing though. Do I? No, it's fine.
No, I
It
don't
was just at
think
the
you.
beginning. It's fine.
Okay, perfect. I asked the person who reached out to me yesterday if it would be okay if there was a shared account Waves that's gonna just stream it to
Yeah,
my TikTok, but they're gonna stay muted.
that's fine.
Okay. I think it would be best to server mute them as well, because sometimes when they get a call, like it just unmutes. So maybe it's best if
Okay,
there's
done that.
perfect. Thank you so much. Okay.
So,
Yes.
I saw you you were on a Dean Withers stream, I think, talking to David, the guy who was pretending to be a Trump supporter.
Oh, he was pretending to be a Trump supporter. Okay.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and you massacred my boy. He had nothing. So, I don't know, like, this person said that, do you know anything about my positions? Do you have any predisposed anything, or?
I have watched one or two of your videos, but yeah, I think maybe I have some confusions, but I kind of get the gist of where you're coming from, maybe.
Okay. Well, I know that there was a list of topics that were coming forward, like a two-state solution or Arab Israelis, Palestinian Israelis, 48ers, whatever they're called. But yeah, it's up to you. You can go in any direction you want to.
Mm-hmm. We can go with the two-state solution, apartheid, and then we could also bring up 48 Palestinians if you want. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we're going to disagree much on apartheid for the West Bank. Maybe for the whole country, probably would. Which one first? Two states or?
Yeah, we could.
Okay.
And is this going to be streamed on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be streamed on my TikTok. So just so you know, you're consenting. I'm not doing it without you knowing.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. What's the stance? Obviously, I'm pro two states, but I'm guessing you're not.
Nope, I am pro one state all the way for all citizens.
Okay.
Yes.
You're gonna say why?
I don't think an apartheid state deserves to exist, and I don't think that Israel, within its current government or within its current organization, would even ever allow a Palestinian state to exist. Therefore, I think, like South Africa, like the Nazi regime, we would need to dismantle it and then build a state for all.
Okay. Do you think it's impossible that two states could exist without apartheid?
Yes.
Okay, but just not this government. Like Likud obviously doesn't want it.
I think no Israeli administration wants it.
Okay. Ever.
I don't think there has. Well, I don't think I know there has never been an Israeli administration since 1948 that has ever actually wanted a Palestinian state.
Okay. For one state for equality. So yeah, so you want a one-state solution with equal rights for both groups. Does this have to include right of return, or what happens there?
Yeah, right of return for all, even for Jewish people and also for Palestinians. Of course, it would have to be like legally, and you'd have to apply for whatever it is legal. You'd have to fulfill the legal requirements.
So this would be this would effectively definitely be an Arab majority state, right?
Yeah, it would.
Okay.
But Jewish people would, of course, and Druze people and everybody who's not Arab would, of course, receive, like, have political representation as well.
Okay. Does it bother you that neither side wants this?
I think the Palestinians want it. They have historically always wanted it, to be fair.
One state with equality.
One state with Jewish political representation, yes.
That's not. So the question was one state with equality. Because there are
Yeah.
specifically polls that will ask you about, do you want it to be equal or unequal? And more people will say unequal than equal.
I haven't come across such polls from like the Palestinian side.
Okay.
To be fair.
I guess we trust PSR for Palestinian polls?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
So I believe that the last time they were asked in this way, both groups, I can send you this if you want, both groups were asked, do you want two states, one non-democratic state without equality, or one democratic state with equality? One democratic state with equality was the lowest option for both sides. I think Israeli Jews, 20% said they wanted it, and for Palestinians, 23%. But the other two were both by far more popular, 2022.
When was it? 2022?
I don't believe I've ever seen one state with equality ever push higher than like maybe 29-30% in the polls for Palestinians.
Can you send me the link for that one, if that's okay? It says 40% of Palestinians support a one-state solution, a two-state solution, sorry, and then more Palestinians support this than those who support either a single state. I mean, this is in 2022. I think I would rather also have a poll made today, especially after the genocide.
We think Palestinians have become more pro-equality and coexistence now than they were 2 years ago? When there's more fighting?
Hold on. Did you send me the link?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you didn't. Oh,
it should be in your DMs on Discord.
Oh,
I need to add you as a friend, maybe.
Hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay. I think Palestinians in general are going to be very desperate for just a solution. And I don't think that the two-state solution that has heavily been pushed up until now by the international world has even worked. And I think that Palestinians most likely are going to want a solution, especially now because of the genocide. They're not going to want an Israeli state, especially to exist, because they know that an Israeli state is rooted in subjugation of Palestinians. Therefore, I think there is going to be some turbulence or some issues in the beginning, like everywhere. I think after apartheid in South Africa was also dismantled, the first couple of years were not necessarily peaceful. But I think at the end of the day, it is much better to have that than an apartheid state.
Yeah, it's great that you're telling me that, but like PSR polls from even 2024 are still saying two-state solutions more popular for Palestinians. And you can talk about issues in a one-state solution. Like, I'm not against one state in principle. Obviously, I'm a multiculturalist. Like, I live in a multicultural society. I like that. But obviously, what they want matters more than what I want. And I don't know if I believe in waiting around until Palestinians are ready to actually advocate for a one-nation, one-state solution with equal rights when they need a state now. They don't need a state when they're ready to do it the way I want them to. If we're talking about South Africa had a leadership in the ANC that said they wanted to be a multicultural society with equal rights, the Rainbow Nation. And they specifically geared their resistance activities to make sure that was possible. They avoided targeting civilians. They condemned their own when it did happen. That's why their civilian death count was really low. I don't know which Palestinian leader right now is advocating for one state for two people and is getting traction for it.
Israel killed all of them. I'm sorry, but Israel killed, like, either killed or got rid of all of them, or the ones who did support a two-state solution, like the PLO. Look what's happening in the West Bank right now. No two-state solution came out of it, even when Palestinians did agree to a two-state solution. So I think the reason as to why you're having a hard time finding this strong leadership is because Israel, in a very calculated manner, has achieved its goal in eliminating any opposition.
Which Palestinian leader has been killed because they advocated for one state for two people?
Well, I wouldn't say one state. I would say like a good leader who wanted to actually advocate for their own people.
I mean, there's Marwan Barghouti's in jail.
Yes.
The more popular one, but he's also in jail because he was overseeing like murders. I think he should be released. But I don't know if he's supporting one state for two people. I think that we don't really know what his politics are right now because he doesn't really get to talk that much. As
Yes, we
for
wouldn't have known his politics though had Israel released him.
like, we know that Salam Fayyad existed for a while. He didn't really get that much traction. That's why I'm not really sure. When you're saying that there's two ways we can go with this. One is that, like, I guess just actually agreeing that it seems to be that the two-state solution is still the more popular one for Palestinians than one state for equal rights. Or we can go into whether or not the two-state solution was actually ever meaningfully accepted by Palestinians in the peace process. Because I don't really think it was.
Mm-hmm. So with regards to this poll, do you have the 2024 one?
Yep.
And which Palestinians were polled in this one?
This
Hold
would be
on.
Gaza and West Bank.
Gaza and
Usually,
West Bank.
I think.
What happens to the 48 Palestinians?
In what? For polling?
No, I'm saying when it comes to a two-state solution, what happens to them?
Well, unless it's Trump's plan, they stay in Israel, right? Unless they want to immigrate.
Yeah, but then they stay in an apartheid state.
They can move if they want.
So
like, if
you're
they think
for
it's apartheid, they can leave. But I don't know if they can emigrate to other Arab countries even right now, can't they? If they want.
No, they can't because they have an Israeli citizenship.
Okay, so they'd
Like,
have to get it like
people with an
renounced.
Israeli
Okay.
citizenship cannot go to a lot of Arab countries, and Palestinians can't go to a lot of countries, yeah, or can't immigrate.
Is that for every country? I actually don't know that.
No, I didn't say every Arab country. I'm saying a lot.
Okay, so they could leave apartheid, like, if they wanted to, because there are some
But
countries that
why?
have normalized relations.
Well, why should they? That's ethnic cleansing.
I know it's that, but you're saying there's apartheid and they have the option to go to avoid it. I'm just wondering why they don't.
But why would they want to avoid something that came to them, to their home? Like they didn't immigrate to Israel. Israel came to them and absorbed them into its apartheid state. So why should they be the ones to leave?
I'm not saying they should. I'm just thinking them leaving would be demonstrative of the like intolerable nature, because apartheid's like a really, really awful thing, right?
It is, yes.
So are we talking about, okay, depends on which one we want to hammer down. Do we want to talk about peace process, or do we want to talk about Palestinian Israelis?
Are we streaming, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait. Can you stream it? I didn't know we were streaming. My bad. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I thought you just wanted to kind of gauge my opinions prior to this.
No, I'm streaming.
Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of tired. I came in from work. That's why. What was your question again? I'm so sorry.
Because I feel like we're ping-ponging between, like, first it was two-state solution and the peace process and who said what, and then now it's going on to Palestinian Israelis and whether or not they live under apartheid. So is there one of those you want to focus on?
Yeah, so before we go on, do you acknowledge though that Palestinians did vote on a one-state solution with Jewish political representation historically?
With Jewish political representation, what example are we talking about there?
For example, the Palestinian Arab Congress in 1921. I misspoke when it came to Parker's Live. I said it was on both instances was the Palestinian Arab Congress, when in fact in the earlier instances of between 1921 and 1937 it was the Palestinian Arab Congress, but in 1947 it was the Arab Higher Committee. In all these cases they did submit number one, the Palestinian Arab Congress voted in the Third Congress in Haifa in 1921. They voted an independent state where Jews who were already settled in Palestine could remain as equal citizens, but without separate national identity. And this would be like a unified democratic state rather than partitioning the land into separate Jewish and Arab entities. In 1922, the Arab Executive Committee also again offered Jewish people who lived there full civil and political rights within a unitary Palestine, as long as Zionist colonization was halted. In 1937, when the Peel Commission partition plan was being rejected by the Palestinian leadership, they instead again reaffirmed their stance that Jews should be a part of a unified Palestine, not a separate state. And then in 1947, those are the two ones I had mentioned in the live, the Arab Higher Committee proposed to the United Nations, by the way, advocating again for an independent unitary state where it would be democratic, representing both Arabs and Jews with full civil and political rights for all. And so explicitly they were opposing partition but didn't oppose Jewish participation in governance of Palestine.
Okay, so we can go for, first of all, the Arab Higher Committee. I think any requests from the Arab Higher Committee in 47, like led by al-Husseini, I think the Zionists are more than within their rights to say that they don't trust that. Do we agree on that?
I mean, al-Husseini was a questionable person, true, but
He wasn't
what about...
questionable. He was a Nazi, right? Like who
Yeah, no, I'm not
recruited
gonna...
Bosniaks to do the Holocaust and yeah, to join the SS.
I'm not gonna... Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here
Kosovo,
and...
yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not sitting here and defending him, but I'm just simply saying, like, what about the other requests, though, that were denied?
What other
And
requests
also, I don't necessarily think he was supposed to be, like, the leader of the country. So
yeah, he because obviously it was like Ottoman elites with a kind of voting system for very, very specific people. So obviously very few people voted, and he wasn't even the most popular. But the people who opposed him from leadership, the Nashashibis, they were less violent than al-Husseini, but they were also still, I think even from as early as 1921, you mentioned the Palestine Arab Congress, even from as early as then, one of their requirements was completely halt to Jewish immigration. Stop letting them sell like Arab land to Jews. So already we're in a point where Jews are basically going to be a minority, and maybe it would have been a democracy. I don't know why they'd be the only Arab country in the region that became a democracy after the mandate ended, but maybe they would have been. But this would have been Jewish representation as like a very small minority.
Blame Palestinians when, after the Balfour Declaration, they're being actively told by the early Zionists and by some random white dude in England that their land is going to be a Jewish homeland. I think any group of people would then be very, very cautious with a new set of immigrants who are coming into your country saying that they're going to colonize you.
Why would you worry about new immigrants if you've got your own state? Because obviously what they asked for would have destroyed the Balfour Declaration. It would have been an Arab unified state. Why would they worry about immigration after that?
No, so just having immigrants in your state isn't necessarily the problem. Having a whole like group of immigrants actively saying, and backed by the West, by the way.
But they're no longer backed by the West in this scenario, right? They're no longer backed by the West if they get what they want, because they want a unified Arab state. But if you've got your unified Arab state, why would you be against Jewish immigration?
Because again, because leading, like, when you want a unified state, they're also being completely against Zionism. But from these Zionist allegations, Zionism is not being actively rejected. And so until the point where Zionism is rejected, which is again this declaration that they're going to be colonizing Palestine, and the Zionists were very loud and proud about it, including Balfour as well. Until you reach that point in time, of course, you're going to want to slowly halt the immigration of people, which, by the way, it was an incredibly fast, like a high influx of Jewish immigrants coming to Palestine that was already causing chaos. I mean, you see it right now within Europe. You're based in
Scotland,
the UK.
Yeah.
Scotland. I'm based in Germany. We're literally looking at like an influx of not that many immigrants already wreaking havoc and causing chaos amongst the general population because they feel like they're going to be replaced, even though they're not going to be replaced. It's a white supremacist talking point. But in this case, they were genuinely slowly being uprooted.
Well, that's what I would say, though. But the problem is whatever these Muslim immigrants who come to the UK or foreign people coming here might think, they're not going to have a state because there's no power backing them, which is why I'm wondering is if they were able to cancel the Balfour Declaration, which their demands were, it would be a single Arab state, then why halt immigration? Like, I'm okay with immigration coming here, regardless of what those immigrants think, mostly, because they're not back to have a separate homeland here. So why not?
That's the difference, though. Immigrations that come to Europe do not intend on having a second homeland.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you're saying that these two demands are coming together. Surely you're not going to have. Why would you have an issue with immigration if the British backing of the Jewish homeland is gone? That's what the terms were, right? They were single Arab state, but also still no immigration. Why is that okay?
Yeah, because again, the British or the West were not necessarily agreeing on this unitary agreement. They didn't necessarily, again, want to listen to people, to the Palestinian people who felt like they were being replaced, who felt like they were being uprooted, and they still continued engineering this democratic shift. So again, if they continued allowing more Jewish immigration, which again, England had no indication of saying that it was going to stop backing this demographic shift, over time, it would still be a Jewish majority country in a non-Jewish majority region.
But the UK,
Because again, at this
okay.
point, the UK never ever backed down. They never in any way said that they would stop promoting or engineering this demographic shift.
I'm not asking, but I'm not asking you about what was happening during the Balfour Declaration. I'm asking you, why did they demand to remove the Balfour Declaration and to end the immigration? That's the problem. That's the thing I'm not really getting a good answer to. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're asking, end the Balfour Declaration, stop promising a homeland, but still end immigration.
Yes, because I'm saying at
Okay.
that point in time, Jewish immigration was directly tied or it was directly used as a tool of colonialism. And that is precisely why they were very cautious. Regardless of if they wanted to live within one unitary state or not, it was still a fact that Jewish immigration was still linked to the countless land theft and displacement that was
Okay.
happening under the Jewish National Fund. Um,
Well, not
uh,
in, well, we're talking early 1920s here, pre kind of
the
like
Jewish
mid.
National Fund was still
So
actively.
up till the 20s, most of these Jewish land purchases were on empty land. The evictions came later
I
for the
mean,
most part.
Palestinian tenant farmers were being evicted even prior
Yeah,
to that.
but not in large part. Like the large numbers of, I think it was like maybe like 5,000 families that were recorded, but that comes more like late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s. I'm talking like, we said 1921.
But that's still a huge number. Again, when you're having these group of people who are backed by the West coming to your country and pushing tenant farmers or evicting them out of their land, transferring that to Jewish ownership, while at the same time loudly and proudly proclaiming that they're going to colonize you and you're going to be a minority within your country, I think any indigenous people would have been against that or would have been cautious. And I think it's dehumanizing to expect Palestinians not to react that way, to expect Palestinians not to be cautious when in fact any indigenous group of people would be cautious
They're not
about
being
it.
cautious though. They were asking to stop all immigration. That's not
Yes,
cautious. Everyone's cautious about immigration. There are certain people we don't let into our country, but this wasn't caution. This was halt it completely. I know the fact is though is that the answer to that is that they wanted an Arab state. That's it. Like, but for some reason,
did
like,
they say they were going to halt it forever?
I don't know if they said they're going to halt it forever,
They
but are
didn't.
we
They
okay?
didn't. No, that's a fact. They didn't say they were going to halt it forever. If they were going to halt it for a certain period of time in
Did they
order
say
to
they were
kind
going
of.
to halt it temporarily? Like, what the?
No, but if you're making the claim that they said they were going to halt it forever, like again, I can't say that they're going to halt it temporarily or forever. You're making the claim that they're thinking of halting it just like that forever.
Well, I think they're halting
But
it at a time when quite a lot of other countries are as well, but they're halting it for the reason that it wasn't just about like wanting a unitary state with equality and democracy and all that. It's because they wanted it to be an Arab state. They didn't like Jewish demographics increasing in that particular area, and people spoke about this as well. Even under the Ottomans, people made warnings about this. But
they
when you
want
keep
to
saying
see
that it's like all this immigration was to do with like the intent to colonize you, I guess the question is like, why do you think you said the immigration went up in the mid 20s? Why did Jewish immigration go up to Palestine in the 20s?
Yeah, so what I said was the um, uh, immigration was again not peaceful. It wasn't cooperative. It wasn't non-colonial. Like Zionism's goal at that point was to dominate and not necessarily to coexist. And that is what Zionists tell us themselves. They proudly proclaim that they do want to colonize Palestine. I mean, Jabotinsky himself in the Iron Wall, even though it was a little bit later than that, I think,
Hmm.
but he himself, literally in 1923, openly admitted that Zionist colonization must either be terminated or carried out against the will of the native population. And then he also admitted that it is colonialism. So the reason as to why I think Zionism is colonialism is because that's what Zionists said it was.
So we know that Jabotinsky obviously wasn't like the leader of the Zionist movement, because the leader was it was labor Zionists, not Jabotinsky was the alternative to them. The question is, though, what I was asking you was, we keep saying colonialism. Okay, I agree that what they did was like quite colonial, but when you say colonial, like what exactly do you mean? Can you like elaborate on that?
Settler colonialism, to come into a country, to displace the native populations, to take over the lands, to completely erase, or not completely, like largely erase the cultures that are associated with said lands, to destroy the environment, the ecology, by they literally got rid of the indigenous species, plant species, and planted European pine trees and other trees that destroyed the environment.
The pine trees were planted after the war because pine trees grew quicker. We're talking like in the early stages, okay? I'm not like, or do you think it was all like the forced large massive transfer was planned in like 1910, or what are you suggesting?
I do think yes. I do think in the earlier stages prior to 1947, there was a plan to ethnically cleanse.
In the 20s and 1910s?
I mean, you had in the 1920s especially, yes. I do think so.
Indicated by what?
By the quotes by when was Menachem Osishkin? Wait, let me check. I think Menachem Osishkin was later on, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, Menachem Osishkin loudly proclaimed that he would never give up Transjordan, but it should be given up to Jewish colonization. You had Ben Gurion was in the 30s, fine. It wasn't necessarily in the 1910s, but he openly said that Zionism wouldn't necessarily respect a partition plan, that even if they agreed to a partition plan now, that means they would still continue expanding their state. You had Vladimir Jabotinsky. Wait, let me see who else I have here. Hold on. I have the quote somewhere here. My bad, sorry. I had the quote somewhere. Yeah. I mean, you even had Herzl. Herzl, or Nordau, sorry, who worked with Herzl, he literally actively said that this was a colonial project, and it rejects all principles of colonization on a small scale. Herzl himself in 1902 wrote Cecil Rhodes, who you
it's quite colonial, right? Yeah, it's something colonial. This is the problem, though. Okay, here's an issue. I'll tell you, here's the issue that I have, okay? It's like people take words that obviously have a lot of like attached meaning to it, and we apply it to a period where what they meant was very different. So when Herzl talks to Cecil Rhodes when he's trying to schmooze people to get support for his little project and saying, oh, it's kind of colonial, it's kind of like what you do. In 1902, what were Zionists doing? They were buying mostly empty land, draining swamps, and telling everyone that you need to work, to toil and become like a laborer Zionist and work the land, and that's how you become one with it. Like, this is not the same as 1948 where you shoot people over the head or shoot bullets above people's heads until they run away, right? But people like to take that quote and then apply it to what happened later as if like this is what he meant. People could take a letter from Herzl. It's like, this isn't one quote or even two or three quotes from Herzl. I think in his diary once he talks about maybe we're gonna like pay people, the penniless, to leave or some shit. But Herzl also, he wrote that book, Alt Neuland, his little utopia novel, where a Jewish rabbi in this binational society of Jews and Arabs, there's a rabbi who tries to like vote down the equal rights of Arabs, and then he gets rejected by the Jewish population, right? So using like a quote like this doesn't really tell you in my opinion, because if we look at the broader bulk of Herzl's work, like what he was expecting was not anything like colonial in the sense of British in Kenya or French Algeria. Like, they weren't doing it for money, okay, for one. They were not doing it on behalf of a mother state like the United Kingdom. They actually asked for the mother state to do it for them, like with the British. And also the third reason, I think is the biggest reason, is that why did the Aliyahs happen at the times they did? Why did Zionism start in 1880 instead of like 1810? It's because people were getting killed. pogroms in Russia? Why did it increase massively in 1924? Because that in 25. That's because that's the year when the Johnson-Reed Act came in and America shut their doors to Jewish immigration, and Jews in Europe realized the rise of fascism was happening. They were like, where the are we going to go? Well, I guess there's this one thing going on. So the problem with colonialism is that it doesn't really it doesn't tell you, it explains the Palestinian perspective. That's what they saw. I get that. It doesn't tell you why most Jews actually chose to go there. It's not because they were planning on plundering a land and establishing dominance and supremacy. They were doing it because they were running away. Do you disagree with that?
So I want to address the first point that you said, and I'll address this last point that you made. So the first point, I think, is a bit, in my opinion, kind of disingenuous. I think it's a common Zionist myth, this idea that Zionists made the desert bloom, and this was all just arid land.
To be clear, just to reiterate exactly what I said rather than that caricature that you just did. The caricature that you just, that's different from what I said. What I said was in the beginning, mostly what they did was they bought empty land. That's just true.
Yeah. But that's not just true, right? In the late 19th century and early 20th century, Palestine was already inhabited and cultivated by Palestinians.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't. I'm saying that the plots
you
that
said
they purchased.
most of the land purchases were on empty land. What I'm trying to tell you, that's not necessarily true. Jewish land purchases were not necessarily mostly on empty land, but on land already occupied by Palestinian tenant farmers. For example, a huge example is when the Jewish National Fund in 1921 bought land in Marj ibn Amr or Jezreel Valley. It displaced thousands of Palestinian peasants who had lived there for generations. Now, this wasn't even unknown to the Zionists. I mean, Arthur Ripon, literally in the 1910s, said, "Our land acquisition policy will create an Arab problem. If Palestine were an empty land, it would be simpler," but that is not the case.
So none of that contradicts what I said. I said most of the land that they purchased up until 1920s-ish was empty land. That's just true. Most of the land they purchased, like a percentages, right? Like a proportion. I mean,
yeah, and I disagree that most of it was empty land. That's what I'm trying to say. This idea that most of it was just empty land alludes to the fact, implies basically.
No, it's not implying anything. It's just a fact. I'm not saying that they made the desert bloom or anything. I'm not saying that. But what's your source for saying that more of the land that they bought up until the 20s was
what's your source?
Tenants? It's from Righteous Victims.
Which page, or can you give me the exact?
I will find it for you. Let's see.
And Righteous Victims, wasn't that written by Benny Morris?
Yep. Are we gonna?
Oh.
What's the laugh in reference to there? Is he a bad historian?
Yes. Well, I mean, sometimes he might be questionable, I think.
On this issue, okay. What's the contradiction to this claim?
No, I don't know. I would have probably much preferred I'm not gonna come here and quote Ilan Pape, for example, because I know that he is
mental. Yeah.
Yeah, and Benny Morris, I think I just I don't know. I just take his word with a grain of salt, I think.
Okay, I mean, we can look for his footnote if you want.
Yeah, that would be great.
Was it? I think it's where he mentions it was coastal. I should really take page numbers for these things. While I'm looking at this, you can write it down if you want to bring me back to it, because I'm still looking.
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of colonial, do we agree that Zionism differed from most other colonialisms in the sense that they weren't doing it for money? Just for one example.
I mean, I disagree, because I think I don't think all forms of colonialism are the same.
Yeah.
I do think when we look at the American context, for example, the people who did immigrate to America were also people who were persecuted in Europe, were religiously persecuted, who were stuck in poverty, peasants, and felt like they needed to move to America to colonize. So colonization doesn't necessarily always have to do with money. It can also do with survival. And of course, I'm not going to negate the fact that Jewish people were oppressed, because my father has Jewish heritage, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you that's not the case. Yes, pogroms did increase, and violence did increase. What I'm trying to argue is that there could have been immigration without colonization. Jewish people could have immigrated and lived without the idea of wanting to create their own state or an ethno-state in
So
a
looking for this quote.
non-Jewish majority region.
Okay, I think America definitely, most colonization of America definitely had a lot more of a financial incentive, I think, than Zionism did, right? Like gold rushes and things like that. Obviously, the Irish didn't go there for, but even then, like
Yeah, the Irish.
you were probably still good, but again, the Irish were like, there's a famine, and they moved to America because like there's still that promise of the idea that you can actually make much more of a living for yourself in America. Whereas for Zionism, the promise wasn't money at all. It wasn't even like this will lift you out of poverty or anything. The promise was, the promise was that you would go there and you would get free from persecution. That was the idea.
Have to do with Palestinians?
Hmm?
Like, what does that have to do with Palestinians? Why do you think persecution warrants an ethno state? I mean, Black people are persecuted. There is no Black only state. Sinti and Romani people are persecuted. There's so many other different groups of people that are persecuted. It doesn't necessarily mean that you allow them to go and colonize a completely different group of people that have absolutely nothing to do with their persecution.
Yeah, I mean, I blame the British for that, for choosing, for giving them a land that had people living in it. Yeah, of course. But I don't blame the Jewish immigrants who decided that was the place to go, because to them they felt like there was nowhere else, and they were kind of correct. So yeah, I don't really blame the Jews for that. I blame the British.
Blame the British and Jewish leaders as well, Zionist leaders, who didn't advocate for coexistence but instead colonization.
So the page, it doesn't really have page numbers because it's like PDF, but the paragraph here is Zionist land purchases and settlement in 1880 to 1914 focused on the coastal plain between just south of Jaffa and Haifa on the Jezreel and Jordan valleys. These areas, often swampy, were largely uninhabited and uncultivated. During the second half of the 19th century and the early years of the 20th century, they began also to attract Arab families unable to make a living in the crowded hilly spine of the country. It was into this still largely uninhabited reserve, these plains and valleys, that the Zionists were pushing, dispossessing some of the Arabs living there or preempting others from moving in. This was to be a geographic contest the Arabs were destined to lose. So yeah, in this case, at this time, it was mostly uninhabited. Yeah. I don't think that's very controversial, though. I don't think people dispute that.
Do you have a footnote for that?
The footnote goes down to 5, which is from Mandel. What's the book called? Again, I don't think, has anyone even tried to contradict that claim? I don't know any like left-wing or pro-Palestinian historian who's tried to say that it was mostly inhabited before the 20s, the purchases.
I just think like the idea that it was mostly uninhabited, empty land is just
well, it's because it sounds like a trope. I know because it's like it sounds like
what point. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's not true for this period, right? Like, if someone said it about like I don't even know. If someone said it about all the way up until the 40s, then yeah, that's mental. But I don't think anyone says it up until 1920.
I feel like when Jewish buyers only owned approximately like 5.6% of the land, and there were a lot of large scale like land purchases from absentee landlords such as the Sursok family that did result in the displacement of countless Palestinian tenant farmers. I think like I personally haven't seen like a legitimate source that is not from a biased scholar that shows that it was majority not inhabited.
I mean, if we're talking about bias, I think even in this thing, when Benny Morris does talk about the farmers, the book is by Neville Mandel. It's called Arabs and Zionism Before World War One. So it's very specifically about Mandel. Yeah.
Arabs and Zionism.
I think the page was like 29 or something. But if we're talking about, like, you say biased scholar or whatever, but even when Morris talks about the farmers, he does actually say that the official numbers for tenant farmers who were evicted in the thousands later on, the official numbers, he even says that they're most likely too low because so many of these purchases were made under the counter because the Arab landowners didn't really want to get caught selling land to Jews, you know? So actually, he actually makes the point more in your favor in the same book. So
yeah, but at the end of the day, he's still going to be a Zionist, and I think like if he brings in said biases, especially if I did not like, if I do read Zionist books and papers if they're unbiased, A person like Benny Morris, though, has kind of shown himself to be incredibly biased, and that's why I don't necessarily believe him. I also looked up Neville Mandel. There is almost nothing on this man except for that one single book, The Arabs and Zionism. But other than that, there is like nothing on this man. Like
I can find you the book for numbers if you want. Like, I don't know. Would you ever use this same level of especially when there's no counterclaim? Would you ever use the same level of skepticism for like a take from a pro-Palestinian, or what's going on there?
Actually, I'm very, very. I I think like I'm very known for that. I do ask sources and I verify every single thing because I don't necessarily like it when misinformation is spread. So yes.
Okay. I will also say, I'm sure we disagree on a lot, but this is so far probably one of the most interesting conversations I've had on this topic. So thank you for that. Yeah, so here we can look for this one if you want. This one's saying, this is where he's saying that the British investigation, there was one that was done that found that only 664 tenant farmers were evicted because of Jewish acquisitions between 1919 and 31. But then he also concedes the true number is probably a lot higher. When you get from 31 to 39, then it's like 900 families, which would actually mean thousands of people because those were big families that were uprooted. When you take the numbers of Zionist immigration, though, which is like tens of thousands at this point, then obviously, yeah, it does look like it's a minority that are moving into evicted areas. The source for this one, 216, is it Sykes or Stein? Sykes. Okay, let's see. Sykes, page 108. But this would be referring to the British investigation. Yeah. Christopher Sykes, Crossroads to Israel, 1965.
Can we agree on one thing? Can we agree that had Zionism not been so colonial in its nature, like, I mean, not going around calling it a colonial effort, creating a colonial fund, writing letters to colonizers, talking proudly about wanting to colonize the land, that Palestinians wouldn't have necessarily been as apprehensive as they were, rightfully so, like any other indigenous people. Because prior to Balfour Declaration, there wasn't as much apprehension, I would argue, from the Palestinians. It was mostly like the symmetry breaker was the Balfour Declaration.
I have no idea if that's true about the level of apprehension. I mean, your source for the 1920s, like with the what do you call it, the Palestine Arab Congress. So in 1921, when they were saying what you said, the unitary state, but we stop immigration, when this guy met with Churchill, the leader, Kazem al-Husseini, he was citing the protocols and shit. Like, this guy did not like Jews at all. The Jews have been amongst the most active advocates of destruction in many lands. It is well known that the disintegration of Russia was wholly or in great part brought about by the Jews, and a large proportion of the defeat of Germany and Austria must also be put at their door. Yeah, it's like, I know what you're saying. Like, I can see why Palestinian obviously apprehension makes a lot of sense. I've never ever denied that. I think the thing that people don't get, though, is that it can be the case when both sides can have a valid concern and a valid reason for pursuing what they do. And I think from the Zionist end, the idea that they just could not trust these Ottoman elite leaders to treat them well as a minority, I think is pretty well warranted. Yeah. Because the same thing, like with Herzl, like the big motivator, he claims, maybe erroneously, is when he's like, yeah, we got emancipation in Europe, but they still treat us like, I mean, there's the same in Ottoman Empire as well, and post-Ottoman even worse. So
was Haji bin Husseini elected by
this is Kazim al-Husseini. This is not Haji bin. This is the head of the Palestine Arab Congress up until his death, 34.
So you're saying that Zionists were cautious because to work with Palestinians because of the anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I think a lot of these old Ottoman elite leaders did not have the greatest opinions on Jews. Yeah.
So then how come Israel works today with evangelicals? I mean, evangelicals today literally think that 2/3 of Jews are going to be evaporated by beams that come from the sky. And I mean, this is what kind of, like, for me personally, makes me wonder or makes me question this idea that, all these Zionists were too scared to work with the Palestinians because somehow they're all just Jewish hating anti-Semites, when we see Israel cozying it up with far-right neo-Nazi parties. We see the ADL actively saying that Elon Musk did not do the Hitler salute. We see
Yeah.
they accepting support from evangelical Christians who think a beam is going to come down and annihilate 2/3 of Jewish population. The Bible itself is incredibly anti-Semitic, right?
Mhm.
So my question is, it's kind of hypocritical to see Israelis, in order to justify land claim and to justify apartheid and ethnic cleansing, they say anti-Semitism is an issue, but then it's okay to work with anti-Semites.
Yeah,
Which
because
increases
like every political group on the world, people are pragmatic, right? Like, so why does Iran work with Sunni extremists like in Hamas, right? Like, even though what like Sunni extremists think about Shiites, right? It's
yeah, but
yeah,
Iran
people are,
doesn't go
but I guess the reason is that Iran's not going to worry about Hamas like coming to their door to kill them. It's like I don't really know why people like the Zionists were worried about Arab violence and anti-Semitism from these leaders because it was literally happening to them. Whereas with the evangelicals today, like maybe they will be a threat to Jews at some point, but I don't really know if they're not the ones who are like launching rockets at them and trying to destroy their country in Israel. So
I mean, Israel is. I don't know if Israel can complain about one or two rockets when it literally like has.
thousands of them. I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah, but it has the Iron Dome. It has a huge military, whereas Palestinians have absolutely nothing, and they're being annihilated. Like again, Israelis do not have a legitimate like claim today when it comes to this existential claim when they're not being genocided.
I
It's the
think the existential claim can still be
So
valid. So, do you think
also,
have you ever heard like Sinwar outlining what he expected to happen in October 7th?
what do you mean?
When Sinwar's talking in 2022, he's like very strongly alluding to October 7th because he's talking about like the uprising from Gaza and the thousands of rockets and the 500 kilometers of tunnels. He's saying that he's expected it around the same time that they did that. He's talking about how there's going to be like 1 million Palestinian Israelis are going to rise up, and then they're going to do a third intifada in the West Bank, and Hezbollah are going to join in. It's like, I feel like if that succeeded, Israel would be pretty. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, Israel is quite good at holding off their threats militarily right now, barring October 7th. But like the reason they hold off those threats is because they exert like immense military force when people try to with them, right? Like that's why they come up with that whole doctrine. That's why like with Egypt, they pushed all the way like towards Cairo and Yom Kippur, but then they got peace out of it in the end. Same with like pushing Syria back to Damascus and they get the DMZ out of it. So, or with Hezbollah, right? Like now they finally have a president who's not mental in Lebanon. So
are you trying to argue that Israel does all of this just to protect itself?
I don't think they do all of it to protect themselves. I think they commit war crimes and other kinds of what they do in the West Bank is not defensive at all. But I think a lot of their military action is defensive. Yeah.
Because then you because okay, so this is why I'm saying that's not necessarily true, because if that were the case, I don't understand why Israel would go around participating in genocides on a global scale as well. When we look at its participation in Guatemala in the 1970s and 80s, when Israel was the sole arms supplier to Guatemala during that time, a period that was literally marked with the Guatemalan regime genociding indigenous populations. It did that in El Salvador in the 1970s and 1980s. It did that in Indonesia in late 1970s. It did that in Eritrea, where it heavily supplied Ethiopia with so much military aid, including cluster bombs, when Eritreans were actively being genocided, even though Eritreans and all these other groups of people have never ever touched Israel. So my question is, it makes me kind of like smirk a bit or laugh a bit at this idea, at this notion that Israel is just protecting itself or it has a right to defend itself, when you cannot be defending yourself into other countries and into other conflicts.
Well, that's absolutely what people do when they get attacked by other countries. So first of all, I don't think what they do in Eritrea and all that is defensive. Like countries do arms deals with other countries that do horrible things like all the time, right? Egypt still gets arms, even though they were like illicitly sending stuff to North Korea, right? But I don't. If Egypt got attacked and then they fought back, I wouldn't say, oh, but why would you say they're defending themselves against like Sudan attacking them? Because they're sending arms to North Korea. Like both things can happen at once. Like Israel sends arms to sells arms to China, even though they think China is trying to destroy them through propaganda and TikTok. So it's like, yeah, that happens. But I don't think that means their military actions against Hezbollah, like the Houthis and all that, I don't see that why that contradicts those actions being defensive.
Because I think that Israel is an anchor state. I think who was it? Wasn't it Herzl who said that Israel would be a European outpost in the Middle East? And I think as that outpost in the Middle East, it actively works as an arm of imperialism, which is why it's completely different when, let's say, a country does questionable actions in regards to, let's say, for example, Egypt, but Egypt itself is very questionable, right? In comparison to Israel, that consistently always acts as an arm of Western imperialism to destabilize all the countries around it, but also other countries that are literally on completely different continents. So again, I see Israel as much as a colonial entity as is the US, as is the EU, all countries in the EU, in that they exist in the their existence is rooted in the destabilization of the global south, and as long as they exist, they will continue destabilizing the global south. And that's why I brought up all these different all these different conflicts. But also, Israel has nukes, unchecked nukes, and 2,000-pound bombs also that it can just use as much as it wants. Be honest.
I don't know if they can use nukes as much as they want, right? Anyway, go on. Yeah, carry on.
2,000-pound bombs. If Egypt were to do a quarter of the ish that Israel is doing, you would see America literally invading it within 0.2 seconds, saying it's going to bomb democracy into Egypt, right? So Israel is doing all of this with impunity, and not only to the Palestinians, but also to other indigenous populations that have absolutely nothing to do with attacking Israel.
Again, them engaging in arms sales, that's like an economic thing. I don't think it's defensive for them to do that. I was talking specifically about their actions against Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas. All, incidentally, countries that want Israel destroyed, militarily or otherwise. So I'd say that's not mutually exclusive with it being defensive.
I mean, the Houthis have said that they are only attacking because of what's happening in Gaza. And during the ceasefire, they had stopped attacking. And then they resumed their attacking once Israel has restarted the
attack. But you realize that the Houthis have not renounced their ultimate goal, which is to have Israel destroyed, right?
Yes, we do not want Houthis to exist. But again, they have clearly stated their goal, which their goal is we're not going to stop until Israel stops genociding Gazans.
Do you think
you have drug dealers in Morocco? I'm sorry, when drug dealers have like more of a moral high ground than a supposed democratic state by saying they're not going to sell drugs to Israel until it stops genociding Palestinians. I feel like it's crazy.
Well, wait. Do you think the Houthis are only like targeting ships that are like helping Israel?
Targeting all ships.
Yeah, they're targeting all. They're just saying whoever the right, like.
Yes.
And also, when we say that, like, oh yeah, they're only doing this so they can get the ceasefire. Again, it's like, yeah. Do you think did the Houthis ever ask Hamas to ceasefire? Did they ever ask Hamas to surrender? Did they ever ask Hamas to like? What did they say on October 7th? Did they say that was a bad idea? Like it's the Houthis are doing this to help Hamas. We agree on that, right? Like they're doing this to help Hamas. They don't give a about like humanitarian pause or ceasefire or even like a long-lasting peace. Like, yeah, they want to help Hamas, and a ceasefire is what Hamas would need to help them regroup. They're not doing this to like secure any kind of like long-lasting peace in the region. You still there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi.
Why does Hamas exist?
Quite a few reasons. Do you want me to go through maybe like a bullet point? Like, I guess one is because they get quite a substantial amount of support from Iran and Qatar. They initially came out of the Muslim Brotherhood. They were a charity called Mujama al-Islamiyah. They controlled quite a lot of mosques in Gaza, and they set up blood banks in schools and universities and everything like that. The Israelis recognized them as a charity. I think they gave them, I can't remember how much, but they gave them a bit of their budget whilst they were occupying Gaza. And in the first Intifada, that was around the same time that they started to acquire arms because they got fed up with the Muslim Brotherhood for being too normalizey with Israel. They didn't like that. They were caught with an arms stockpile in a mosque in like mid 80s or something. Israel kind of ignored them for a large part during the first Intifada for the first year, but for the second year, when they actually called themselves Hamas and started putting out their leaflets and everything and saying their intentions, they started taking them more seriously. Is that more or less correct?
Well, you're kind of pivoting from my question.
Why does Hamas exist?
Yeah, I didn't ask you how they came to exist because I know that already. I'm saying why do they exist? Why did Hamas decide to create itself, or what was it responding to? You know the answer.
No, that's a really complicated question. One is like, yeah, it is. Because why did the Houthis like create themselves in the way that they have the same goals towards Israel as Hamas does? Israel didn't occupy Yemen. Like,
question. I feel
same
like
with Iran.
I feel like you're pivoting. Oh no, well, I'm not talking about Iran. I'm talking about specifically Hamas. Why did Hamas come to exist?
Hamas came to exist because they were dissatisfied with the Muslim Brotherhood and the PLO because they thought they were corrupt, not Islamic enough, and for the Muslim Brotherhood because they were too much for normalization. So they came up in Gaza under Israeli occupation, and that was their main dissatisfaction. It was a lack of normalization and a lack of religious values, a lack of rejectionism. I mean, yeah. Yeah,
normalization with what though?
With Israel. Hamas didn't want normalization with Israel.
And why do you think they didn't want normalization with Israel?
Because they're religious extremists who want to destroy Israel and bring back the whole land for Palestine.
Can I be honest? I think that was a very disingenuous response, and I do think that was a pivot because we both know that. Yeah,
you want me to say that Hamas only is a reaction to Israel. That's it. As in, like, Arabs are started, and all they can do is respond as cause and effect to Israel's actions, right?
The Arsenal.
Sorry, yeah, sorry. Okay, I won't do that again.
Not the Arsenal. Yeah. No, I think that is the fact, though. Hamas was founded in response to decades of Israeli military occupation within the West Bank and within the Gaza Strip. And the reason as to why they were frustrated with the PLO and Fatah was because they felt like Yasser Arafat had made so many mistakes, whether it was with the way that he dealt with Kuwait and Saddam Hussein and got so many Palestinians kicked out, the way that he dealt with the normalization processes, the way that he dealt with recognizing the existence of Israel and all those different things. Again, he was seen as very corrupt. He was seen as way too willing to compromise with Israel. And for that reason, they resisted against him, not necessarily because they were all these just barbaric, savage, like Muslimics who just hated the Jews because they just hate them because they're Muslimics. Again, I feel like
you're trying to caricature what I'm saying, but like it seems like I'm not denying that occupation played a role in bringing Hamas about, obviously, but it doesn't explain the Houthis though. It doesn't explain their position on Israel. They were never occupied, or Iran, or Qatar. Like all these support Hamas in some way or the other. So, do you think anti-Semitism has nothing to do with it?
No, I think again with regards to the Houthis, right? The Houthis, which again, I'm not defending the Houthis. I'm not also going to defend Hezbollah. You're not going to see me doing that. But when we look at the rise of the Houthis, the reason as to why they're going to not like Israel is again because they oppose the U.S. and any Western influence within the Middle East, and they view Saudi Arabia, which is why they hate Saudi Arabia as well. Are you going to tell me that they're anti-Sunnis or something like that? No.
I don't think they want to abolish. Well, their vitriol towards Israel is a lot more different. It's curse upon Israel, death to Israel, curse upon the Jews. Saudi's not in the slogan. They mentioned the Jews twice, but Saudi doesn't get one. Yeah, America as well, but the Jews get 2 mentions. And if you read any of Hussein al-Houth's sermons, mate, it's all Jews, right? He hates Jews. Yeah. Not Zionists, it's Jews, yeah.
No, but I feel like it's incredibly unfair and reductive to be conflating colonial resistance or anti-colonial resistance to simply anti-Semitic. And the reason as to why I'm telling you this is this type of tactic was literally also again used by white South Africans, for example, during the 1948 South African elections. They actively went around saying that black South Africans were a danger to white South Africans, that they had to vote for an apartheid state, that they were trying to eliminate white South Africans.
Yep.
This type of rhetoric was also used by the British or the Italians, I think, when there were instances of Somalis or of Eritreans unaliving British or Italian citizens. They would write like, these Africans are being taught to hate the whites. They just want to unalive us. And I think this is a tactic that is used usually by colonial entities to pivot or to circumvent any legitimate criticism that comes towards their way when it comes to colonialism.
Mm-hmm.
And Hamas did offer, like the H group, did offer multiple peace offerings in the beginning. Like,
no, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No permanent two-states or settlements. No,
they did. On June the 1st, 1988, Hamas leader Mahmoud al-Zahar traveled from Gaza to Tel Aviv to support an offer to the defense minister Yitzhak Rabin. If Israel wanted peace, it had to literally declare to withdraw from the occupied territories, and they would negotiate a deal with Israel. And then again, Hamas founder Sheikh Ahmed Yassin also agreed to negotiate with Israel in 1988 if Israel acknowledged the Palestinian people's rights to self-determination. There were about 4 offers or whatever it is within those couple of years that came from the side of the H group, but all of it was largely ignored.
So
in 1997,
wait, hang on. And you think this is sincere when they're doing this at the same time that they have a charter talking about Jews hiding behind trees, and the trees will say, "There's a Jew behind me, come kill me. It's all Palestine. It's all Arab. Get rid of the Jews." The protocols cited in the charter. You think this is sincere when they're saying this? You know that when Hamas, and even in their new charter 2017, even then when they say, "Oh yeah, we're okay," the 6-7 borders is not really a bad thing or right of return and everything, but it's still temporary. They even say that it's the land is all Palestine. They've never been pro 2 states, never. They've been 2 states for now. That's what they'll say, but they'll never say 2 states is the end. They'll never say that. They'll never say so. It's 2 states, not a 2-state solution. Yeah.
Ben-Gurion, though. Ben-Gurion said that, but I don't see this level of vitriol towards him and all the other Zionist leaders who said that. When with regards to the 1988 charter, I'm not Muslim myself, so I don't necessarily want to talk about religion. I do think though it's end times hadith that I don't necessarily think should be even applied today, because again, the Bible also has crazy ass verses towards Israelites, towards different groups of people. Even in Revelations, in the last chapter, we don't necessarily go around taking that serious when anybody uses it. And third of all, if Israel actually genuinely cared about anti-Semitism, they would not be actively working together with evangelicals who want to annihilate 2/3 of the Jewish population and give them active strength, where they then make their societies anti-Semitic and a danger to Jewish people within the diaspora.
Again, we've already been over the fact that obviously the anti-Semitism that you're going to care about are the ones that are firing rockets at you and literally saying they want your country destroyed. Obviously, those are the anti-Semites that you're going to care about more than some Bible thumpers, right? In America. I don't like it that they support those people in America, but it's still these are not the same thing. And the fact that you're going back to talking about South Africa, and South Africa used the fear that there's going to be black revenge against whites. 2 things. First of all, the black movement in South Africa with Mandela, the ANC, were actually very, very openly and sincerely proposing something that white people did not have to be afraid of. And they acted in that way as well. They avoided civilian casualties. They actually, for the most part, avoided even killing soldiers and police. For the most part, they avoided that. And when it did happen, when there were civilians killed, they apologized. One, Hamas has never done this. Okay, that's not what they do. And second of all, do you think anti-white racism and anti-Semitism are equally valid concerns?
I don't think anti-white racism exists.
So they're obviously not equally valid concerns, right?
Yeah, no, but I don't think anti-Semitism can justify colonialism and apartheid.
But you
I
think
think
that
no,
Israel drawing the line at two states is still colonialism and apartheid?
can you repeat what you meant? You cut
But
out a
it
bit.
sounds like you think, it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you think that Israel drawing the line at two states would have been still colonialism and apartheid.
Yes, because they took even more than the 56% that was given to them by a non-legally binding partition plan.
Yeah, we know why though, right?
Uh, let's not go into that because I feel like there's nothing that could justify that at all.
Okay.
Okay, wait, hold on. There was
So should
okay.
they should they have just like forcibly defended the 47 borders that the entire Arab world rejected and said they would go to war with over?
Wait, okay, hold on. Have you ever heard of Says Anska?
Might be pronunciation, but don't think so.
Okay, so that was he's a Jewish scholar who wrote Preventing Palestine. And when he was being interviewed with regards to being asked about his opinions with regards to Israel today, and because he thinks that Israel has done every single thing in its power to prevent a two-state solution. So this is what he said. He said, what we're dealing with is a very one-sided situation. You don't need an extensive background to know that we currently have is a state using the weight of international support to carry out decades-long military occupation, sieges, bombing of dense civilian areas with white phosphorus, counting calories to limit food imports during the Gaza blockade, and 42% of Gaza children in the Gaza Strip suffering from moderate or acute levels of PTSD, mass evictions, bombing of water and sewage supplies. Things that no amount of historical context can excuse. What do you think of that quote?
I think none of it has anything to do with none of that has anything to do with drawing a line at two states being colonialism or whatever the other word you used was.
You don't think that advocating for an apartheid state, because the apartheid aspect is not going to be dismantled all of a sudden. The 48 Palestinians are still going to be unequal citizens. You don't think that. So yeah, how are you going to dismantle the apartheid state within Israel?
I don't think the situation for Palestinians in Israel is apartheid. Well,
You
you think
don't?
it's akin to South Africa's apartheid system? Like if you excluded the West Bank and Gaza, you think that's still apartheid?
I think with regards to the West Bank and with regards to 48 Palestinians, yes, it's apartheid.
So 48 Palestinians live under apartheid to you, like South Africa levels of
They live
apartheid.
under they live under an unequal system. I wouldn't
Well,
compare
inequality, it's
necessarily.
like, okay, but almost every country
No,
in the
but
world has
legal
inequality.
inequality. No, legal inequality, and there is some levels of segregation as well when they're not allowed to expand their villages and instead are living in Palestinian-only villages. Yes, I do think that it is unequal. And I think that no amount of historical context can excuse that. I mean, you believe that because the quote I just read was from your video
Yeah.
from 2 years ago, where you were arguing that Israel is an apartheid state. So you yourself believe that no amount of historical context can excuse.
Yeah, I
whatever.
know. I recognize my own words, but then I also hope you understand that like people can learn more and read more and understand that what I just said in that video was actually like incredibly simplistic. Uh, I'm I don't think it justifies a lot of the like historical context can only justify so much, but yeah, like I don't anymore believe that like outside of the West Bank what they do is apartheid, like especially in the 48 borders. No, I don't think that's apartheid anymore. I can see there's inequalities. I don't think it amounts to apartheid. No.
Think when Palestinians are not allowed to move wherever they want to move because of these housing committees that have to approve people when they're moving, or Palestinians who don't even have the right to their national self-determination under the law. You think that's democratic and not necessarily just inequality?
Yeah, no, I think that's inequality. Yeah, because like it's the same thing. Like there might not be legal barriers to say like a bunch of Jews moving into Tireh or Kfar Qasim, but like the fact is they're probably not going to do it, right? Like housing committees, again, like are we comparing it to what are we comparing it to? Are we like is Haifa like apartheid? Are we comparing it to like
No, I
the
think
USA, or are we comparing it to somewhere like Lebanon or like any other Middle Eastern country?
I think it's crazy that the US doesn't even have a law like that. And US is heavily criticized for being incredibly systemically racist towards Black Americans and Indigenous Americans and any other minority, yet they don't even have a law in the book that says that only white people have the right to self-determination. Yet Israel literally has a law in the book that says
Are you talking about the
only,
nation state law?
yes, only Jewish people have the right to self-determination when that is a direct violation of international law. Which, by the way, when we're talking about two-state solution, why do we expect Israel? Why do we have any trust in Israel to respect and uphold international law when it has never ever done that? Its very foundation is a violation of international law. The very creation that involved ethnic cleansing made it a crime under international law. The constant expanding of borders proves it's in bad faith. The fact that it doesn't allow or doesn't respect the self-determination of Palestinians, the fact that it genocides Palestinians, the fact that
you never get to accuse me of pivoting again, because it's like we're just ping-ponging from one like talking point to another. What are we arguing? Are we still arguing about whether or not there's apartheid in the 48 borders?
yeah.
Okay, so how is the nation state law practiced? Like, because the nation state law is in a basic law, right? It's a principle basic law. I hate it, by the way. Has it actually led to any other laws being built on top of it? What laws have come like on the basis of the nation state law? My understanding when I last checked was that there were, I think, 2 that they tried to put in, but they failed in the Knesset or maybe even by the Supreme Court.
That's not the only law that I think is that proves an unequal, like a non-democratic state and proves an ethnocracy. I feel like the very existence of the nation state law proves that it isn't necessarily a democracy, but an ethnocracy.
Or housing discrimination, in the sense that like redlining still exists in the way that like even the Biden administration was trying to address this in the sense that banks can still practice redlining because they can. The anti-redlining laws were specifically to do with like if there's a branch in your area, you've got to lend out like to certain people, but people can get around that now because so much banking is online, and they don't actually have anti-redlining laws for online banking. So it's like, yeah, we still have these issues in the United States as well, even with property. So I don't know, when you go from that to apartheid, which is actually about like to the point where people couldn't like sit on a bench if they wanted to. I just think that's a stretch. I think it's probably okay to talk about inequalities without going all the way to apartheid, unless you want to say like basically every Middle Eastern country is doing apartheid to some degree, at least in the sense that.
No, I think, for example, one of the ways that the nation state law is practiced is through the expansion of settlements. I think one of the key.
But we're talking about 48 borders. I just want to stay focused on within the 48 borders. I won't disagree with apartheid in the West Bank ever. Like, yeah.
Yes, even within, I mean, like Jewish settlements within Israel have also always expanded, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah.
Jewish settlements within the 48 borders have expanded.
Like villages, basically.
Okay.
Even in the Negev, for example. Within the Negev, there have been instances of Palestinian Bedouins and Bedouin communities that have, till today, continued to get evicted. And those villages and those settlements continue to get expanded.
Yeah, so then again, that's that you apply that to every other European country that does the same thing to Roma, right? Is that apartheid? When we do it to Irish travelers in the UK or to Dale Farm in the yeah.
I mean, the UK has a law. They do have a law that specifically does target Sinti and Romani people and travelers.
Yeah. But are we an apartheid state?
It does have elements. It does have elements of apartheid, but then you would have to also take other factors into account. Does the UK have any law in the book that literally says that only white heritage should be preserved, that only white state symbols should exist, that only white people have the right to self-determination and it's exclusive to white British people? Had it been that way, you and I know both that there would have been uproar in the UK. But for some reason, it's okay for Palestinians to be living within a country where they are citizens, but they don't have the right to self-determination.
Do you think, wait, when you talk about like, you were paraphrasing the nation state law there, right? Israel's the nation state of the Jewish people. That's what you're paraphrasing?
Yes.
Okay.
And no, it says the right to self-determination is unique to the Jewish people.
Okay.
In the law.
Even though they still let the Palestinians who live there vote, right?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because again, Palestinians within the Knesset also, 48 Palestinians also have certain restrictions. Like they can't go against Zionism, for example, or they would immediately get kicked out.
Yeah. Do you think Ukraine's apartheid?
No.
even though they have laws that like specifically
I mean,
put things
to be
like
fair,
Ukrainian
sorry,
identity forward, and they try to put like Ukrainian language forward as well. Is that
sorry, wait, I didn't mean to say no.
because
I
I don't
don't know.
believe can
I don't know anything
Jewish
about it.
Knesset members, can they be like can they go against Zionism or whatever you said there?
It benefits them. I mean,
Right.
when
But obviously
also,
there are still anti-Zionist Jews, right?
well, yes, I know that.
So can they do it in the
But
Knesset? Right? If they can't, then it's not targeted to Jews, it's targeted to people who are against Zionism.
yes, but Zionism specifically is again the upholding of a Jewish ethno-state. And you're literally saying you're supposedly a democratic state, but you are prioritizing only one ethnicity and saying that this is a de facto Jewish state.
So
Like,
what's an
you cannot be a democracy and at the same time run an apartheid.
right? What's okay? What is an ethno-state to you?
An ethno-state is a state that prioritizes or works on behalf, like this political entity that prioritizes the interests of one ethnic or cultural group or one identity. So it always advocates, it gives special status, it passes laws, and it's a de facto state for one specific group. Would be an ethno-state.
Yeah, so like in France, where there's like particular areas of society, specifically government and even commercial, where like the French language is required by law, or like where Ireland, where you get like priorities over immigration and citizenship if you have one Irish grandparent. Are these ethno-states, or is it like
No, because French is not an ethnicity; it's national based. So anybody can be a French citizen.
okay?
Whereas with regards to Jewish people, it's specifically targeted towards an ethno-religion and not necessarily a national identity.
So why
So
do you? Okay,
Mhm.
why do we? That doesn't apply for Irish. That would be to do with like because it'd be your heritage, it'd be your family heritage. But okay, do you think a state like Israel can want to be a Jewish majority state, and like is that like invalid to you?
I think it's invalid because it's in a non-Jewish majority region. I think Israel will never ever be able to be a Jewish majority state without violence. It's impossible.
Why?
You have to implement violence to be a Jewish majority state within a non-Jewish majority area.
What do you mean within a non-Jewish majority region? Like Albania is a Muslim country in a Christian majority area. They manage.
Within the state, I'm saying within the whole region. That region
Yeah,
was
but
not.
what region surrounds Albania? It's like a bunch of non-Muslim areas, right?
Wait, did the Muslims go and like colonize Albania?
Well, that's not relevant. We're talking about if they can survive now
No, but I'm saying again,
without
historically,
violence.
no, but historically, you literally have seen that Israel has actively implemented violent tactics, whether it was genocide.
Wait,
Like,
there's no way. Albania, Albania did become Islamic through the Ottoman conquest. I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. They actually did. Holy shit. Albania, the OG Israel. What the 1400s. God.
you think the Muslim conquest is the same as like uh,
It's probably worse because they weren't fleeing anything. I mean, yeah. I don't think they had less of an excuse to go there.
I disagree.
Really?
Yeah, I think. Oh, sorry, my phone. I think I don't necessarily agree that you can like compare like the early Muslim conquest with like Israeli colonialism, because when you look at the early is like Muslim conquest, yes, there was violence, but also those conquests involved like significant cultural exchange, and spreading of knowledge and integration of like various different peoples. Like for example, again within
Yeah.
Eritrea, within East Africa, the Muslim conquest wasn't necessarily introduced through violence, but because I think the first Sahabas is what it's called, just arrived there because of the geographical proximity location to Saudi Arabia. So I think, yes, was the Muslim conquest violent? Yes, I'm not going to deny that. Was it completely violent? No, and I don't think it's comparable to Western European colonialism, which Israel belongs under.
Do you know who Jacob Rees-Mogg is?
No, enlighten me.
Okay, imagine the most Victorian, top-hatted British, like, conservative politician. Like, you just sounded like every single one of those people talking about the British Empire and how they brought like knowledge and culture and science and infrastructure to all of these places that they colonized. What the man?
Huh?
Like, this is like every colonial expansionist like pro argument I've ever heard versus a group of people, Jews, who were running away. They didn't have anywhere else to go. That's why most of them went to Israel because they had nowhere else to go. Every other country, every conference, like no, 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 no. And then they were like, okay, well, I guess there's this Palestine place. Seems kind of weird. Let's go there. Versus like
During the
Muslim
Muslim
conquest. Like the
conquest?
what?
Are you saying during the Muslim
No, I'm talking about you're
conquest?
comparing that to
Oh,
like Zionism, which was people who were for the most part, most people went there because they were trying to flee something. That's not the Muslim
I,
conquest, or
no,
yeah,
I'm
the
not
cultural exchange
saying.
justification is just like that's like an
Mm,
Israeli saying like, oh yeah, we brought technological innovation. Look, the number of Arab Israelis they call them who work in tech now has doubled in the last 10 years. Look at this cultural exchange.
no,
It's wild.
no. I think no, absolutely not. I think it's a bit disingenuous to directly compare the Muslim conquest with Western European colonialism. When we look at Western European colonialism and the long-term effects of it, which is still ongoing conflict, statelessness for so many people, restricted access to resources, movement, basic rights. And the Muslim conquest, which in general, the overarching policies often did involve religious tolerance and political integration within Muslim empires and Muslim rules, right? But when we look at Western European colonialism, I feel like a lot of people tend to downplay the level of damage that Western European colonialism did, which the damage was much more direct, ongoing, involved displacement, occupation, disruption of society, culture. In certain instances, it erased even parts of the fauna, the flora and the fauna. Like so many, like when we talk about Western European colonialism in general, so many indigenous people were unalived at like in such a short period of time that it created a little ice age. The Muslim conquest did not create a little ice age with their
Do you
conquest.
think that might have something more to do with the fact that there was like different technological capabilities back then? Because obviously the Muslim conquest was mostly like in an earlier time. You don't think? Do you think the Muslim conquest is like? I feel like you're comparing it to like the lowest bar. Obviously, they were more tolerant than like Christian conquerors with like demi-status and everything like that. But it was still demihood. It was still them having to pay jizya, and it wasn't all like obviously mass displacement and forced conversion and like massacres of communities. Like these were still things. These still happened. Um, I'm just saying, comparing it to Zionism, when their only motivation really for most people moving to Israel, it wasn't to make a fortune. You're actually more likely to lose a fortune. It was to find somewhere where they wouldn't get persecuted and killed. Like that's what they were mostly sold on.
Albania occupied by outsiders?
Who?
Albania.
Albania right now?
Mhm.
No. Why?
Is Palestine occupied by outsiders?
The West Bank is, yeah. And I guess Gaza is now as well. What's that got to
Well,
do with what I just said?
that's your difference.
What does that have to do with what I just said?
Because the indigenous population wasn't largely displaced.
This came from a question. This came from the
Yeah,
question of whether or not Israel could draw the line at two states and stop being apartheid and violent. I don't know why you
yeah,
think they have to be violent even to exist in their current borders without the West Bank and
but
Gaza.
yes, but you brought up Albania because you tried to compare the Muslim conquest with
Yeah,
Israeli
no,
colonialism.
I brought up Albania because you were saying that Israel, even in the two-state solution, would still have to be violent because they're a Jewish state in a Muslim Arab region. Well,
Yes,
Albania is a Muslim state in a European region. They don't need to back themselves up by being like massively violent.
but Albanians are European. Like that is their home. The Albanian people,
Where do most Israelis come from? Where are most Israeli Jews from?
not Palestine.
They're from the
Not Palestine.
where are they from?
Yeah, a majority of Jewish people are Mizrahim. They're going to be from somewhere in the Middle East, but they're not from Palestine. That's just a fact. Whereas
And
with Albanians, a
the
majority of
majority
Albanians
so
are from
okay,
Europe.
okay. All right.
They're from Albania. They weren't displaced. They weren't replaced. That's just a significant difference. Now, I'm not sitting here and telling you that the Muslim conquest was all good and some people accepted it, some people were forced into it. I'm not saying that it was perfect and whatever it is, but on the one side, you have a country where it's still run by the indigenous population of said country. And on the other side, you have an example of a country that is not run by the indigenous population, but by a foreign population. Because at the end of the day, Mizrahim are still foreign. They're not indigenous to Palestine.
But why are we talking about them being indigenous? So indigeneity is to do with like borders that were drawn. The Middle East or North African Jews existed there for centuries and centuries, but they're going to stop being indigenous to the area now. What? Because some borders got drawn? They're from the region. No. They're from that region.
But they're not from Palestine, though. That's the difference.
But why is Palestine? Why does that arbitrary border have to be the place that stops you from being like indigenous to an area or a region?
Because I'm saying when you are building a society where you are replacing the population in that society and then bringing in other people from other countries, that is literally settler colonialism.
Yeah, how do you think Europe got its borders? It's because people moved around a fuck ton and like people got shifted away and then people got shifted back. And it's like we don't try to reverse history to some like one specific time when this area was. If we go by your logic, then what do we have to? Wouldn't we reverse back all the way to the Kingdom of Israel? Like,
we don't necessarily reverse back, but we as human beings progress and we do better.
So why does Israel have to be violent, even if they drew the line at 2 states? What do they? Where does the violence have to come from?
To be violent, because again, they would have to contain 48 Palestinians, and Israelis are.
That's violent. What? So because refugees from the 20th century don't get to return to their exact coordinates. That's violent.
No, I'm talking about the 48 Palestinians that live within heartland Palestine.
It would have to be apartheid because of how they would get treated. They couldn't just like fight for equality, exactly. Like civil rights movements and stuff like that. It's not like 48 Palestinians, by the way, they started Israel under military rule until the 60s. Mm-hmm. And now like they've had improvements almost like everywhere, economically, education, employment, infrastructure, even Netanyahu of all people, like expanded funding beyond what anyone expected of him. He held like 3 cabinet meetings in 1 week just to push more affirmative action for. Even he did that. So you think that it's impossible for this to eventually reach like a level of equality that's acceptable to you?
I'm not going to listen to Netanyahu who believes in only Jewish.
I'm not saying listen to. I'm not saying what he did. Like, and he did.
What I'm saying is 48 Palestinians. So when I say 48 Palestinians, I don't mean like all Palestinians. I mean specifically the Palestinians that live within heartland Palestine today or Israel. Those Palestinians had the highest homicide rates last year, which was by Israel itself. There was an Israeli institution, I forgot which it was, that literally said that had to do with racism, with systemic racism, with the fact that their communities are underfunded, they are racially profiled, and a whole set of systemic issues that led them to have the highest homicide rates last year. Also, Lee Mordecai, who is an Israeli historian who does believe that Israel is committing genocide, released a 120-something page documentation of how Israel is committing genocide. And within that documentation, he actively talked about the dehumanization of 48 Palestinians and how they're being affected by it today as well, including unalived. So let's not pretend like 48 Palestinians are not being subjected to the vitriol that is Israeli society, because Israeli society is rooted in the subjugation.
I know that they're subjected to a lot of problems, including vitriol. Yeah, they are subjected to that. That doesn't answer my question about like why do you think this can't go away? Like the homicide rates of the Arab communities in Israel has gone up, but drastically in the past few decades, which means at one point it was actually lower. I mean, if it's been down in the past, why can't it go down again? Are we going to say that, like, again, America can't exist because black people have a higher murder rate? Or can the UK not exist because our Windrush generation has a really high murder and crime rate? Like, no, these are civil issues that can be improved upon. I don't know why this means you need the state to not exist. That's a very unique thing to Israel for you, it seems.
No, it's not unique to Israel. It's unique to apartheid states. Like, I don't think any apartheid state has a right to exist, and I don't think any ethno-state as well. If there are ethno-states that are actively genociding their people, I mean, like, for example, Indonesia. Indonesia says it supports Palestine, but then it turns around and genocides its Papua New Guineas, about 500,000 of them since 1970s. I'm not going to sit here agreeing that this state should continue existing as it exists. I believe that ethno-states don't have a right to exist. Actually, no state has a right to exist. Israel.
Okay, but no, wait. You stop saying no state has a right to exist. But obviously,
Yes,
if you had to choose one state to abolish right now, which one would it be?
What did you say? You cut out.
If you got to abolish one state right now, which one would it be?
That's hard. There are so many states I would like to abolish. There's a whole list. That's very unfair of you, Lonerbox.
Okay.
To give me
like, do you think like it's just weird? Like, look at Russia. Look at the amount of violence that Russia imposes upon people around them. Like, they've never been able to stop. It's been like since the Russian Empire, then the Soviets, and then even right after 91, they were already around in Georgia and Transnistria and but you don't really see people saying that Russia shouldn't deserve to exist as a country. It's just a very weird. I feel like for most people, it's like it's only Israel that gets this treatment. I don't know why.
No, I feel like the Nazi regime got this treatment.
Well, Germany still, but again, Germany still exists. Like,
but not its original borders, not in its foundation as well. The whole foundation was completely uprooted and created again. The judicial system, the government body, everything was created anew, multiple times actually.
And you want this to happen like in Israel? Is there any other Middle Eastern countries you want this to happen to?
Any country that is an ethno-state and
Lebanon. Like Lebanon's system is, isn't it? Like you can only be a president if you're Maronite, only prime minister if you're Sunni.
I mean, yeah.
Not to mention Hezbollah, like basically a second state. So they're kind of like, that's massively apartheid, isn't it? Not to mention the way they treat Palestinians. Holy shit. Would you rather be a Palestinian in Israel or Lebanon? Jesus.
I think I would rather be a Palestinian in Palestine.
That's not the binary question. That's not the question I gave you though, right?
No, I know, but I'm saying like I would not want oppression in general. Like I don't sit here and agree with how Palestinians have been treated in neighboring countries, but they wouldn't have been treated abysmally in neighboring countries had Israel not ethnically cleansed them. Again, the root cause of it all is Israel actively ethnically cleansing Palestinians and making them.
Yeah, we can talk about like the root cause of them being displaced, but then again, it's like, would you say this if we decided to treat Syrians in Europe like, and then we were like, oh, but the root cause is actually Bashar al-Assad. So it's like, no, we should treat these people with human rights and allow them a path to citizenship if they want it. Obviously, Lebanon said no to that. But then the question we're talking about, so you're saying that, but it sounds like you said that the reason that Israel would be violent because it's a Jewish minority, a Jewish state in a Muslim region, then I don't understand this idea that they couldn't exist if they drew the line at two states because it would still be like violent because of the 48 Palestinians. But like, you realize that most refugees from the 20th century did not get a right of return.
Are you talking about like other refugees in general?
Most refugees who were displaced from one country or the other in the 20th century, whether it was like obviously Jews in the Middle East or whether it was refugees from like Germans, like millions and millions of Germans got kicked out of their places in Central and Eastern Europe. Obviously Ukrainians, Poles, like every other country in Eastern Europe has had like population swaps. India, Pakistan, almost all of these groups don't get right of return. Why is it violent to say that like
So Germans do. So if you are a person who not necessarily even are a refugee yourself, if you have like one single German grandfather, you are able to apply for citizenship and return to Germany.
That's not what I'm talking about. Germans who were displaced from Central and Eastern Europe. I'm saying like, can Germans reclaim property that they lost after World War II? Like from
Necessarily know about the property aspect, but I do know that they're able to return. Like for example,
they return to Germany, but that's not when you say for Palestinians and the right of return. Well, we could just say, well, they can just return to Palestine in two states, right? They can just return to West Bank or Gaza, even though that's not the country or that's not the village or town that they came from. But that's probably not what you mean by right of return, right? You want them to return to their homes or their villages or the rubble that their homes are underneath, or no?
But that's yeah, that's a good question. I feel like there are a lot of but again, I don't know if that's a good question at all because again, those Germans are not occupied today. Like those Germans who were displaced. Like for example, I know a friend of mine who was displaced from what is now Poland because it used to be a part of Germany. Yet She's not necessarily occupied. She has her own home. She had gotten support when she moved. She's living a completely free life today. So I think the difference here is that Palestinians are not necessarily only expelled, but they're also rendered stateless and they're also
Well, whose
occupied.
fault? Whose fault? Well, so again, who made them? Who's kept them stateless for so long? It's been generations now.
Yes, because again, those countries that were forced to take them in didn't want to participate in Israel's ethnic cleansing. You could say that. You could say that they didn't want a demographic shift. Multiple reasons, but
Are
at the
there
end of the
any?
day,
Sorry, are there any good reasons? Because I think every reason that they have for not wanting to try to naturalize Palestinian refugees is kind of dog shit, isn't it?
I think I think two of the reasons which I think were good initially were number one, not wanting to participate in Israel's ethnic cleansing, the same way Egypt today is refusing to take in Gazan residents and Jordan as well. The second good reason I would say is that back then, when a lot of Middle Eastern countries were still reeling from colonialism and trying to rebuild their infrastructure, having a large influx of foreigners coming in would have been disastrous, I think. But other than that, I do think that they should be given citizenship. Those are other reasons that exist, like horrible reasons that exist, discrimination that exists within Middle Eastern countries. But I also think that they should be able to go back to their own country because, to be honest, I would argue it's not a one state or two state solution. It's a one state or Bantustan solution.
No, I think
That's what people are
yeah.
advocating
What
for.
would you?
Yeah.
Which two-state solution is comparable to a Bantustan?
Um.
I think Olmert's
Yeah.
offer was comparable to a Bantustan.
Can you repeat what you just
You
said?
think Olmert's offer was comparable to a Bantustan?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe the Bantustans for me?
Olmert, the reason as to why, well, I wouldn't say it was a Bantustan, but Olmert also wasn't necessarily like advocating for a Palestinian state. He
Why
still
not?
wanted full control of the airspace, telecommunication. He wanted to still hold on to 5%, I think, or 6% of the West Bank, which would be used to control the West Bank and monitor it as well. And
Olmert's map was land swaps, one-to-one land swaps.
he still no, but he's still you're talking about Ehud Olmert, right?
Yes, the Baldy.
Yeah.
Looks like
So
Mike from
no,
Breaking Bad. Yeah, there was
he
one-to-one land swaps, yeah?
he still didn't want a sovereign Palestinian state though, because he still thought that Palestine would depend on Israel because again, the fact that it wouldn't have control of its airspace, which is according to the Montevideo what was that thing? The one that was released in the early 1900s that listed criteria for a sovereign state. One of its criteria is again like airspace is an important criteria that makes a sovereign state. And if a country doesn't have control over its airspace, how can it be sovereign a sovereign state?
Do you think
if you
you think
yeah
okay, was Japan not a state in like 1955 or 1960 or even 70? Like not because of
Japan.
airspace, but like Japan was demilitarized like officially for a long, long time
Mm-hmm,
after World War II.
mm-hmm.
I don't as far so we can talk about the nitty gritties of the peace process, but as far as I remember from reading about the peace processes, it felt like a lot of these issues with airspace and everything like that was like these were issues that the PLO were able to talk about, and they did talk about it because I think for whether it was demilitarized, I think like Arafat or one of his negotiators was okay with changing it from demilitarized into quote like non-militarized, like they have partial arms, or with the security checkpoints. I think like they wanted the Israelis wanted 5, and it got narrowed down to 3. These were things that were able to be negotiated. I don't think because Israel controls the airspace, which I believe the Palestinians would have still been allowed to use for travel. I don't really know if this is like if this is a Bantustan.
So back to the topic that you brought up with regards to Japan, I think it's not analogous at all. It's not comparable to one another because when we look at Japan's demilitarization, number one, the king of Japan was still Japanese, right? So they did not remove the king of Japan. And Japan still had its own constitution, even though, yes, it was heavily demilitarized. The demilitarization, though, was agreed upon by Japan. And on top of that, even though its military capabilities were retained or limited, sorry, it still retained its sovereignty as a nation state because it still had full control of every single thing else. Whereas Palestine didn't do that. And second of all, Japanese were horrific. The ish that they did to the Chinese, to Southeast Asians, they went around genociding, massacring, annexing so many different people. There weren't an indigenous people who were defending themselves, whereas Palestinians didn't do that. Palestinians are literally this indigenous people sitting around, and all of a sudden they're being forced to accept colonization.
Okay, I think I'm not saying that Palestinians are the same as Imperial Japan. I'm saying that like we don't say this is a Bantustan because a group like Palestine, whether you like it or not, like the PLO and those groups had just spent like quite a few decades trying to destroy a country, right? I don't think it's that much to ask to say that there's like limited armaments or like we have like a control of the airspace that can easily be negotiated in the future if peace holds up. Because even Abu Allah, negotiator, he didn't even reject the IAF controlling airspace because they were okay with the fact that like Palestinian commercial flights could still carry on unaffected. Like it's I don't think this is the heart of the rejection of Camp David or like the dithering around Taba.
No, so it wasn't only the airspace. The airspace was just
As in like airspace perhaps had absolutely nothing to do with it. I think I
don't think so. I think when you're under threat of Israel just randomly saying, "Well, I'm just gonna airstrike you today," and you having no control, I think
but we have precedent for this. Israel has made peace with Jordan and Egypt. Did they airstrike them afterwards?
Because they don't want those countries.
And if they give up the West Bank and make peace over those borders, then it would be the first country they've ever made peace with. They've just decided to airstrike afterwards.
Good luck trying to get rid of the 700,000 people in the West Bank. There are like 500,000 people, like radicalized extremists.
The settlers, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, it's good luck trying to get rid of them. But also,
and the Omar offered to try and evict like over 140,000 of them. So.
But Omar also said he would retain approximately 6.4% of the West Bank.
With land swaps. So it's 1-to-1. Yes, unless there's something special about this land, right? Like.
No, but I think it's incredibly important because critics also stated that the reason as to why Israel wanted to retain 6.4% of the West Bank was to continue monitoring and controlling West Bankers. And how can you have a sovereign state when another foreign state continues monitoring you?
Because we've done this in the past. That's only an issue if you're trying to like attack them again. That's when that becomes an issue.
No, it's an issue when a country wants to be sovereign. If America randomly went to Mexico and told them, give us 6.4% of your land, we're going to monitor you because of your caravan of immigrants coming into our country, attacking our citizens, you really think Mexico is going to say okay to that? No country would say that. But you expect how many
countries have like military bases and from other countries in their territory?
But they still have full rights over everything. There are military bases in, let's say, in Germany. But America doesn't necessarily control the government. It doesn't control airspace.
Well, what do you mean the government? Like, again, like Palestinians in this state would have been able to choose their own government.
But they can't control their telecommunication spectrum. They don't control their airspace. Israel, the neighboring country, has a right to defend itself beyond its borders. America doesn't have a right to just randomly attack Germany. These are all things that it makes it impossible for Palestine to be able to be established as a sovereign, strong state. And that is what Israel wanted. Because Israel has never, ever wanted, there has never been a single Israeli administration that has actually legitimately wanted a Palestinian state. And throughout all of this, they have continued expanding the settlements in the West Bank non-stop, even during Olmert giving this peace deal offering. He was directly violating the Oslo Accords and continuing to fund settlements in the West Bank.
Yeah, so why don't, again, and he offered to evict like over 100,000 of them. So again, I'm just asking you, like, why why doesn't Abbas or Arafat, why didn't they ever say, okay, we don't like this offer, but we'll accept it with these changes? Why did they never actually give that as a concrete outline? We know what the concrete offers from Camp David and Olmert were. I think they would have been good enough for a state compared to what Palestinians had under Jordan and Egypt and after Israel. Like, yeah. And also, especially given for a leadership that has just spent decades trying to destroy a country and hijacking planes and attacking civilians across the border and shit. Yeah, I think that's probably not much to ask. But again, I'm just wondering, like, why don't they where's the counteroffer then? Because I've seen negotiations and I've seen changes that were made to land percentages. I've seen changes made to security, changes made to military presence, changes made to airspace. I just don't know why have a complaint, get it addressed, and then still say no. Where's the counteroffer?
Because
why do we not know what it is?
Yeah, they tried it already. When Yasser Arafat tried agreeing to a two-state solution, what it did was it just worsened the situation for the people in the West Bank. And Ansiska, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his last name right, but within Preventing Palestine, he doesn't only necessarily even talk about the Oslo Accords or later Accords. He also argues that the 1978 Camp David Accords between Egypt and Israel, which was brokered by the US, which is very biased, by the way. You can't have them brokering anything. It still prioritized Egyptian and Israeli peace over Palestinian determination because that agreement itself sidelined Palestinian aspirations for statehood. All the accords up until now and all the supposed peace deals have always sidelined Palestinian aspirations for a statehood. And even during the Oslo Accords, when Yasser Arafat and the PLO were like, okay, fine, we recognize Israel's right to exist, and we want it to, two-state solution wasn't even a part of that, actually, because Yitzhak Rabin himself famously said that he would give Palestinians less than a state.
Yes, he did. Yep. And then obviously Barak went beyond what Rabin was willing to offer. So that's why I'm going to ask you again, because I don't think I got an answer there, is why didn't Arafat counteroffer?
Because by that time, he probably thought that they were disingenuous and would never want anything.
No, he walked from Camp David and then went and then did it around and then kind of like hovered around the Taba talks when it was already becoming way too late because he was talking to lame ducks. But no, that's not why. He didn't give up after Camp David. He still talked. So
yeah.
So where's the counteroffer? Why isn't there a counteroffer?
I think with regards to the Camp David in, when was it, 2000? Was it 2000, Camp David? 2001 with Ehud Barak? Sometime in the early 2000s. It
was 2000, and then the Second Intifada breaks out, and then they continue negotiating through Taba, and I think Taba talks end around the same time that Sharon gets elected, which is late 2001 is when Taba ends. No, early 2001, sorry. So that's why I'm asking is we know top to bottom what the Israeli offers have been on Jerusalem, on refugees, on sovereignty, military presence, borders, land swaps, settlements. We know all of this. Why do we not know what the Palestinian counteroffer is?
But, well, the Palestinians have had a counteroffer.
The final settlement. What's the final settlement? Yeah, where is it?
Well, again, when we talk about Yasser Arafat, maybe he just did not feel that the Israeli proposals were serious. They did not offer enough to justify the compromise because, again, he did actively compromise. He gave up the idea of having a Palestinian statehood in order to recognize an Israeli state, and yet that led to more violence.
But your timeline's not working. He kept negotiating. He let Camp David, there was an option there for a counteroffer. Clinton just had to guess what the counteroffer was with the Clinton parameters. Why no counteroffer? Why no solid, here it is, sign it and it's done? Which we do have from the Israeli side. Why not?
I mean, during that time, I think no scholar knows this. I feel like maybe given that context, he probably thought it would have been futile. Because again, the Israeli side was incredibly violent. It had shown it did not offer to give any actual legitimate compromise. It didn't want legitimate negotiations, so he probably walked out and then came back to negotiate again.
I mean, they were I don't know if you know the compromise situation on Jerusalem, because initially I think they wanted to have I think initially the Temple Mount and the Al-Aqsa compound, like they wanted to, either like international presence, or the Israelis just wanted to hold on to all of it because they could say, well, Muslims come here anyway. But then like Ben Ami in Taba said that he offered the idea of vertical sovereignty, like Jews get the Temple Mount base and Palestinians get full sovereignty over the top, the Al-Aqsa compound, if they acknowledge there's a Jewish temple underneath. And Arafat said no to that. Okay, since we don't know why Arafat
But why
said
don't
no.
you can I change your perspective on this? Why don't you see that as a form of resistance?
What?
Why don't you see the fact that Yasser Arafat decided not to negotiate when it came to, or he was committed to Palestinian rights, and he was just not willing to accept that offer? Why don't you see that as like a signal or a sign of resistance, or a sign of
they did,
dissatisfaction?
and Clinton offered more, and Arafat still dithered and still rejected things that were like for no good reason. Like the Temple Mount rejection is ridiculous. He just couldn't accept that a Jewish temple was underneath Al-Aqsa.
Well, because Al-Aqsa,
that's betraying the whole like narrative, right? Like it's, and also like, yeah.
Did the Israelis agree to the Temple Mount not being important?
Not about it not being important. The Israelis agreed. So Ben Ami's offer to Arafat in Taba was that the Palestinians get sovereignty over Al-Aqsa if they acknowledge that the Jewish temple is underneath it, and leave that alone. And Arafat was like, no. So it's just mental. Okay, I'm not asking you to speculate on why Arafat didn't counteroffer. Do we agree that it was a horrible decision? Isn't it difficult for us now to even talk about this? Because I have no idea what Abbas or Arafat would have actually wanted a two-state solution to look like.
So I looked it up again, by the way, because I was not sure, but it has to do with the fact that Israel did want to maintain control over a large amount of the Temple Mount, and that's not something that he wanted.
You're talking about Camp David, right?
Yes.
I'm talking about Taba, which is after Camp David.
Oh, okay. I think I have a hard time myself being hypercritical or criticizing how people fight against their own colonization. That's what I think. There are going to be mistakes. They're going to be done here and there. I think there will be miscalculations. I think there will be other considerations as well. But I don't think overall, I feel kind of icky being very hypercritical of colonized people.
Doesn't Arafat have a fortune that's worth over like $1 billion?
What does that have to do with anything?
This guy is not he's not a child. This guy was willing to risk his life fighting the Israelis and going through Jordan and Lebanon and fighting with the authorities and locals there for decades. The guy can make a counteroffer to a peace negotiation. He can give history an impression of what the Palestinians would have said yes to. He had all the popularity in the world. I mean, I feel like you're infantilizing the guy. Him and Abbas. These guys are both worth more than Netanyahu. Like, hell.
Money doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, but these guys, to do with these guys in particular, yes, it does.
So first of all, Arafat wasn't even elected. Neither were the PLO even like fully elected.
Arafat won the election in '95 by a landslide.
Prior to that, he wasn't really elected.
But he won the election, right? Like he had the massive popular mandate. He won by like 90%, and everyone said it was a fair election.
Well, yeah, but even prior to that, when the negotiations started, because the Camp David summit and all the other ones were kind of like a following after the Oslo Accords.
Yeah.
Palestinians didn't necessarily pick him to be their representative or elect him to be their representative. It was the PLO. But my question is, regardless of if he's rich or not, I don't care. He's still a person who is colonized. He's still a person who cannot be free in their own country. The existence of success does not necessarily mean the absence of oppression. I mean, Black people in the 1920s on Black Wall Street were incredibly rich. Madame C. Walker was a Black female billionaire who still lived under Jim Crow and who still was oppressed. Right after the Civil War, 2,000 Black politicians existed in America during the Reconstruction era when Jim Crow was being implemented. So the existence of success does not mean the absence of oppression. So regardless of how wealthy he is, he's still not a free man on his own ancestral land. And that's the whole point.
Oh
having
well,
human
I
dignity on your ancestral land.
it's just as well that I don't hold the same thing because again, once like historically for the last 2000 plus years, like Jews are an oppressed minority like in the world. So it's kind of like me saying with all of for every Israeli like failure or war crime, like, well, I don't really blame these poor Jews for like being this like uh vigilant against threats of extermination because my god do they have a justification to feel that way. No, they're adults, these are leaders, these are literally chosen by the masses, like in large part, like with Arafat, and given the approval of leaders around the world as well to be the person to stand up. And Arafat did an amazing job doing that as a general. He was very competent in that regard, even though the risk was much higher. But when it came to offering a peace accord, he couldn't do the counteroffer. And same with Abbas as well. I don't know. I think there's like a bigotry of low expectations there. It's like it would be
I don't
so
think
much. Do you agree? That it would be
that
so much easier. Like Mandela did it, right? And apartheid to Africa was horrible. They deported like 3 million people in the space of a few years to send them into the Bantustans against their will. Peaceful protesters just like massacred all the time. You couldn't even sit on the same bench. And they managed to have a brave leader who came up with a really like strong proposal. Gandhi under the British. The British were
Gandhi was a horrible example because Gandhi refused to dismantle the caste system. He was also an incredible racist, and also the
yeah, but we
Indians
know
were
the point is we know what Gandhi wanted,
fully
right?
non-violent. No, no, no. But again, like the Indians weren't necessarily fully non-violent. And the
Mm-hmm.
reason as to why the British Empire crumbled wasn't necessarily largely because of Gandhi and the resistance, but also because the empire was naturally crumbling after World War II because it was poor, right? It was too expensive for the United Kingdom, the Crown, to continue funding all of its colonies overseas, which is why it slowly started giving up its colonies. That's the same reason why they also gave up Eritrea, which used to be a British protectorate, right?
Protectorate,
Protectorate.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I'm really tired, so my English is failing right now. But um, yeah, and also like Mandela was there are a lot of issues with Mandela. A lot of people think that he was not violent. He was really violent. The ANC had a military wing, the Sezwe de Conto, I think, which were incredibly violent. The Algerians were incredibly
The
violent.
Algerians are not comparable to the ANC. You,
No, no, they're not comparable, of course, but I'm showing you
like
different.
Mandela's violence was mostly like infrastructure, like pylons and right. I
And
mean,
yet,
that's mostly Mandela's targets. Mandela was not a big fan of like violent action that resulted in civilians and even military dying
I mean,
because
I
he wanted
mean,
it was about future race relations, right? He thought that violence against personnel would jeopardize race relations in a future state. Like, so these guys were like, this guy is very shrewd and very calculated about what he wants and very clear about what he wants. I'm just saying, like, it's not just oppression that's the excuse for Arafat and Abbas not offering the same thing.
um, so I don't necessarily think he was as calculated. I mean, there were, if you read his biography as well, there were many instances where he, especially within his imprisonment, was unsure about a lot of things, and plus he engaged in a lot of bombings in urban centers. He like bombed government buildings, military installations, utilities that were crucial for the apartheid regime. What if civilians were there when he decided to bomb the Johannesburg Stock Exchange? Because again, a lot of people like to whitewash history
It's
because that is
it's
how
I'm not
the
whitewash. I'm using his own words. Sorry. How many civilians died like in the space of like a decade under to ANC violence? I think it was in some decades it was like less than 100.
but whether they died or not, what is it not like a civilian infrastructure to attack like a stock
Yeah,
exchange?
targeting civilian infrastructure, that was the plan. That's what he said he wanted to do,
There we
right?
go.
But that's
There
why
we go.
like but that's very
So
different
he
from
was
like the FLN or the PLO or Hamas or anything like that. Like this is a very I'm just saying that's not whitewashing. That's just true. Like people I think it's the reverse actually. I think people I don't even know what you would call it. When people try to say, you ever heard this thing when people call Hamas terrorists? They're like, oh, actually Mandela was on the terror list as well. It's like, that's like, I don't even know what you call that. Like tanky washing, greenwashing, jihadi washing, because these guys were not comparable.
jihadi
Like,
washing is crazy.
what?
Calling it jihadi washing is
It
crazy.
is jihadi washing. To say that Mandela
No,
is comparable to Hamas, I'm not saying you're doing
no,
it,
no,
but
it's not
like,
comparable. It's not comparable. It just goes to show that there are different ways to fight off colonization. That's the only thing. I mean, Frantz Fanon discussed this heavily in The Wretched of the Earth. A lot of
Hmm.
post-colonial theorists discuss it as well, with regards to a colonial imperial regime is not going to give up its power without some type of resistance.
Yeah,
Like this
and
idea.
I'm sure you agree that Fanon's doctrine and his tactics and the FLN's tactics in Algeria, there's a reason they never worked in Israel, right?
Well, I'm not saying they should work or should be applicable. What I'm trying to argue is that every indigenous population is going to try to find mechanisms. Again, I'm not sitting here telling you woo, W violence, unalive all civilians. I will never say that, right? Because I do believe that civilians are protected under international law. What I am going to say, though, is I'm not going to sit here and uh, say that an indigenous group doesn't have the right to resist. And unfortunately, they're going to have different forms of resistance. I'm not telling you there is one single way to resist.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is that the overarching resistance doctrine of whether it was Hamas or the PLO pre 1988, it was we're just going to target Israelis, whoever the they are, until they get so inconvenienced and scared that they decide to leave and go somewhere else and give it up. There's a
But
reason that this FLN Algeria tactic doesn't work there. It's because they don't really, there's been this problem with Palestinian resistance groups, like the dominant ones, they've always been the dominant ones, have never really accepted that Jews are not the same. They cannot be dislodged because they don't have somewhere else to go. The French could go back to France, right? The British and Kenya could go back to Britain. The Israeli Jews are not going back to Poland or Iraq or Russia or Ethiopia. They're staying.
I'm
Would you
not
acknowledge that
necessarily.
that's like a failure of Palestinian
No,
resistance?
I'm not gonna sit here and advocate for ethnic cleansing or for people to go back. Again, that's I'm not Palestinian at the end of the day. I think that's a decision that like Palestinians should make. But my point is, at the end of the day, you cannot colonize a people, keep them under brutal occupation, unalive all of their family members, and then expect to police how they resist towards you. You like if a German American person were to right now come back and say that they're 300 years separated from their ancestral home and therefore they're just going to take Bavaria and create their own state, you would be sucker punched in the face by Germans who never left their land. So it's not something that happens or you accept to any other group of people. But
Am I allowed to
people
police it as a Lebanese person who's had to worry about my family getting bombed? Like, am I allowed to police Hezbollah for the ridiculous strategy that they used against Israel for the last 20 years? Is
is
that
you
okay?
have every right to police or to have your own opinions on what happens in Lebanon. I'm not going to sit here and tell you about that, right? I am of Eritrean descent. That's why I bring up Eritrea all the time. And I know the that Israel did to my people, even though I didn't touch them. My people never touched Israel, and yet 150, more than 150 of my mother's or 100 my mother's family members were killed because Israel decided not only to send Israeli pilots in the 1970s to airstrike Eritrean villages, but also gave military aid to Ethiopia to continue genociding my people for 30 years. So for me, you are entitled to have all these opinions that you have about your country because you're going to want the stability of your country. But so are Palestinians. Palestinians also have a right to have these thoughts when they're actively being let down by their international and by their domestic partners, which are your words again, by the way, because I like that video that you did and I don't understand why you changed, but you yourself said that Palestinians were disappointed by their international and domestic partners.
Yeah,
And
but I
if we
also
don't,
I don't know if it's in the same video, but I've also said that like that disappointment works not just because of neglect from the Sunni conservative world, but it's also from the axis of resistance. I think the way that people gas up Palestinians and Hamas and all this kind of and say that like we don't want to criticize the resistance, even like on October 7th of all days, like for people to say that, I think that's a problem as well. That's also letting Palestinians down, because that's basically, there's this whole tendency in the Middle East where there's like a correlation almost of seeing, like, wanting to destroy Israel, but also just seeing Palestinian lives as total fodder, because they just watch Palestinians do this. They watch them pursue this meat grinder strategy that will never work, that never has worked for them, and still just celebrate it, or at worst, just be reluctant to criticize it, because at the end of the day, they're not the ones that suffer the consequences. Hamas on October 7th, as much as I disagree with Israel's attacks that followed and how they were done, at the end of the day, Hamas deliberately dug tunnels underneath that entire strip that were used for the military and didn't make bomb shelters or anything else, and decided to launch that attack on Israel when there's no evidence that Israel had any plans for anything in Gaza outside of an infiltration of 70 people. Hamas made that decision knowing that they were gambling with the lives of 2 million people, knowing that they were most likely going to fail and they were not going to conquer Israel militarily. They did it anyway. And they did it with the support of Qatar, they did it with support of Iran, and they did it for some reason with an absurd amount of cheerleading from people in the West, because again, they're not the ones who pay the price for Hamas's actions. Palestinians do. And I think the idea that we're saying like, oh, they're oppressed, we can't really police them or whatever. No, we can say what's right and what's wrong. And Hamas's strategy was clearly wrong.
So number one, I think like bomb shelters cannot necessarily protect you from 2,000-pound bombs that Israel has routinely dropped on the Gaza Strip. I mean, we saw what it did to Beirut when it was trying to get to Nasrallah, right? So bomb shelters cannot protect you from those.
I would rather be in a bomb shelter than like inside the building that has the bunker underneath it, right?
But second of all, like this idea of tunnels, which a lot of the tunnels were also like a lot of the command centers and stuff like that were built by Israel in the 1980s.
No, they weren't. No, like barely any. Like there was a bunker underneath Al Shifa that had nothing to do with the tunnel that was filmed on CNN.
He did say that some of the tunnel systems were built by not only the command center, like the command center under Al Shifa, yes. But some of them were built by
under Al Shifa. There was like a storage bunker. It wasn't Israel's choice to turn that bunker into a military center.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, again, desperation, desperate times are going to call for desperate measures. The Vietnamese also actively used tunnel systems. The EPLF within Eritrea also used tunnel systems. This is nothing new.
It's not desperate. It's not desperate times though. When you're talking like Hamas were before October 7th, you remember that Hamas's strategy was to lie low, right? Was to control attacks, to make sure that nothing escalated too far. And Israel's response was they didn't do a cast lead for no reason, right? Hamas literally held things back. And actually, even post-COVID, I think Hamas's post-COVID recovery was, I think, even higher in GDP terms than the West Bank, because Netanyahu's whole ridiculous policy was that he thought that Hamas were actually not interested in a large-scale conflict, and so humanitarian aid was allowed to go up for periods in Gaza. So it's almost as if desperate times, October 7th didn't happen because of desperate times. This was a calculated decision made by someone who knew what he was doing, who knew that he wouldn't, it would be the civilians of Gaza who would suffer the consequences. He's not a stupid person, Sinwar. That wasn't a desperate times measure. They could have avoided what's happening now. Do you think Israel would be doing what they're doing now if October 7th hadn't happened?
No, so I think the reason as to why I'm saying desperate measures is the United Nations has released multiple reports showing that that Gaza would be unlivable by 2020 because of the lack of resources, the high unemployment rates. I mean, Palestinian children, 59% of them wanted to unalive themselves prior to October the 7th. I don't think that's a normal thing. I don't think if you lived in a normal society that was succeeding, about 50 to 59% of your children would want to kill themselves.
They weren't unalive. They weren't
unalive. Yeah. Right. So this wasn't a successful Palestinians were not necessarily allowed to move around like they wanted to in Gaza. They weren't allowed to import whatever they wanted to import. There was a banned list. Their calories were counted. Calorie counted imports. Multiple human rights organizations.
The calorie count, which I think is maybe a bit misunderstood. The calorie count was gone by 2010. Between 2007 and 2010, that's when they had their white list that excluded everything else. That was gone by 2010. like
The
Gaza had a
blockade
lot
was
of.
awful.
Sorry.
The blockade was awful. This
Yeah,
was
why
something
did the
that never
blockade
seen
happen though?
in-
Like the blockade wasn't so Gaza's evacuated in 2005. The blockade comes in 2007. Why?
There is absolutely nothing that can justify putting people under a blockade. That, like, you cannot convince me that it's
Uh-huh.
okay to colonize a people and then put them in a blockade because they resist. This, like, it is.
Wait,
It
wait,
is
wait. Can we? Okay,
human
I feel
nature.
like can we just try to use like terms that are not. I'm asking you this for a reason. I can explain why. Can we just try to talk about this in like plain English rather than like all these loaded terms like resistance and oppress and all that? Because I'd rather just talk about what's actually happening. Because what actually happened is that Israel, I don't believe they were doing this for statehood, by the way. Sharon pulls out of Gaza because he doesn't want to worry about the demographic risk of like a million Palestinians getting absorbed into Israel. So he pulls settlers out of Gaza. Israel leaves. Between 2005 and 2007, that blockade was not there. What was that Hamas resisting when they continued to fire on Israel, into Israel proper, by the way? What were they resisting in that context in those 2 years that brought the blockade upon them?
Did they leave the West Bank?
No, so it's okay to fire rockets into Israel.
So they were still occupying Palestinians.
Yeah,
What are you talking
so they
about?
fired rockets at Israel proper. How does
Yeah,
that help
but
the
they
West
were
Bank?
still No, no, but they were still occupying
Yeah,
Palestinian land.
how does that help the West Bank to fire rockets at
They were
kibbutzim?
still, again, they were doing whatever they could because technically the PLO chose peace. What
No,
happened to them?
well,
What happened to the PLO and Yasser Arafat when they chose peace and diplomatic
they
negotiation?
we've been over this. They didn't counteroffer. We don't know what they would. We don't know
No,
what two
no.
states they would have
Whether they
accepted.
counter-offered or not, what were they given when they chose peace? They were not given a state. They were literally told that they
It's not
would
just
be
about
given.
choosing peace. There were still obviously armed militias in the West Bank. There were still the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades. There was still PIJ. There was still Hamas. The PLO can say, we choose peace. And then also, we're going to do a really bad job at policing any of the attacks that are going into Israel from the
But
West
Israel
Bank.
never stopped building its settlements. Why do we
I
keep
know.
focusing
I
on the
don't like,
fact that
yeah, I don't like the
Palestinians
settlements.
are resisting?
Uh,
No, but we keep pretending as if Palestinians are just resisting because they're all these anti-Semitic Muslimics, when in fact Israel
just Hamas.
continued building its no, but Israel continued building its settlements. It actively said that it would not give Palestinians a state. It continued unaliving Palestinians. What do you expect? Genuinely. How can you expect to continue unaliving, ethnically cleansing, G-siding,
Mhm.
oppressing a people, and you're like shocked Pikachu face because they choose to resist?
No, I'm not really shocked Pikachu face at Hamas doing what they did. I just don't think, again, that if this only works, okay, this logic only works. Okay, first of all, flat out the way, do we agree that Hamas firing rockets from Gaza after 2005-6, this helped no one? We agree on that? Useless.
I would not say it's useless.
Okay, it was useless. It didn't help anyone. It brought upon the blockade, right? It was completely useless. It didn't stop settlements. It didn't stop anything. It's completely useless. And the only difference is that you seem to think that this is like an inevitable consequence of what Israel's doing, when again, oppressed groups have responded to oppression in different ways. Leaders have responded in different ways. Hamas did not fire rockets because they were upset about settlements. They never even, did they even say that? Hamas fired rockets at Israel because their goal has never changed. Their goal is to destroy Israel through a war of attrition. That's what they wanted to do. And they,
Israel invite international bodies to restore law and order. Again, why is Israel, if Israel is such a victim, right? Why is it that when countless commission reports have sent requests to Israel to investigate the rocket attacks, to investigate October the 7th, Israel has rejected them?
I don't think Israel's a victim, just so you know. I think they're a part in a
Okay,
conflict that's
cool.
had their own failures as well. And if I was talking to like a pro-Bibi or crazy like right-wing Zionist, I'd probably be shitting on them with the opposite points about Israel's failures. But again, if we're talking about UN reports and UN investigations are not going to save anyone in like Gaza or Israel or the West Bank. We can
No,
talk
but I'm
about
saying
UN reports and why Israel is probably right not to trust them, but like we can.
what
But
I'm
that's
saying
not the
is
question. We're talking about like either
yes,
Hamas did
my
those
point
rockets
is
attacks because they were trying to achieve something that's logical to them, or because they're just not as good at dealing with oppression as other oppressed groups were. That's what I'm trying to figure
I
out.
think I think I think it's unfair to say that when other oppressed groups have always dealt with uh, have done different ways or used different mechanisms to fight off their oppression. I think again some miscalculations could happen. Some things could be done without even you understanding why they're being done. I think oppressed groups, if you study them all across the global south, have done a lot of things. I mean, the Viet Cong were horrific. They were going around massacring people, and yet um, so to pretend as if this is something that is like uniquely Palestinian, that Palestinians are just failing at resisting, to me is kind of not true. But my question is, if Israel is saying that it is this democracy, that it cares about human rights, that it cares about international law, then like any other country, it should be able to invite international bodies, the same international bodies that recognized its existence, by the way, and try to take law and order methods, hold people accountable. I'm not saying, for example, if certain people, somebody, hold them accountable, conduct an investigation.
Is the
But
UN
it's
going to
not
be allowed to investigate into Gaza? Like, who's going to arrest Hamas members for crimes against Israeli civilians?
enough
You're going to send
from
the
the
UN in there.
So interestingly enough, from the 7th of October 2023 to the 30th of November 2024, several requests were made to the Ministry of Health in Gaza, like Gaza and the state of Palestine and Israel, and the only ones who responded were Gaza and Palestine. So Hamas has been open to being investigated.
You know full well Hamas has no intention of giving up their militants to international bodies to hold them accountable for crimes. Hamas likes UN investigations because they are in the perfect environment to manipulate the results of those investigations to the best of their ability in a way that even the best faith UN investigator can't get around. I can explain that if you want, but Hamas loves UN investigations because that's their whole thing. They get to be like, look, Israel's genociding us, and like, we're never going to tell you how many of our militants die. The UN has no way of finding out, so let's just say 40,000 Palestinians. Let's just say 1,500 Palestinians in Cast Lead. Let's never release our numbers until after all the reports are done. Yeah, of course Hamas benefits from that. That does not mean that they were ever willing to hold people accountable for crimes against Israeli civilians. No way.
You don't know that.
I do know that because they've cooperated with UN investigations in the past. They've been accused of war crimes in the past. Has Hamas ever given up anyone for international justice?
My point is, right? My point is, why hasn't Israel responded?
We're moving the question now. We can move on to that if you want.
No, we're not moving the question. My question is, clearly, right? I don't know what's going to happen in the future, and I don't think anybody should be trying to make this argument based on what could potentially happen in the future, right? What we know now is that the United Nations on multiple occasions have sent requests to all these different parties, and the only parties that have responded were Palestinians.
The question was about holding people accountable, though.
Yes.
And we have a lot of precedent to show that regardless of how many things the UN or the ICC says, Hamas is never going to give up anyone. They haven't done it in the past. Why would they? Like, back in...
We don't know that, though.
We do know because we know that Israel won't do it because they've had 20 years of experience to show us. The same with Hamas. Hamas have been involved in these investigations in the past. They've spoken to investigators. They spoke to Goldstone Report. They were accused of doing bad things then, but they didn't hand anyone over. We do know. We do know they wouldn't.
So then you just genocide Palestinians.
Well, no. I just want you to acknowledge that one thing. I'm not saying we genocide them. I'm just saying you acknowledge that like Hamas is not going to hold their own accountable because their goal is to do what they're doing. Their goal is to target Israeli civilians. That's what they wanted to do.
They have held their own accountable. You know why? Because I think in the past when they were doing bus bombs, which were a violation of international law, they did hold their own accountable. They did discuss it within their own quarters, and they stopped doing that. So they did. They have in the past discussed certain tactics that they were using, and then they chose not to follow through with said tactics. Again,
Did they prosecute anyone for doing a bus bombing? Changing strategy is not holding people accountable.
No, hold on. I'm not sitting here saying I'm pro-Hamas. I'm not going to say that. What I am saying is I am pro-Palestinian people's rights to defend themselves. That's what I'm talking about. I'm pro-Palestinian people's rights to defend themselves, and I don't think Israel has the right to be defending itself on an under the supposed threat that emanates from a territory that it occupies.
That being
It
Gaza.
doesn't have that right. Yes.
So Israel's not threatened by Gaza.
It occupies it. It doesn't have the right to. Wasn't the ICJ ruled that in the past? The ICJ in the past have ruled that Israel cannot claim to be threatened by Gaza because it's a threat that emanates from a region that it occupies.
I highly doubt that's what the ICJ said. I mean, we can, if we want UN reports, the Palmer report said the blockade was legal, so you can get legal opinion all over the place.
1 second. Let me bring up what the ICJ says.
Wait, did Israel have a right to engage in combat with the Hamas people who crossed the border in October 7th? Did the IDF have the right to shoot the Hamas guys who were running through the kibbutzim and killing people?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Because their territory is their country. They're defending their country.
Yeah.
Okay. You realize that sometimes people defend their countries by getting people from
Gaza and unalive people.
Where's the attack coming from?
They don't have a right to feel threatened or attacked by a threat that is emanating from a territory that they occupy. I cannot wait. Hold on. If I were to break into your house and I locked you into your bathroom and I sat there, do I have the right to then claim self-defense when you break out of your bathroom?
How many Israeli soldiers were running around Gaza in October 6th? They were on the outside.
And the Gaza wall is literally on the wall is literally on the Gazan side. That's the thing. There's literally a demarcation, right? There's a line between Gaza and what's Israel, and the wall is on the Gazan side. So they're actively blockading them and putting them under occupation.
So who do you think Israel is defending when they go into Gaza to fight Hamas?
I don't think they're defending anyone. I think they want to expand their territory because Israel is expansionist. That's the same reason why they're expanding all over the place. I think they use that as an excuse the same way Rwanda is using it as an excuse to supposedly defend Tutsi people in Congo to go and genocide Congolese people in order to...
Yeah. Well, the question I have is, sorry, why don't you believe what Hamas says? Why don't you just listen to what they say? This is like Israel's This is Israel's failure, by the way. This is why October 7th happened, is they didn't listen to what Hamas was saying the entire time. Hamas says they want to take every opportunity they can to rearm and do October 7th again. They've not walked back that statement at all. That's what they want to keep doing. They had it on their little hostage exchange banners, Al-Aqsa flood forever. That's what they want to do. Of course, can you only defend yourself when they're inside your territory? You can't defend yourself when they're on the other side, building up to do it.
Again, are we in the Twilight Zone? Are you going to say that white South Africans have a right to defend themselves? Did the Nazis have a right to defend themselves when they occupied Poland? Did the I don't know, do colonizers have a right to defend? Did the French have a right to defend themselves in Algeria? Did the Germans in Namibia? This is crazy. Did the Italians? You know that Eritreans used to unalive Italians.
Was Poland that's not an analogy. The way you would get an analogy would be, let's say Germany keeps getting attacked from Poland, okay, across the border, and then they say, okay, listen, we're kind of done with this. We'll try a blockade first of all, and then the blockade doesn't really work, and they get through the border anyway, and they massacre a bunch of Germans, and then they're like, okay, I'm kind of annoyed by this. Let's actually go in and get the military bases and the tunnels and everything else and the rocket launchers inside Poland. That would probably be a better analogy there.
Oh, that's not even analogous because Poland still has its own government, whereas Palestinians don't.
You don't think Hamas is de facto a government? They have an interior ministry, they have a military. It's not a sovereign state, but it's a government, right? It's a government.
They're not a sovereign government.
So as long as you're not a sovereign government, then you can't pose a threat to another country.
No, my point is you cannot occupy a people and not expect them to resist. And my argument is here that when it comes to Gaza and the West Bank, Israel's actions are not necessarily acts of defense, but are tied to maintaining its occupation and enforcing its blockade.
If they wanted that, why did they leave Gaza? Why did they pull their military out and their settlers out of Gaza?
Because they wanted to focus on the West Bank primarily, and plus, who was it? Wasn't it Ariel Sharon's chief of staff who referred to it as formaldehyde?
Yes, I know the
From
quote, and I know the full context of the quote. It's not
there
about
we
him saying,
go.
yes, what's the full context of the quote again?
When he's talking about there not existing, like a Palestinian state would not exist.
Yeah, that's the quote that everyone knows. What's the context of the quote?
What is the context of
The
the quote?
context of the quote is that he's describing an outcome.
Uh-huh.
Sharon did not do what he did because he wanted to focus on continuing expansion into the West Bank. That doesn't even make sense because it wasn't just Gaza that Sharon pulled out of. He also pulled out of 4 settlements and barred them from future settlement afterwards. And then he also, do you know what the conversion plan is?
No.
Sharon wanted to pull out of the West Bank as well. He was stopped by the West because they said, don't do this without a peace plan, basically. So why would it be about focusing on the West Bank when he wanted to disengage from either 80 or 90% of the West Bank? He wanted to do the same thing to Gaza that he did to the West Bank, barring the border communities.
Makes sense. A lot of the people from Gaza were sent to the West Bank. That doesn't make sense
The
at all.
settlers from Gaza weren't sent to the West Bank. They
Yes,
just
they
stayed.
were. No, a lot of the settlers were sent to the West Bank. They literally were given money and then they were sent to the West Bank. To pretend as if Sharon, the guy who was called, what was he called? The Butcher
Butcher
and
of Beirut, yes.
The Butcher of Beirut.
Yeah, I'm not
guy
saying Sharon wanted it for statehood, but he also didn't want it to continue
second
expansion.
Intifada, who triggered the second Intifada by just randomly waltzing into the Al-Aqsa compound. You think that he would want peace when he's removing
I'm not saying
himself?
I'm not saying he did it for peace. I didn't say that at all.
Okay,
I'm
there you
saying
go.
that he didn't do it to focus on going further into the West Bank. He wanted to pull out of the West Bank as well. He wanted to keep the border areas, but he did not want to do what you said. I'm just correcting what you said.
I mean,
why would there be a convergence plan? It doesn't make sense.
I mean, you could say that it was a long-term vision. You could say that he believed in long-term how to slowly colonize people, especially after the second Intifada.
No, that's not what he. I mean,
he did not want a two-state solution, though.
It's not about. I didn't say it was about 2 states. What Sharon wanted to do, with the convergence plan, it's not what you described. What he wanted to do was to say that because of the second Intifada and because of the expansion of settlements in the West Bank as well, there was this constant worry, and you know this quote as well because I've used it apparently, is that they were worried about the Palestinian struggle moving from being an Algerian one about terrorism to chase them out versus a South African one, which is to demand voting rights. And because Sharon was like, he wants to keep his Jewish state. He doesn't want or doesn't believe even that there's a Palestinian negotiator that will sit down for a 2-state solution. So he decides that they're going to pull out of Gaza and they're going to pull out of most of the West Bank, keep some of the bigger settlements and keep the ones for quote unquote security, and then just leave them to it. Don't give them statehood, don't negotiate with anyone, but just leave, draw the line there, and that's it. He wanted to do to Gaza, to the West Bank, more or less what he did to Gaza. So what you said there about it being formaldehyde so they could suppress the people, so they could expand further into the West Bank, that bit's false. They did not do it so they could go further into the West Bank because Sharon's plan was half of a plan. He wanted to pull out of the West Bank, just not entirely like Gaza.
Do you have a source as to when he wanted to pull out of the West Bank?
Yeah, I think it was originally scheduled for 2006.
Because I know that he wanted to build the West Bank security barrier.
Yes, he wanted to have a barrier, yes.
And I know that he was a massive proponent of West Bank settlements.
He was in the 80s, I believe, yeah.
And 90s as well. So I don't understand as to why.
But then he also went against his entire party and formed a new one because I don't know why he had. Well, I know why he didn't do it for Palestinian statehood. Again, I don't like Sharon. I hate the guy, but he did it because he was worried about the West Bank expansion resulting in Israel finding themselves in a situation that is they can't disentangle, and then the fear would be Palestinians demanding a 1-state solution with voting rights, which would kill the Jewish state. That's why he did it. But I'm just describing what he did. It wasn't about conquering the entire West Bank. That's not what the convergence plan was about. That's not what pulling out of Gaza was about either.
I still think it's kind of sus that he still settlers from Gaza were able to go to the West Bank, and there hasn't been a single point in time where the settlements in the West Bank haven't increased. They have continued increasing consistently.
Yeah, because he was okay. Because Sharon was okay with the blocks. He was okay with the blocks near the Green Line. He wasn't, but he wasn't by the end of his life pushing for this like crazy outposters in the middle, like right next to Nablus and like that. That's what he wasn't trying to do, as far as I know, based on everything he said and did.
Cause I'm trying to think right now, and I'm like wondering, like, because I do know that he tried to maintain like presence and control over the West Bank, but I don't necessarily like remember him actively fighting for and talking about dismantling settlements and like actually pushing through for that.
I can find you
And
something
like,
talking about it. It was carried on by, it was developed upon by Olmert. Where is it called? And when Olmert was in actually speaking about, because Sean had a stroke, he died really suddenly. And then when Olmert was there, he tried to elaborate on it. And then Bush and Blair were just like, no, you need negotiation and settlement because unilateral withdrawal is taboo. Where is.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Because you said you were Lebanese.
Yeah.
Did you support the French, Israeli, or Syrian occupation of Lebanon? And do you think that Lebanese people had a right to resist any of those occupations?
Yeah, they had a right to resist all of them. I don't think, but after 2000, Hezbollah's behavior was just completely inexcusable.
I'm not talking about Hezbollah, I'm talking about like Lebanese people.
Yeah.
Do you think that Lebanese people had a right to resist?
Yeah, because pushing people out of like your country is different from like, yeah, I believe but I believe that right to resist ends at the blue line. As long as Israel's past the blue line, then fuck it, yeah.
Do you think that there was any justification for French, Israeli, or Syrian occupation of Lebanon?
For what, French during the mandate?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think during the mandate, it's like, I don't know what would have happened if the place was just left to local like leaders left over from the Ottoman Empire to fight amongst themselves. I have no idea how that would have went. But for the rest of them, for sure.
Okay. And I think like I come from that premise. I don't think any people deserve to be occupied.
Yeah. But I think the difference is that we're not really getting around is that I think you consider all of Palestine to be occupied. I think you think Israel is still occupying Palestine as that within those borders.
Yes,
Okay.
all of Palestine is occupied.
Yeah, resisting that is a waste of time. It's good if you want to see dead Arabs, but otherwise it's a waste of time.
I don't necessarily think it's a waste of time.
Yeah. Wouldn't that mean that targeting like, because like again, like with the FLN, the way that they did what they did, it was targeting civilians. Like that's how it worked for them.
I'm not gonna sit here and like justify the unaliving of like innocent civilians. I'm not gonna sit here and say, yeah, look, unalive everybody, grape everybody. That's not what I'm gonna say. What I am gonna say is though, at the end of the day, I feel like we cannot fully put the blame on a colonized people who have noticed that the international community has ignored collective punishment when it comes to them. Because technically collective punishment is illegal under international law, but somehow that doesn't get applied to a colonized people. And I'm going to bring you back to, again, my people. My people still actively resisted, even though we didn't necessarily have a military. We didn't have military, like active military aid from different countries. We were facing a colonial empire that was much larger than ours, that had tanks, jets, and all those different things. But that can never, ever silence, like, what is intrinsic to our human nature, which is freedom. Everybody wants to be free. And my people still continued, and they ended up overthrowing their colonial empire, like the colonial entity.
Yeah,
and I think at the end of the day, if Palestinians have that right, they're human beings at the end of the day. To think that a Palestinian person would somehow one day be okay with being occupied or not having their full rights is dehumanizing.
Yeah, that's great, but the problem is that that's where we're going to diverge. Is like if we're talking about everything you're saying in the context of the West Bank to get settlers out, I don't think I would care. Even if it's like an October 7th equivalent in the West Bank, I don't like killing civilians, and legally settlers are still civilians somehow. But I mean, I don't think I'd care that much compared to what they did in the South. But the problem is that You're not treating Israel that way. You can, but it's just not going to work because there's two things like that Israel is just never going to accept. One is leaving or getting displaced. They're not going to do that because they don't have anywhere else to go, most of them. And the other thing they're not going to accept is living as a minority in an Arab majority state, because I don't think they're going to be banking on Palestine being the first Arab majority state in the last 100 years that allowed a Jewish minority to survive in any kind of like substantial number. You can fight for either of those things if you want, but you're going to be just doing it on a mountain of Arab corpses, which is what's happened.
Those corpses already exist, and they have.
Yeah, and if you want more of them, then trying to get rid of Israel is the way to go
No,
about
but
it.
I'm
Yeah.
saying the corpses are not going to stop existing, because even before Hamas existed, Israel continued massacring Palestinians.
What?
It's not-
Wait.
Were they
Yeah,
not?
it's not specific to Hamas. What was the PLO doing? They were crossing the border. They were killing civilians. The Coastal Road Massacre, like border raids. You know, like a whole bunch of the suicide bombings in the Second Intifada came from people who are aligned with Fatah, right? So it's not like armed resistance against Israeli civilians started with Hamas.
When was the PLO formed?
60s.
64. Was Israel not massacring Palestinians before 1964?
Yeah, they were. You had Fedayeen. You had the AL. You had the, before Israel was even formed. You had the ALA with Al Husseini's men. You think they spared civilians?
I'm sorry. Like, again, we can literally go to, what's his name? Ahad Ha'im. Wait, what was his name? Ahad. Hold on. Ahad.
You realize you don't. Okay, which organization carried out? Which organization conducted the Hebron massacre?
Wait. Yeah, but
Or
I'm
the ones
saying
in Gaza. You know, there used to be Jews in Gaza before 1929. They all had to
No,
leave
what
because
I'm-
there were fucking
no,
riots
what I'm
and murders and
saying
shit.
is those tensions increase not because of anti-Semitism, but because of colonization. And I feel like it's disingenuous.
I mean, like the very
to
first
conflate the
anti-Zionist,
two,
like
because one second,
Huh?
because the same talking point was literally used by white colonizers. White colonizers went around talking about people wanting to unalive whites, that people were being taught to massacre whites. You had the Italians who used that as an excuse. You had the British using that as an excuse. There was one from like the 1920s or something like that, where an Italian consul in Zanzibar talked about how the Somalis were massacring the whites because they're taught to hate them. So again, a colonial entity will always use any justification to continue colonizing.
Okay.
And so, prior to the Balfour Declaration, were there Palestinian massacres? And don't talk about Safed, because Safed was literally like the Egyptians, I think, and they unalived like everybody. Were there large massacres by Palestinians?
Why are you saying large?
Or like were Palestinians going around just massacring Jewish people prior to the Balfour Declaration? Like, where is the symmetry breaker here?
I don't think there were massacres, but there was deportations from Jaffa before.
So there were no massacres. There we go.
Well,
So
when
you
there were,
cannot-
because there were barely any Jews there. Like there, and again,
were
like I
so
said, because they were
people.
generally living in places that didn't have anyone living there. So, yeah, of course. But that's because they were not. That's because they were still expected to just be a minority. Like they were expected to just be like a pit, and also because the Ottomans like worked quite hard to stop Jews from going specifically to Palestine. Like I don't know if you know, but it was like 1,000 people had gone after 81, and then the Ottomans were like, no more Jews can come to Palestine. Go somewhere
hold
else.
on. It doesn't make sense. Them being a minority doesn't necessarily prevent them from being massacred. Like Jewish people in Germany were like 0.1% of the population or something like that, but they still ended up getting massacred. So even if they were a minority, if Palestinians were these crazy anti-Semites who just hate Jewish people because they were Jewish, they would have massacred them ages ago, but they didn't. They were living together.
Okay.
The symmetry maker here is the Balfour Declaration. It is the rise of Zionism. It is the rise of this attempt to colonize Palestine. And for that reason, it is unfair and biased to try to conflate colonial resistance with anti-Semitic resistance. Like,
okay, it's not. It's what's unfair is to treat it. This is to treat what I just said the same as concerns about anti-white racism. You're wrong about two things. One, white colonial Western powers like the British and the French and all that did not generally mostly say, oh, we need to protect ourselves in this area because they're anti-white. No, they said they were going there to civilize savages. And to make money. That's what they were doing that for. That was the entire primarily reason. For Zionists, that was not the primary reason. The primary reason for Zionists was that Jews seem to get basically everywhere. The best they can hope for is to be some kind of like pathetic minority that just kind of lives by themselves, and if crimes gets committed against them, they won't get justice, but maybe they'll get some protections, or maybe they can just kind of like live as a kind of relatively peaceful but also kind of like non-equal life. That's what the Zionist justification was. Second thing you're wrong about is, I'm not saying both things can be true at once. I've never denied that Palestinians have not had like a valid, very justifiable upset with the Balfour Declaration and with a bunch of foreigners coming and carving a country out of land that they considered their historical homeland. That's a problem, okay? But to say that anti-Semitism doesn't like color what happened there, or doesn't play a massive effect into how that was carried out, is just delusional. Like the very first anti-Zionist riot, what were they chanting? The Jews are our dogs. Palestine is ours. Al-Husseini leading it. He wasn't even, I don't think he was even made Grand Mufti by that point, but he was popular enough to incite those mobs. People got murdered. It didn't stop in Jaffa in World War I. Like 10,000 Jews of Jaffa were deported in 1914.
Yeah, so it didn't. It's interesting because Ahad Ha'am, who was a cultural Zionist, the father of cultural Zionism, in 1891, when he wrote Truth from Eretz Israel, I think, he was a pamphlet that he wrote. Within that pamphlet, he said, and I quote, "The Jewish settlers treat the Arabs with hostility and cruelty, trespass unjustly, beat them shamelessly for no sufficient reason, and even take pride in doing so. The Jews were slaves in the land of their exile, and suddenly they found themselves with unlimited freedom, wild freedom that only exists in a land like Palestine. We are used to thinking of the Arabs as primitive men of the desert, as donkey-like nation that neither sees nor understands what is going around it, but this is a great error. The Arab, like all of the sons of Shem, has a sharp, crafty mind. Should time come when life of our people in Palestine imposes to a smaller or greater extent on the natives, they will not easily step aside." This was in 1891, way before the Hebron massacre, way before the 1914 expulsion that you're talking about, right? This, again, did anti-Semitism exist? Yes, anti-Semitism existed globally, but again, to make it seem as if Palestinians resisting against their colonization was purely colored by, not purely, fine, you didn't say that, you didn't argue that, let me not put words in your mouth, but it was to a large extent colored by anti-Semitism is disingenuous, because Palestinians also resisted against the Brits. They resisted against, there were resistance against the Ottomans. Like, they were resisting against anybody who was occupying them.
Well, to be clear, most Arabs were loyal Ottoman subjects. Like the revolts were a minority of people, like a large minority.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I would argue. I mean, there were a lot of writings as well where Palestinians were talking about. There were Ottoman revolts. There were peasants, fallahin, who revolted against the Ottoman taxes. There was criticism of those who didn't resist. The Arab revolts prior to, like, I mean, you would have to argue then that they were anti-Turkic, they were anti-British, they were anti all these different groups.
No, again, the majority of them were still more or less like loyal citizens. So you had revolts at different times, but that doesn't mean the majority of them weren't. Like, this is the whole thing. This is why Man Hussein, when what's his face? When Hussein said that they would raise 100,000 men, and they barely got over 20,000. Like, that's why. There's a reason for that, right? It's because it's not the same. They don't consider it the same as like Jewish people being like in charge of a particular part of that area, and that's colored by anti-Semitism.
Alive the king of Jordan. What? They literally unalive the king of Jordan. So
yeah, for doing what? For cooperating with who?
Yes, but I'm saying again, they have not only been resisting against Jewish people, they have been resisting against anyone who comes in the way between them and their right to self-determination. Like any other group would. Any other group of people, if my brother occupied me, or if my cousin did, or if my country folks did, I would too, probably. Or I would not necessarily, well, allegedly, but like I would do anything in my power to try to gain my independence and freedom. And everybody does that.
make a counteroffer at Camp David when the entire world is supporting like the concept of two
Listen,
states. You'll do
everybody in the
anything
West,
but actually
everyone,
specify what you want about refugees
no,
in
everyone
Jerusalem
in
and
the West
security.
knows. That's why Americans celebrate July the 4th every single year because they know that they had a right to resist against colonization and they celebrate the fact that their forefathers did. That's why people across Europe celebrate their own resistance as well. Like, again, this is not something that's uniquely Palestinian. It is intrinsically human to want to the desire to become free.
Again, they'll do anything apart from, and this is true for all leaders, all of them, they'll do anything apart from make a counteroffer. Arafat, Abbas, al-Husseini.
I mean, I don't even talk about al-Husseini. I don't know why you keep
But that's what I'm
bringing him
saying.
up.
I'm saying you say they'll do anything, but apparently making a counteroffer and actually showing what kind of like two-state arrangement you would accept, that's not
I
on
mean,
the
they did
table.
counter offers, to be fair. Like the counter offers that I brought you from the Palestinian Arab Committee and from the Palestinian Arab Congress, those were counter offers that were largely ignored.
Yeah, they're counteroffers that basically put like the Jewish population that's moved there in quite a bit of danger, right? Like especially with what these leaders are saying, whether it's al-Husseini or Kazam, like it's not like al-Husseini was the only anti-Semite in charge.
Really, it wouldn't be like an active danger. I don't think so. I don't think like if the minority was backed by the West, which it was, and continued to be backed by the West, I don't think they would have like be in active danger. No.
I mean, Lebanese Christians are backed by the West, but they don't really face the same level of danger. Like they've had people fighting them, but
Yeah, but what happened to white South Africans? They're not facing danger. Even though they're a minority.
Yeah, because obviously, because anti-Semitism is a much more valid concern than anti-white racism. Obviously.
Yes, but what I'm trying to tell you is their opposition of the immigrants was not based on the fact that they were Jewish, but based on the fact that they wanted to colonize the land. Because had they wanted to only unalive Jewish people because they were Jewish, they would have done that prior to the Balfour Declaration, when Jewish people were a minority. They would have done that. They didn't. The symmetry breaker here is the Balfour Declaration. Is the rise of people saying, now we're going to colonize your land and displace you. That was a symmetry breaker.
Again, I'm not disagreeing that the Balfour Declaration was like where the uproar started to like accelerate to the extent that we know it. I'm just saying that to act like this wasn't also, when you reach the Balfour Declaration, you already have like a very good reason that the Jewish people there are very like on edge at the idea of living in a minority as in an Arab majority state. And they have good reasons to be. Because the people who were saying, like you said, the counteroffer from the Arab Committee, like this was a guy who believed in the protocols, not the Arab Committee, the Congress. That was led by a guy who believed the protocols of the Elder of Zion was real. He believed the same theory that Hitler believed about the Jews betraying the Germans in World War I.
Yes,
that's the thing that I don't think people get. And it's like, regardless of all of the wrongdoing that happened up until like that resulted in the foundation of Israel, which I agree, there was a lot, like, it's not like it was founded in like sinless, but where we are today.
So hold on. So that is one guy, right? I'm not sitting here defending him, but I'm saying is if this issue of anti-Semitism was so widespread within Palestinian society, even removing Husseini, then Jewish people would have been massacred prior to 1917, but they weren't.
Jewish people, that's because, first of all, Jewish people did face hostility. I don't know why, like, it's not like the hostility, like you said, that's why earlier you said like large massacres or large attacks. That's because that doesn't mean there weren't like fights and threats and like people attacking like Jewish areas and like looting and stuff like that. This did happen. Even like, I don't know if you know Ben Gurion's story about arriving in like whatever it was, 1906, and then like there's like a fight breaks out because they don't want, because they're angry about immigrants coming, and then like one like good Samaritan Arab guy has to come and like carry him on his back and take him in to the city so he's safe. Like it's not like just because they didn't have the ability to kill them all. I'm not saying they wanted to kill them all. I'm just saying that like these were not two groups that seemed like they were going to be able to share a country together, and that was very clear.
But hold on. So when we look at, for example, Zangwill, what Zangwill thought of the Palestinians, right? We're talking about let's talk about the dehumanization of Palestinians that was reproduced by Zionist leaders. The fact that some of them called them the N-words of the Levant, or they're comparable to N-words with the hard ER. The fact that Zangwill said, and I quote, "Many are semi-nomad. They have given nothing to Palestine and are not entitled to the rules of democracy." The fact that and this is in 1919, by the way, the fact that he said, "We cannot allow the Arabs to block so valuable a piece of historic construction, and therefore we must gently persuade them to trek. After all, they have all Arabia with its million square miles. There is no particular reason for the Arabs to cling to these few kilometers." Like, Palestinians were being dehumanized on a regular basis by this, and not only Palestinians, also Jewish people. Yemeni Jews were being dehumanized because they were Middle Eastern Jews. The Palestinian Jews that had existed within Palestine were being dehumanized as well on a regular basis because of their ties to the Middle East. How are you going to reason with this foreign population that comes in backed by the West that actively says, "Y'all are like uncivilized people. We're here to colonize you"? You can't reason with a colonizer. Like, and
Again,
the
it's not
modifications
like
that you're talking about, that, like, Yasser Arafat did. I don't think he responded to Omar, but to Barack, he didn't give like a detailed written counter offer, but he did raise objections. He did suggest modifications and did engage in discussions about key issues like Jerusalem, like the borders, like the refugees, like security. But he didn't present a clear alternative peace plan. But Palestinians offered that multiple times as well in the past.
Okay, you can always find, and like I said, these were, when I talk about people like Kazem or al-Husseini, these are leaders. These are heads of the AHC or heads of the Palestine Arab Congress. Yeah, I've said this a million times, there's like a very unique thing about Israel-Palestine where both the Zionists, the Jews who came in, and the local population's leaders from the Ottoman Empire, both groups saw the other as inferior. That's like what makes it very different from like white imperialism or anything like that. They both, like, because obviously all these elites in Palestine, like the al-Husseini family or the Nashibis or the Khalidis, yeah, they were used to living in a world where Jews were dhimmis. And even when they stopped being dhimmis, it's not like they became suddenly equal. You know, it's like Jewish emancipation in Europe. What I'm saying is that I've never denied why Palestinians got frustrated and why they wanted to fight back. I don't oppose that, okay? But the thing I've got an issue with is that once it became clear that two groups were living here, whether it was the 20s, the 30s and all that, and again, regardless of what the leaders thought, most people went to Israel because they were running away from something. And they felt like they had nowhere else to go. That's why most of them chose to go there. Once you have those two groups in the territory, I think, as the rest of the world seemed to understand very clearly, the chances of them sharing a country together were quite low, which is why, like, as much as like people might say it's like impure or anything like that, then partition just seemed to be the right resolution. But unfortunately, there's not ever been a detailed partition plan that Palestinian leaders have accepted.
So I disagree. First of all, when we look at, for example, letters, right? So Yusuf Dia al-Khalidi, who was a very prominent Palestinian Arab intellectual and leader in Jerusalem in 1899, he did send a full letter to Theodor Herzl about Zionism, basically. And this was a very well-respected leader, by the way, who was also a part of the Ottoman parliament and also an advocate for the rights of the Arab population within Palestine under Ottoman rule. And he himself he expressed his concerns with regards to Herzl's plan to settle Jewish people in Palestine. He literally told him that Zionism was going to cause potential conflict if they're trying to displace the local Arab population who had been living in Palestine for centuries. So from the beginning, the worry of Palestinians was, this is from 1899.
Yes, I know the quote when he's like, yes, you have a right, it's your historical homeland, but also the people living here leave Palestine alone, basically. Yeah. Yeah, in the name of God, let Palestine be left alone. I understand that, but also he's saying that.
The thing is, they were right, because look at it today. They were right in being afraid that they were going to be displaced, because today they are. Over 70 to 80% of the population in Gaza are refugees. They're displaced people continuing to be displaced. They're displaced in the West. They're displaced in the Middle East. The 48 Palestinians, some of them are displaced. They're not even allowed to reclaim their land while they have Israeli citizenship, whereas Jewish Israelis are allowed to reclaim their land. Ivanka Trump, who has no connection to the Middle East, is an indigenous Levantinian queen and can go and make aliyah and literally move to Israel, whereas a person from Gaza or a person from 48 from Israel, who's a Palestinian, doesn't have the right to reclaim their ancestral home. There is nothing that can justify this, which is why you cannot justify the foundation and existence of Israel as it is today. There's nothing.
Maybe 2 points there. One, when we talk about like, I don't know if there's a word for this, maybe self-fulfilling prophecy, or it's like looking back at a quote and then applying it to something that happened like 50 years later, as if to be like, that's what they were talking about. In 1899, hang on. Do you have the full quote from Yusuf al-Khalidi?
Hold on. It's very unclear. Wait. I have the scan of it.
Because I have a feeling that you might have added something in there that's not there, but I can't remember. Did he actually say that he was... Hang on.
Did he say what?
Did he say anything about being worried about mass displacement happening?
He worried about conflict erupting. Hold on, let me see what it said. He worried like concerns with regards to what it would cause.
Because this is before Balfour, right? This is like I'm saying at the time when they're mostly buying up land and just when they're buying up land on the coast.
Hold on. This is from him. Let me see. Oh, yeah, one of them talking about Zionism. The idea in itself is only natural, even just. Who can dispute the rights of the Jews to Palestine? My God, so yeah. It says here that this brutal force of circumstances leaves Zionism with no hope for this. Whereas the Jews will be in great danger somewhere else. This would be the fairest and most ending with the world speaking out there. So on heaven. Hold on, I'm reading it. He talks about the problems that Zionism could cause.
Yeah, like so I've got it here. He's saying, unfortunately, the destinies of nations are not governed solely by these abstract conceptions, however pure, however noble they may be. We must reckon with reality. Imagine if you applied that today. With established facts, with force, yes, with the brutal force of circumstances. But the reality is that Palestine is now an integral part of the Ottoman Empire. And what is more serious, it is inhabited by people other than only Israelites. This reality, these acquired facts, this brutal force of circumstances leaves Zionism geographically no hope of realization. It sounds like, again, the Arab leaders, when they're talking about this, it's like even... and we can talk about this from the Congress or from the Higher Committee, they don't even humor an Arab state that allows Jewish immigration. Like, that's the problem. It's like, it's always looking about this in a kind of hindsight, because when Khalidi's talking about this, he's not worrying about the Nakba, okay? That's not what's on the cards before the Zionists even have like one state backing them, right? This is when it's like under the Ottoman Empire, and like even that sentence there. But the reality is that it's an integral part of the Ottoman Empire. Like that, he's saying that first, and then people live here. Like the fact that it's an Ottoman territory. He's talking about realities on the ground. This is Ottoman territory. That's why, like, that's his big reasoning. So when you try to apply the knowledge that we have today and apply those lenses to what he's saying in the past, it doesn't make sense, because what indication is there in 1899 that there's going to be the Haganah and the British Mandate and the Nakba? They think the Ottoman Empire is there to stay. What sign is that the Ottoman Empire is about to collapse in World War II in 1899? That's why when you try to apply the past, when you try to apply like 48 to a quote in 1899, it's the same as like, oh God, people do this thing with Herzl as well. He writes in his diary like once about spiriting the penniless away, like evicting them for like a fee, and then we're like, oh, he was planning the Nakba, like that's where that's coming from. No, developments happened, and I say that, like, my personal position is that there's actually quite a lot of blame on both sides, because the blame from the Zionist side is that they obviously were like had this kind of like European colonial like mindset towards the locals who lived there. Ben Gurion was like looked down on Arabs even when he like thought he liked them. Like, yeah, these people did not have good opinions on Arabs. But the problem as well is that from the Arab side and those leaders, sorry, World War I for the Ottomans, sorry. But when those leaders, their problem was not just people buying land and occasionally buying land from wealthy Arabs to evict tenants. and the concerns of the fellahin, who they were also exploiting, these leaders. The problem was that they didn't want any of it to be like majority Jewish. That's what they didn't want, because they were clinging on to the memory of the Ottoman Empire. Then after that, it was Arab nationalism. It had to be an Arab state. There couldn't be a Jewish state here. So there's a problem on both sides. And even when the British agreed, like that's why the whole like one shared state reality, it wasn't actually accepted on either side, because if the Arabs only accept it on the condition of stopping Jewish immigration, that's not an acceptance at all. That's an acceptance of we're going to be an Arab state and the Jews just get to be a like minority that can't really advocate for itself, like every other like Arab state that came out of the mandate system.
No, so I think like the Jewish immigration point, we talked about it already. They didn't necessarily want to stop Jewish immigration forever. There is no indication of you trying to prove that at all. They could have just wanted to stop it for a certain amount of time. When in fact, though, like they always wanted a unified government. I mean, there is also, where is this? Hold on, I have it here. I think it was a document called The Palestine Question, A Brief History, that was released in 1980, when they do talk about how in May 1399, when the British government announced that instead of partition, Palestine would in 1949 become a unified independent state with both Jews and Arabs sharing in government administration and rule. The ones who rejected that policy were the Zionist organization as well.
Wait. What policy?
In May 1939. Hold on. Let me look for
And who puts this offer forward in May 1939?
the British government.
You're talking about the white paper?
Yeah.
Wait, the white paper. Wait.
Hold on. Where was it?
Wait, bro.
Wait.
The white paper was rejected by the Arab Higher Committee. They voted against it 6-4.
Wait, where is it? Let me see if I'm looking at the white paper.
The white paper was the one where they were like, no more Zionism. It was where Chamberlain was like, Hitler's getting a lot of support in the Arab world. We don't like it. It's us up as well. We're going to offend the Jews, not the Arabs. So they offered the entire thing to be an Arab state pending Jewish relations, and they would limit immigration to 75,000 for 5 years. Al Husseini said no. Yeah, and
No, I don't think I'm talking about the white paper. It's talking about one that was released in May 1939.
Which is the white paper.
Hold on. Because I'm on this. Let me send it to you.
Okay.
Give me a second. Where are you? There you are.
Will it make you more or less comfortable if I just talk while you're typing?
Yeah, you can.
I don't even know what I was going to say. I just want to make sure the option's open.
Yeah, of course you can. This has been a relatively respectful debate, I think. I've dealt with really horrific Zionists, in my opinion. But you're not that bad.
Wow.
Hold on. You can talk, by the way, because the silence.
Yeah, because what I'm expecting is like there were Arab leaders who were obviously a lot more good faith than the Arab Higher Committee, who did have proposals. But the problem is that these were not people who could actually like substantially offer anything. That's maybe what's being referenced there, because I know something like in the 20s there were a couple of like Arab leaders who had like kind of bright thoughts about a binational state and everything. But I guess the fact is that like the actual leaders who had the power to make those decisions were not for it, and that's why I think. That's why it seems to be the indication that the binational state that the British even thought what might have been a good idea in the mid-20s was just like it was out the window very early on.
Yeah, both groups rejected it.
Are you talking about the white paper? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
okay.
Talking about the McDonald white paper.
Well,
yeah.
I'm not able to imitate your condescending giggle, but just imagine it in your head, okay?
That's crazy. Okay. But
here's a question. Okay, you can go.
Is there anything that justifies? Do you think that Gazans are being genocided?
No, for the most part, no. There's a couple of cases that could convince me, maybe, but generally, no.
Wait, and you say you're not a Zionist?
What does that have to do with Zionism?
Because you've used like largely like Zionist talking points.
I mean, I think Israel has a right to exist. That usually is what Zionist means. If it means like supporting settlements and Netanyahu and all that shit, or believing every airstrike was justified, like, no, I'm not that kind of person. But in a more literal sense, you could say I am, sure. But I just don't think that's how people generally use the term.
Why do you think Palestinians are not being genocided?
Because, and again, this is only like a temporary position based on what we know. But the reason I have for that is that, like, first of all, I find the whole genocide discussion to be like the most fruitless thing ever because it's a legal term that has very little practice. And there are events from like hundreds of years, like 100 years ago, that not everyone agrees was a genocide that involved the deaths of millions of people. So I just think it's a very fruitless discussion. Generally, I think it's about intent. I don't think the Israeli war campaign has been comparable to genocides in the past where the clear intent to wipe them out as a group in whole or in part has been demonstrated. I think most of what Israel's doing in Gaza can be explained by the fact that they want to destroy Hamas militarily and politically. And I think they're targeting Hamas. I don't think that exempts them from other crimes like war crimes. I think they are willing to accept a far more than acceptable collateral level of damage in exchange for getting rid of Hamas. Like, they're definitely happy to take a civilians out while they do it. But I think their targets are Hamas, and I think that's how it's been in previous wars as well.
But how come you're having like an immense amount of doctors coming out who have no ties to Palestine saying that they have personally witnessed children being targeted?
Can you tell me? Okay. I don't know if you know. Never mind. Which specific example are we talking about? Are we talking about the New York Times article? Or are we talking about Perlmutter? Or...
No, I'm talking about British surgeon Naeem Momond, I think is his name. Hold on, let me look for him. Saying that he himself saw drones in Gaza.
Oh, the guy with the drones. Yeah. So he said that. So he mentions the one witness statement about that happening. I think there's like a bomb that goes off, and the drones come, and then someone gets shot, and they think the shot might have come from the drone. I don't know how you'd confirm that because shots can.
Oh no, he said he saw the drones like picking at the children.
Did he say that he saw it, or that someone mentioned that they saw it to him? Because he's a doctor. Is he actually in the battlefield, or?
I'm pretty sure.
I think he said he was told it. In any case, I believe them. Yeah, the fact that people are committing war crimes, that's not the same as like the general army's goal being to commit genocide. That's what I think is different. Like, there's no war ever where that hasn't happened, where people have targeted civilians. Like, every war involves war crimes, large-scale war crimes as well. Like, Russia's committing war crimes in Ukraine, and they're targeting a lot of civilians, but there are ways that you can argue it's not genocide.
But what about like the vast database, for example, that Lee Mordecai, who has an Israeli historian with like 1,400 footnotes, which is like 124 pages long, showing like intent and also war crimes? What about all the horrific quotes that Israeli leaders at every single level have said about Palestinians, including the prime minister as well?
Yep. So when we go to quotes, we can either look at individual ones and talk about how the South African case from ICJ took some quotes massively out of context to make it look like they were talking about all Palestinians when they were actually talking about Hamas. Or we can talk about how quotes, I believe, can signal genocide intent. That's why I think the ICJ trial was right to go forward because of the quotes, even though some judges, I don't know if you know this, but like some judges voted for the ICJ provisional measures, at least one of them, but he didn't believe that it was even plausible that they were committing genocide. There was Nolte, who voted for every provisional measure, but he also said it wasn't plausible that the military campaign was genocidal. And he said that because of the quotes. Anyway, the quotes, that they can be a sign. And the problem is in two directions. One, war rhetoric is generally kind of insane. People tried to argue that they use Arab leaders' quotes to say that the Arabs had genocidal intent in 1948, even though their actions don't show that at all. They commit war crimes, but I don't think there was any sign of them actually acting like a genocidal force, even though the quotes were very unhinged. Same with Americans going into Iraq, or quote, people say mad shit during war, especially after October 7th. But that still leaves it like an option open to me. The other question about...
Continue.
Okay, so the other question about... what are you talking about? Mordecai documenting... Okay, yeah, more broadly, in terms of the campaign, we know the health ministry says like 47,000 people have died?
More
More credible estimate. Well, the health ministry says that, right?
They're underestimated. Like
Yeah, I know they're underestimating, but that's what they're saying. Okay, and then I think they estimate another 10,000 under the rubble, and then I think the highest estimate I saw that of like what's currently happened was like 66,000.
It's
Okay,
much higher than that, though.
yeah, I know you're saying it's much higher, but I don't know why. If you're going to say the 183,000, we can talk about why that's not currently the state at all, and the person who wrote it doesn't even say that. In any case, we know roughly how many people have died, we'll say. And I think it's probably how many people do you think have died in Gaza?
I don't know. We can never know.
Okay,
I personally
it's your
more
estimate.
than
More than
think
100,000.
I think it's impossible to completely decimate such a densely populated area and then expect to only unalive like 40. Well, not only, that's also an immense amount of people, but it's impossible through starvation, through hypothermia, all these other deaths that are also not taken into account. I think it's plausible that it's more than 100,000. Yes.
Do you think it's plausible that it's less than 100,000?
No.
Okay.
I personally.
How many? Okay. The health ministry's numbers, they say that they're counting direct deaths, right? Not like whatever you call them, secondary outcomes of war, like illness and things like that.
Also, they're not able to do such a good job in counting because Israel has decimated the healthcare systems in Gaza, which I don't know why you would decimate health.
Well,
like
the health ministry, even up until recently, the health ministry has been more competent in counting daily deaths than even like the Ukrainian government has been. We don't see daily numbers coming out of Ukraine. Like,
I'm not saying they're competent. What I'm saying is they have been highly limited and restricted because Israel has directly targeted hospitals, which is again against international law.
Okay, we can go into that if you want. If we're talking about the number of dead, do we have any idea how many Hamas militants have died?
Do with anything?
Because let's say it was like a third of the dead. Would that be genocide? Would that suggest that they've generally targeted militants, or what?
Does Israel know how many of the Hamas militants died?
Oh, they give you a number. It's just that no one believes it, right?
Of course, nobody's going to believe it because they haven't provided any evidence. What? I think I would.
Well,
who's been
accurate in the past?
I would more rather believe North Korea than I believe Israel, and I don't believe North Korea at all.
Okay. Has Israel been North Korea levels of dishonesty about the number of dead Hamas people in the past?
Yes. Israel has been so dishonest look at Shirin Abu Akleh.
No, I'm talking. I agree. Okay, I'm talking about specifically wars with Hamas in the past and the number of Hamas people who died.
Yes, Israel has been dishonest. Who hasn't been dishonest, surprisingly, is the Palestinian Health Ministry.
The health ministry is not. It's not about being. They're honest about numbers generally. I don't know what. But not about. They don't tell you how many militants died ever.
Yes, but Israel doesn't know that.
Okay, so the question I've got then is, I don't know if you know Cas Led. Who was more honest in the death toll in Cas Led for Hamas? Was it Hamas or Israel?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure with the overall numbers, the Palestinian Health Ministry has been.
The ministry didn't. It's not even their job to say how many militants died. I'm talking about militants.
I don't know about the militant death. No.
So Hamas spent more than a year, saying that they'd lost 49. And then the actual number that they revealed later was 600 or 700, which was about the IDF's number. Did you know that?
Even if it's just 3,000 people who were unalived, that would still be genocide. Because genocide doesn't necessarily care about the exact number of people. It cares about the overall destruction of life. When you have a society where you have a prime minister who says that this is a war between the children of the light and the children of the dark, when you have TV presenters, one of the largest Israeli TV presenters, saying the survivors of the 2025 Holocaust are proof that every trace of the murderous mutations in Gaza must be erased from delivery rooms to the last elderly person in Gaza, 100% death in February of 2025. When you have multiple IDF generals, soldiers, there's a whole databases of the genocidal rhetoric and intent of people talking about wiping out Palestinians and taking over all of Palestine. Bezalel Smotrich was doing it prior to October the 7th, by the way, with Hawara. And then
we're just talking about. Okay.
God, this
moron in my
corridor
chat. Jesus
killed
Christ.
civilians,
I don't care if you give me money. Get banned.
systematically and
Prick.
count
Off.
them as combatants.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
Hamas reported
Okay.
this.
There's someone who's
You're
there's a
in
TTS thing.
denial.
I'm so sorry. There's a TTS thing where someone's like paying me money to attack me. It's funny. All right. I have a stalker.
When you look at when you look at that content, right? The genocidal rhetoric that's coming out. When you look at the polls,
Can we just look at one though? Because like you're giving me a massive forest, and it's like I need to go through one at a time to. Okay, do you acknowledge that when Netanyahu spoke about the children of light and the children of darkness, the context of that paragraph is him specifying Hamas? Do you understand that? He's saying our goal is our victory, a crushing victory over Hamas. Hamas is the axis of evil of Iran, Hezbollah, and their minions. They want to destroy Israel. He's talking about Hamas. We saw the horrors and the murders in Kibbutz Be'eri, Kfar Aza. That's what he says after children of light and darkness. So you see how that, why is it that the only sentence people know about that quote is this one, the one that is surrounded by references to Hamas? Isn't that weird? Are you not starting to distrust the people who presented that quote to you in that context?
No, I'm looking at the tweet. The tweet literally just says, this is a struggle between the children of light and children of darkness, between humanity and the law of the jungle. That's what the tweet says.
Children of light and darkness. Twitter. Is it on Israel Twitter or?
It's
PM,
the Prime Minister
Israel
of
PM.
Israel.
Okay, hang on.
And it was deleted, by the way, because he was criticized for it.
It's still here. It's a tweet in a thread where he talks about Hamas.
The Prime Minister of Israel one was, I think, was deleted.
It's here. I'm looking at it right now.
When was it posted on? Because it was posted on October the 16th.
This is November 3rd, 2023.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the original one. October 16th.
This is the speech from October 16th.
But this was a tweet that was posted on October 16th, 2023. He says, the weak crumble, are slaughtered, and are erased from history, while the strong, for good or for ill, survive. The strong are respected, and alliances are made with the strong, and in the end, peace is made with the strong. This is a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and the law of the jungle.
Yeah, so wouldn't it be helpful to look at the speech he gave on the exact day to find out what he meant by that?
No,
he thinks that IDF are the children of light, and he thinks Hamas are the children of darkness.
No, I think it's interesting that he posts that right after, also a month after, depicting Israel as only Israel without Gaza and the West Bank. I'm pretty sure Gaza is also not Hamas as a whole, and the West Bank as well. But he decided to go to the United Nations and hold up a map of Israel alone without Gaza and without
there's like a quality of evidence that we expect, right? He holds up a map that has no Palestinian state in it, but then he do you disagree that the IDF had no plans to militarily occupy Gaza again before October 7th? There's no evidence that there was any plan to do anything along those lines?
I think there were some ministers who wanted to preemptively attack Hamas prior to
ministers say that. Yeah, people say that they should attack Hamas, but the IDF's plans, the biggest confrontation they were prepared for was 70 people crossing the border.
Hold on, let me check.
I mean, I'll tell you that's what the IDF said, but I don't think I've never heard any whistleblowing or anyone suggesting this is like that they're expecting anything more.
They still occupied it though.
Yeah, because October 7th happened, they went into Gaza. Going into Gaza. No. When I say militarily occupy Gaza, I mean move the army in, like post October. Obviously, Gaza looks very different now than it did on October 6th. That's what I mean. But that thing that they did, like those actions they took after October 7th, they didn't have preparatory plans for that. They didn't have protocol for it.
Hey, hold on 1 second. By the way, I'll send you the tweet. I found it. Because even Snopes wrote an article about it.
Yeah, I know they might. Yeah, I know they. I'm sure. I don't disbelieve you. I'm just saying that you can see these quotes and the full speech that they came from, and the context that they're said in, and it's like, people have incited genocide like with less. People have said crazier shit than this and not been genocidal. Like quotes only tell you, like that's why I'd rather like, and this probably. You're probably fine doing this. It's probably just better to look at results. But that's why I'm very curious that like why does this one example, like, because they haven't had that many full scale wars. Does this like affect your opinion at all? The fact that the IDF actually gave the right number more or less for cast lead and Hamas basically disguised it all the way until all the UN reports were written, and then they came up with the real number. Isn't that weird?
No, I think the IDF themselves are a little genocidal, and even if they were right in one instance, I don't care because they continue to genocide Palestinians.
Oh, they were right. They were right in other instances as well. They were right about
I mean,
roughly for a protective edge.
A broken clock is right twice a day.
It's not a broken clock. Hamas deliberately lied about their militant death toll because the UN reports would all be on their side, right?
I am vegan. Hitler talked about animal rights. Does not mean I'm going to sit here and quote that guy or believe him, right? Just because he was right about animal rights. That guy was a piece of shit. The same way with the ITF. Maybe if a broken clock is right 2 times, does not mean I'm going to completely ignore the fact that they went around saying, we have a list, there is a list, and they had like Arabic calendar, which by the way, I speak Arabic, so that to me was also really funny.
Yep.
Or the fact that they had this...
Out of interest, one thing at a time. I just prefer going one thing at a time. That video with the calendar, the Hagari, what else do you remember about that video? What else was in it?
Was it the baby bottle? Was it that same video? I know
Anything
that
else?
he was outside.
It's like a 6-minute video. I'm just really...
There was a motorcycle that he showed, I think, that had bullets in it.
Yeah.
He showed the elevator shaft, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
He talked long. He stood outside long. He showed the command center around. He showed like diapers.
Where was it? Where was this little bunker with all the weapons as well, like the AKs and the grenades?
Was under the children's hospital. Oh, I forgot what children's hospital it was.
Rantisi.
Yeah, it was that one.
Is it not just a bit weird that the only thing people seem to focus on for that entire clip is the fact that he up with the calendar? Like, also, why does the calendar start on October 7th? And why does it say Al-Aqsa flood on it if it's in a hospital?
But he literally said...
Wait, you're doing that. Oh my God, you're triggering me so bad right now. You understand what you're saying, right?
Yes,
I feel like it's the least important part of the video. The important part is that there's Hamas underneath a hospital. You can't do that. That's not allowed.
No. First of all...
It's a terror hospital.
To say that it's
a hospital of death. Sorry.
Is actually insane. Okay, it's actually insane. I think it's a bit pathetic for him to even like point to diapers, and talk about like, oh, Hamas were here when it's a children's hospital. Of course, there's going to be diapers there. Of course, there's going to be baby bottles.
Why are you doing that again? Clearly, the thing he's trying to show you is that there are weapons and a motorcycle and a. That's the most important part of the video because people keep to this day deny that Hamas uses hospitals.
Exactly, insane. Well, there is no like direct evidence for that.
Yes, there is.
The United Nations has not verified that.
Journalists came and saw this. Like international journalists saw this. They saw the Al-Shifa one. Amnesty said this. Amnesty said that Hamas was using it in 2014 to torture people.
No, I'm talking about today. I'm saying it's insane that Israel has failed to provide any evidence for all of its claims. It just believes that people are going to believe. And then my question is, why was the video not uncut? If it's full-blown evidence, why did Daniel Hagari go from giving his speech outside to then randomly getting cut and giving his speech inside? If they genuinely want to give evidence, then that video should have been uncut, like any other video they try to provide and fail to the United Nations.
Wasn't this what they did after? Because afterwards, and because this was this was told to them, and then they actually did make uncut videos. Like with the Al-Shifa, they showed you the drone outside, and it goes under, and you can see the tunnel, and it's got the Hamas signature, like the arch, and it's got the different rooms and the electricity wiring and everything. Yeah, they did that as well. Like, what do you think they took international journalists to Rantisi? Didn't CNN go there?
They independently allow them in there. Like any other place, Ukraine is a war zone. They allow foreign journalists to go there independently.
That's because Ukraine has a front line. There's a front line. Where's the front line in Hamas? There's in Gaza. There's like tunnels. There's like door-to-door fighting. They took that Sky News journalist in, and they're like, there's like gunfights like happening right next to them.
There were literally foreign journalists who went to visit ISIS, like ISIS. When ISIS, that T organization, the crazies, when they decided to implement their caliphate.
They visited them. Did they?
There were journalists who visited them. There were journalists who visited Syria. There were journalists who visited Beirut. In all of these different war zones, active war zones, journalists regularly win prizes for risking their lives to investigate these things. But how come when it comes to Gaza, the ITF prevents them from going there independently?
Those journalists who went to see ISIS. So we know that international journalists have gone to Gaza and the West Bank outside of a war. There's a difference between that and going in when there's a war happening with an organization, which, let's face it, and I don't think you even disagree with this, is probably one of the most insane, challenging urban war environments in the world, right? Like that concentration of tunnels in that kind of area with that much building around it, that's never happened before. The Viet Cong did it in like jungles and shit like that over a much wider spread area. It's not like the Viet Cong. It's much more sophisticated than the tunnels the Viet Cong had. They're deeper. They're more fortified. Hamas famously dresses up as civilians as soon as the fighting starts. No buildings are marked. This is a Hamas building. Don't come here. Yeah, it's probably, there's so many things that makes fighting in Gaza against Hamas unique. One of them is it's not a safe environment to be letting journalists in unless they've got like a military escort with them. And either they get Hamas or they're local Gazans or they get the IDF with them.
Yeah, so number one, maybe you shouldn't be dropping nukes on such a densely populated area, or maybe you shouldn't be dropping phosphorus bombs if you know how densely populated this area is. And when 52% of the population are children, maybe you shouldn't be, I don't know, decimating the whole place.
Well, to be clear, do you think the IDF has like any right to airstrike any Hamas target in Gaza?
What?
Let's say that the IDF was able to find a Hamas target that was like 90% soldiers. Do you think they have a right to airstrike it?
I don't think they should be using that many bombs.
No. The question is, do you think they have a right to airstrike Hamas targets in Gaza, even if, like, say, like one civilian dies to 10 soldiers? Do you think they have a right to do that?
I think, isn't there like a law with regards to proportionality?
Yep, and it's very, very difficult to calculate because of it acknowledges all kinds of different circumstances. But I'm not asking you what the law is. I'm asking your opinion. Do you think they have a right to strike Hamas targets in Gaza?
No, I don't think they have a right to just airstrike them. I think maybe they would need boots on the ground.
Well, boots on the ground is generally a bit even more dangerous because you got tanks, you got people coming around corners and people in buildings like 2 stories above you, like, or underground from the tunnels.
I don't think you should be airstriking a densely populated area with 52% of them being children.
Ever?
No, I don't think you should be doing that. Also, back to the journalist thing, I think like within Sarajevo, when there was like active siege and sniper fire, there were still journalists there. Again, in every other war zone, journalists have been able to go and investigate and report on what's going on, and some of them have died. Some of them have received awards for their reporting. So this is not the case. The journalists are there and they're saying we want to go in independently. What's preventing them is Israel. Instead, Israel is also actively targeting journalists. One of them was Saad Abu Nabhan, who was a man who I regularly talked to, who was targeted by sniper fire while he was on the street. I saw videos of him targeted by a sniper fire before he responded to my message. So no, when you have a country that has targeted, that has unalived the most journalists in any other war zone, a country that has been able to unalive more children within 100 days than 1 year of the Ukrainian war, like a country that has decimated the healthcare system, that has decimated the country itself, that has prevented people from getting food, from water, from healthcare. You cannot sit here and say that while IDF soldiers themselves are saying, I feel like a Nazi, it looked like we were actually the Yazis and they were the Jews. IDF soldiers are saying this. Yahtzee, sorry.
Yeah, I know. And again, in an army of like, 300,000 or 400,000 people, yeah, you're going to find one person for any crazy statement.
It's not one person.
Right? Like, yeah.
Not one person, though.
Yeah, you're going to find any. Like, yeah. Do you think most IDF soldiers feel like Nazis when they're going in there?
There are crazies who like it.
Or
there are a lot of crazies who like it.
Okay.
So they probably don't feel like a Yahtzee.
So
they like unaliving Palestine.
Is that the only? Okay. So do you see the standard that's being set here then? Is it so you think Israel would have a right to target to hit Hamas targets if they were just like separate from the civilians with airstrikes?
If this was one-on-one campaigns,
Okay.
like, but yes, but again, at the
Yeah.
end of the day, you also have to realize that like the age group doesn't have its own full-blown military. But if it was just one-on-one campaigns, these people fighting one another, they could have done that.
Okay.
But Israel has prevented that.
Wait.
because
No. Whose
Israel,
choice was it?
wait, hold on. You know why Israel has prevented that? Because it actively, in a calculated manner, made Gaza so densely populated.
Wait.
The reason as to why Gaza is densely populated is because of Israel.
Whose decision was it to make Gaza the battlefield?
They have no other choice.
Yes, they do.
They don't. What
Yes,
are you
they
talking
do.
about?
Hamas, like there are open spaces in Gaza. If Hamas wanted to fight them in the fields and dig a trench, they could be like, "Hey, civilians, go south. We're gonna fight Israel at the border." They could do that.
Not. Like, what are you talking about?
Why, you don't think they have space for that?
Wait, so the reason as to why I have an issue here is that Israel claims Hamas is in the tunnels and they're protecting themselves and using the civilians as human shields, but then they don't bomb the tunnels. Instead, they just decimate the civilian population.
Where do you think the tunnels are?
No, but the thing is,
Wait,
right?
where are the tunnels?
Underground, right?
Under what?
But
In the desert? Like where?
no, under the city. Under the city.
Yeah. Okay.
Why
So it's
starve them? Why
What?
starve them? Why starve the population? Why ban them from getting adequate medical aid? Why target their hospital system? You cannot
Well,
say.
apparently
that
you don't believe that there's any evidence of Hamas ever using the hospitals. I guess for some reason that raid on Al Shifa that took like a week. Apparently, it takes a professional army with some of the highest military technology in the world to spend a week just to get control over a hospital full of doctors and patients. Or maybe it's because Hamas was using the hospital.
Have they provided evidence that every single hospital they have attacked was used as a combatant center?
Which hospitals do you want to go through? Like they've
Every
given
single-
evidence
every
of
single-
they've given
Because
evidence
Alan
of Kamal Adwan. They gave evidence of Shifa.
No,
they
they
gave
didn't.
evidence at
They did not give
Rantisi.
evidence. No, they didn't. They didn't. You know why they didn't? Because the United Nations did a whole report on this and said that there wasn't evidence. The United Nations literally did a whole report on this. Where is it? I actually printed that
Are you
shit
talking about
out.
the recent one from March?
No, not that one. It was the one from September 2024.
I
And the
mean-
United Nations, on multiple instances, said that all the hospitals did not lose their protected status because Israel
Wait,
failed to provide
That
any
you don't
evidence.
okay. You don't understand what that sentence means.
I do understand.
What does it mean?
Hospitals have protected status under international law when they're being actively used by a combatant, which means if they lose their protected status, they can be attacked by an enemy force.
Wait, no, that's not exactly how that
You
works.
mean aren't used by active
No, wait.
Yeah.
Also, for some reason, then the Kamal Adwan raid took like a few days as well. I don't know. These patients are just like really stiff resistance, I guess, or there are probably soldiers there, and those weapons were not just like I guess purchased from Iran and Russia or wherever else and just planted there by the IDF. I'm sorry, like. When they say that a hospital retains its protected status, they're talking about the fact that just because there are soldiers in there, that doesn't mean you can just J-dam the building and kill everyone in it and flatten it to the ground. It means that you have to still consider proportionality, which is why the hospitals, and this is what was a big confusion with the Al-Ali hospital, that's why they don't just drop 2,000-pound bombs right dead center in a hospital and kill all the patients and the doctors. That's why hospitals get raided. That's why the damage comes from like smaller like drones or gunfire because there are soldiers in there, but they also want to like trying to not hit the patients as much as they can or the doctors.
That's
That's
not
what
true at
happens.
all. No, under Article 18 of the Fourth Geneva Convention specifically protects medical units, including hospitals, from any type of attack, as long as they're not actively being used for military purposes.
Okay, but when they're used...
No, hold on, one second. That protection does not necessarily ensure only preventing it from being bombed. Also, a raid is not going to be allowed. So that hospital is not allowed to be targeted or attacked actively during armed conflict under international humanitarian law. And in order for them to be able to raid or attack it, they had to provide evidence that this was actively being used as like for military purposes, which they did not. The United Nations report from September 2024 went through the hospitals and said literally no evidence was provided other than Daniel Hagari saying there is a list, which is not adequate evidence.
Okay.
It's
first of all, just to be clear, these are the same UN reports that said that like Israel massacred a bunch of cops in Cast Lead and then like completely ignored the evidence that was put right in front of their faces that these police stations were full of soldiers. So I don't think anyone should trust the UN on this shit. Like UN
of the United Nations. That's crazy.
Well, not entirely. It's also because the IDF aren't the only ones who don't fully cooperate with the UN, are they? You know that.
Anything, you're pivoting.
No.
You're pivoting from the fact that Israel
I'm saying that just because the UN said we could not find evidence, that does not mean that evidence does not exist.
Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? Nobody has it except for Israel. The same genocidal.
Who else is going to give it? Who else is going to be on the ground to give you the evidence? Like what the?
Who is this other person?
Oh,
I'm
Seb,
confused.
he doesn't have to be here. You can leave if you want him to.
Yeah, I thought this was like a one-on-one.
Yeah,
wow,
go away,
you want
Seb.
Palestinians out? Okay.
Yes, we do. Haha. Okay.
Who's
So
that?
also,
What
yeah.
does-
First of
That's
all,
crazy.
wait. First of all, do you think that there's no so even if a hospital is getting used by militants, people can't go in there to fight the militants and try to avoid the civilians? That's not allowed.
No, I think if a political entity or an entity can provide evidence that this hospital is being used for military purposes, that hospital under international law can lose protection. But the thing is, there's also precautions you have to take. Number one, you'd have to provide evidence to show to make it lose protection. Number two, you have to, before any attack on a hospital or medical facility, you have to provide a warning if it's feasible and give an opportunity to evacuate non-combatants and medical personnel. And then, even if a hospital is being used for military purposes, the attack must be proportionate to the military gain. The IDF didn't do any of this.
Well, the warnings were given. There have been warnings all over. There are warnings given all over Gaza for operations, including hospitals. So that's false.
How are you going to evacuate 2.2 million people? Which is why
we're talking about because they're not evacuating 2.2 million all at the same time. These operations happen in specific areas. So when they're going into like Shifa, or if they're going into Jabalia, or if they're going into Beit Hanun or anything like that, then they're going to be operating less in other areas. But so first of all, you said they should give evacuation warnings. They do. They've given a lot. Okay. Second, you said they have to provide evidence. Does the IDF have to provide evidence to the UN before they go and operate in a civilian area?
They have to provide evidence in order for the hospital to lose protection. Whether it is
do they have to provide it to the UN before they go in?
Oh, I'm not sure if it's the United
They don't.
Nations.
Obviously, they don't. Like that's not how that works. You don't have to provide evidence to the UN specifically. Second of all, when I talk about the UN, I'm not going to just say I discredit all UN reports. I've never said that. But I can say there is a reason to take their findings with a pinch of salt. And I can show you past examples of me doing that and provably doing it. The problem is that Hamas tends to like drip feed information on their activities. That's just an issue. Have you ever seen do you deny that the Interior Ministry in the past has put out public announcements to Gazans saying that if anyone dies that you know is a militant, you have to categorize them as a civilian? If anyone asks, anyone in the press asks, or if you're a journalist on the ground.
From the hospital part.
What?
You're pivoting. You're pivoting
No,
from the hospital.
that's not pivoting at all. I can tell you why they're connected. I'll tell you why they're connected. Because if the UN is looking for evidence of military operations in a hospital, then Hamas, by design, have made sure that no one on the Palestinian side gives them that evidence.
Palestinian side shouldn't be giving them that evidence. The Israelis should. Because if Israel is a democratic country, I don't know why you keep comparing Israel to Hamas. You keep saying Hamas are these T organizations, they're barbaric, they're uncivilized, they're savage.
I've not said any of those words, but okay.
No, but I'm saying the world, the West considers them to be that way. Then why is Israel consistently comparing itself to Hamas? If Hamas doesn't do that, then Israel should do better. Israel has the obligation under international law to provide evidence to any third-party organization, even if it's not the United.
What international law says they have to provide evidence to third parties?
Third-party organizations would need to monitor the situation where they have not been allowed to monitor it. The Red Cross didn't get any evidence. America didn't get any evidence. And America provides Israel with so much bombs so they can genocide Palestinians. Israel is literally operating off of this, trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. I've seen Hamas under a bus. I saw Hamas under this
US
baby fruit basket. I saw Hamas in this ambulance. I saw Hamas.
The fact is that the U.S. intel does say that Hamas uses hospitals, but you're obviously not going to say that you agree with them.
They have not provided evidence to third-party organizations about these hospitals that made them lose protection. Those hospitals
but you said they're legally obligated. They're not legally. Which organization? They've given evidence to the United States intel, and the United States intel says that they've corroborated information that Hamas and Islamic Jihad uses hospital complexes, including Al-Shifa. So you don't trust that, but we don't trust them, obviously, because the American empire. Blah, blah, blah. Again, you can criticize the Israelis for not cooperating with UN investigations. I think it's fairly understandable that they don't, but at the end of the day, it's like that's not a legal obligation.
Don't they have
international
doctors? Don't they have aid workers like Irish surgeons? Doctors
we have international doctors, but they're working in the hospitals. They're working in hospitals. They're not working in like.
And how come none of them have said these hospitals are overrun with Hamas? I'm sorry. Once they've left, how come none of these doctors, which I have seen multiple interviews with multiple doctors...
Do international doctors work in Al-Shifa? I thought international doctors worked in field hospitals. International field hospitals.
Not only field hospitals. There are aid workers, international doctors that work, and yet none of these doctors have come back saying, oh, geez, these hospitals are overrun with all these anti-Semitic Muslimics. Like, nobody has said that.
Why do you keep on using that like caricature? Okay, whatever.
Because people think these people are Muslimics. Look at them. They just hate the Jews because they exist as Jewish people. So I'm kind of ridiculing people, I'm kind of condescending, But I think you've noticed that. But like Al-Nasser Hospital is an example where foreign doctors worked at, right? How come these doctors didn't come back with all these like hordes of militants?
A British doctor who used to work at Al-Shifa, Gaza's largest medical center, under which the IDF says Hamas operates a major command and control base, has confirmed that there were areas of the hospital where he could not go or else he would be shot. This is from November 2023. Yeah. I don't think you're going to like Times of Israel, so I'll see if they spoke to anyone else.
Okay.
Also, I don't know why people say Times of Israel is like a untrustworthy source, but okay. Have they ever been like massively wrong on anything in the past? I know Jerusalem Post up with the
is Lebanon our next homeland?
The
is Lebanon the next homeland thing that they had posted?
The Times of Israel put that?
I think I was either
Jerusalem Post. Yeah, Jerusalem Post says some on him, but I don't think Times of Israel generally does. No. Who's this doctor? What's he called? British one. Oh, he gave the interview to France 24. That's what Times of Israel are writing on it. So he gave the interview to France 24.
Wait, so now they do have doctors in hospitals. I thought you said that they weren't in hospitals.
I didn't know they did. I thought they went to field hospitals.
Can you send me the link?
I'll find the France 24 interview. Journalist was called Iris Mackler. Shifa, UK doctor.
By the way, I can give you like countless quotes by different IDF soldiers and what they've done.
Oh, I don't doubt that a lot of IDF soldiers are mental. You're never going to make me deny that.
The fact that a majority of Israeli society is okay with that. The fact that with what's happening in Gaza. I don't know what population, when you see the imagery out of Gaza, would ever think, yup, that's a good thing we've achieved.
Probably a population that kind of lost their when they got attacked and over 1,000 people died, I guess. Same as Second Intifada. That's kind of thing breaks people's brains. Like, do you blame Palestinians for supporting October 7th? I don't.
Crazy. That's actually crazy. Wait, it's
from a TV interview, that's why. And then they quote it in TOI. Here you go. I haven't seen the full interview, I've just seen the quotes from it. But there you go.
Okay, let's see this.
Why won't it let me watch this? It's like 40 minutes long.
Partout dans le monde, le réseau MLF Monde offre une éducation d'excellence à la française
What the hell is
pour
this?
toutes les cultures et les langues. Avec
It's in French,
96...
it's not subtitled.
It's in French, yeah. You don't speak French, even though you're Lebanese?
No,
Crazy. Okay,
diaspora.
it's a video.
Yeah, it's a video interview with the doctor.
What's the name of the doctor? You said?
Well, the interviewer, I don't know the doctor. I think the doctor is, I don't know if they have his name here, but the journalist is called Iris Makler.
Iris.
I had two R's.
Oh, Mark Lur. I don't find him. Wait, can you spell out the first?
IRRISMAKLER.
Oh, there we go.
What is this? It's a tweet about it. How do I get this tweet?
Wait. The Israeli journalist. So the Israeli journalist who's based in Jerusalem interviewed this anonymous surgeon whose name we don't know, who said that yes, Hamas used a hospital. Do you see how
Do you think they're the only ones? I can give you more if you want.
Well, that is.
Okay, let's go to Amnesty then. If you want to go for more, we can go for more if you want.
Okay, I found the Times of Israel one.
Just to be clear, out of interest, has the Israeli government ever put out like a public announcement telling people to lie about the war? Because Hamas has done that. I'm just saying. Like, remember, that's my equivalent of the snarky laugh.
Israel doesn't necessarily have to. They're literally built on a throne of lies.
Okay. What the man? You realize, like, how do we know about half of these Israeli war crimes? Because Israelis talk about it. Israeli journalists are the ones who told you about the settler nutcase who was overseeing Netzarim and telling people to shoot anyone in sight without warnings. It's because of Israeli military investigators and Israeli doctors that we know about the and the gross abuses in State Iman. It's because of Israeli documents and Israeli historians that we know about the crimes of the 48 war. Compared to what? Like, you see, this kind of accountability doesn't exist at all on the other side. Meanwhile, you've got Hamas literally telling people to lie if anyone they know is a militant died. That everyone's an innocent civilian. Tell them all of their innocent civilians. Don't tell anyone that you saw a militant firing rockets from over there. Like, I don't know, man. Hell, built on the throne of lies. Compared to who? Jesus. Anyway.
Wait, hold on.
When did Israel ever say we only lost 49 people when they actually lost 700? Conveniently enough, let's just say we lost 49, and then we'll wait for all the UN investigations, and then we can say that we actually lost 700. Fuck's sake.
Hold on. Was the Israeli government honest about Shireen Abu Akleh?
The IDF wasn't, no. Do you think that's comparable to what I just said?
Yes, it is.
The government telling the population to lie.
No, it wasn't the IDF, though. The government itself denied responsibility. The Israeli government, not only the IDF, the Israeli government did deny responsibility and also implied that her death could have been caused by Palestinian gunfire. The same excuse they used when it came to, what was that little Palestinian kid's name?
Najjar? That was in Gaza.
No, not Ahmed Najjar. Mohammed al-Durra. When it came to Mohammed al-Durra, the same excuse they used with regards to, it's just the Palestinians because they used one another as human shields. They probably unalived her. And the Israeli government itself also denied that. So
I'll just ask you again, has the Israeli government ever put out PSAs telling their entire population of civilians to lie about what they've seen?
They don't have to.
Well, because they sit on the throne of lies, even though half the things that you know.
They have Hasbara.
Is Hasbara saying is Hasbara saying you should lie to the public as a civilian?
Have you read the Hasbara documents? Have you read them? Because I've read them. They're full of lies.
Is Hasbara Israel telling their civilian population to lie?
They indoctrinate
You don't have an example.
them.
Yeah, you don't have an example.
You
don't have You don't have an example, even though half of even though half of the bad things that which has also Hasbara has been like dropped and defunded and shit like that. You don't. Even though half of the bad things that Israel has done, you know, because Israelis spoke about it, because either Israeli whistleblowers or Israeli doctors and nurses or Israeli military investigations, like.
Wait, hold on. First of all, that was disingenuous. That was just not actually disingenuous. That was a flat out lie. Israel massively increased its Hasbara budget in December 2024. Like Israel's foreign ministry under the new budget would receive $150 million on top of what it already is getting for its existing activities for Hasbara.
Yeah, they would push it during a war. During a war, they would push it. Yeah.
No, but you said they got rid of it when they didn't. In December of 2024, they increased the budget. And second of all, Hasbara literally translates to propaganda.
I said that. Wait. I'm sorry. Are you actually going to? If we're talking about Hebrew, right? Like people can say advocacy and it means Hasbara. It's not just okay.
But again, like they do media blackouts. They cut off the internet like they did last night when they were bombing. They do media blackouts. They unalive journalists. They silence even like whistleblowers. And this is coming from Israeli whistleblowers themselves. Israeli whistleblowers themselves have said that they felt alienated, they felt alone, they felt silenced, that everybody around them is genocidal. So Israel does.
Yeah, and we also have people within those institutions who still have their jobs and people who still work as doctors and still work in the military. Like again, State Iman, we know about that because of an Israeli like military investigation, then the Israeli Supreme Court. Like I'm just saying we're comparing this to what, right? You're saying Israel exists on a throne of lies. Can you imagine if I said Palestine exists on a throne of lies? Because my God, for every bit of Israeli disinfo you can get Palestinian leadership or Palestinian media doing like twice as bad. But I just wouldn't say it in that way.
Talking about they have idea censorship.
Comparing it to what? Comparing it
to a democratic nation. You love to compare this to democratic nations. You're literally saying that Israel is a democratic nation. I don't know why you continue comparing it to a supposed T organization in your opinion, right? So why are you comparing it to a T organization? Let's compare it to other democratic nations.
I'm comparing it to a democratic organization that is surrounded from all sides and is being attacked on all sides by people who want to destroy it. So like Ukraine, for example, is one that has banned political parties and they have conscripted people and they've censored certain information. Like, but would you say that like they lose their democratic credentials because they see threats? Like, yeah, countries even that are democratic will start to behave in like unhinged ways when they're being attacked. Yeah. I don't think there's anything like especially unique about like Israel in that regard.
Didn't an Israeli spokesman literally lie about 40 beheaded babies? It was an Israeli spokesperson.
Yeah, and how long did it take for the government to say? And how long did it was it until the government said we can't confirm this is true? We have no evidence.
Imagine how insane that is.
Wait. Where did the 40 beheaded babies originate? Did that not originate from Israelis? It didn't originate from the Israeli government.
It did.
It was French. It was a misquote from French media. There was one Israeli Twitter account that put it out, but then the government said we can't confirm.
No, it literally originated from a comment from a spokesman from the Netanyahu administration. That was.
Can you show me? Wait, can you show me French? No, it was a misquote from French news.
Hold on.
There was a lady on French. I can remember the video. She was like, "Yeah, we've had something like they've said something like." I think they even mixed up. I don't even think they said 40 beheaded babies. It was that woman walking around the kibbutz, wasn't it?
It was Netanyahu as well, who's hold on. The government literally, it was a specific government spokesperson. Let me see his name. He was a spokesman for Netanyahu's administration.
Would that be Elon Levy? No, this was a lady who said she was talking to soldiers.
No, not Elon Levy. Hold on. Where is it?
But what date did that claim originate? I'm just wondering. Because the Israeli government said that we cannot confirm if this is true on October 12th. When did the government itself actually say, yes, this happened? One journalist from Tel Aviv-based news I-24, she said a soldier
hold on. So Netanyahu himself on October 11th, a spokesperson for Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu told that babies and toddlers were found in Kfar Aza with their heads decapitated. The next morning, CNN reported that Israeli government could not confirm the claim that Hamas beheaded babies, contradicting the Prime Minister's office's previous statement. Why is the Prime Minister's office being corrected by CNN?
Wait, say that sentence again. Where did you read that? Can you show me that?
October the 11th.
Yeah, October the 11th. That's when the claim comes out, right? I believe that was the original claim. Was October 11th?
The 10th is when the claim comes out.
Okay.
October the 10th is when the claim comes out. It's this reporter Nicole Zedek from I-24 News, an Israeli news channel, is in Kibbutz Kfar Aza. She talks to Israeli military, reports on it. Then she posted on her Twitter. And then after that, on October 11th, the Israeli Prime Minister's office again talks about that claim.
What do you mean talks about that claim? Why are you saying
They
it that way?
literally say, on October the 11th, a spokesperson for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told CNN that babies and toddlers were found in Kfar Aza with their heads decapitated.
October 11th. And how long does it take for the government to say, actually, we don't have evidence for this?
Why did they say it without evidence?
Wait, a spokesperson said it. We're talking about the government. We're talking about the state. We're talking about the state's actions.
For Netanyahu.
I don't know. Probably because a really chaotic attack happened and they heard a witness say something and they put their foot in their mouth and said it. Like what?
You cannot downplay the power that.
Why did the government say that they can't confirm it then? Why did the government apparently contradict it the next day?
Why did they get it out in the first place? When this lie is being used as an excuse to genocide.
No, it's not. No, the thing that's used as an excuse to go to war. The thing that's being used as an excuse to go to war is the fact that Hamas crossed the border and killed over 1,000 people. That's why you go to war. Like, you don't need 40 beheaded babies. The government contradicted this claim on October 12th. You think this is like a propaganda industry? Why is the government why is the government like, it seems like there's multiple figures in the government.
Why did they allow Joe Biden to confirm that lie?
What do you mean allow? Did Biden ask permission to say that?
Joe Biden was told that lie. He went on the news. I'm pretty sure it was even when he met with Netanyahu, he repeated that lie again. And Netanyahu was there.
He said, wait, Biden, do you think Biden actually like asked permission to say this?
Why did Netanyahu correct him?
Was he standing?
It's Netanyahu's duty as a leader of
okay, wait, now fuck off. Wait, stop. You're being so obtuse right now. Like,
no, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You understand exactly what's going on. This is what. Okay, I'm just going to tell you.
Why are you raising your voice?
I'm just going to tell you exactly what happened. Okay, and then I'll assume you're being good faith for like 2 minutes, and then you can tell me why I'm wrong. So this is what happened by the looks of it. Okay, it looks like October 7th happens. It's totally chaotic. You've got these like Zaka volunteers running around mixing up bodies and witnesses saying all kinds of crazy shit because again, it's a very unprecedented situation. Happens in pretty much every single like massacre or atrocity. You have like exaggerated claims from witnesses and people piping things up and people in a shock retweeting things and things going viral. But then as things start to settle down a few days later, people gather more evidence and the claims come out. What seems to have happened here is that some statement from some soldier on the ground, which is I think where the very first clip came from, was a French journalist walking around one of the kibbutz saying she heard something about 40 dead babies, people were beheaded. We don't know. I even know she said 40. But then somehow that gets Chinese whispered into a 40 beheaded babies. An Israeli government spokesperson uses their social media to go and push it out in the heat of the moment. And then Netanyahu probably, I don't even know if he's like maybe asking if there's confirmations. Biden probably saw it on Twitter as well because Biden, these were modern politicians alike. And it seems to be by the time that thing has gone viral, which seems to be October 11th and October 10th, it's going viral. Then October 12th, people start to ask like, okay, did this actually happen? And when the Israeli government, not spokespersons, the government is asked, did this happen? They're like, yeah, we don't know. We don't have evidence for this. As bodies are still being picked up, as Hamas fighters are still literally inside houses in the kibbutzim, yeah, you're going to get some bad information. Is this evidence of a concerted government information to lie to justify a genocide? Yes. Then why did they contradict it on October 12th?
Yes, 100% yes. Yes, you know why? October the 10th, Israeli media first reports claimed that Hamas had beheaded babies, right? October 11th, Israeli Prime Minister's office amplified these claims again by sharing related posts on their social media. It was their due diligence to not just like if Joe Biden randomly Joe Biden's office or Kamala Harris's office randomly reposted conspiracy theories about the Wuhan virus, everybody would be on their ass. So when the Israeli Prime Minister's office is amplifying these unverified claims by sharing their posts, and then on top of that, claims it again in an interview, and then major news outlets like CNN, Independent, Jerusalem Post run with the story. Joe Biden references seeing these pictures not only alone, but also while he is with Netanyahu, and Netanyahu doesn't stop him. This is complete.
So you think this is, and this is the concerted campaign. This is like a conscious propaganda campaign, and not.
Yes,
okay.
It is a conscious propaganda campaign to manufacture consent.
I love it how Israelis have so much control over media and propaganda, but then
you seem like a very well-read, educated person. You know what manufacturing consent means. You know that countries in the imperial core regularly use public news media outlets to manufacture consent in order to invade and colonize and imperialize other countries. America does it all the damn time.
Who needs to? I'm sorry. Hamas literally crossed the border, killed over 1,000 people, filmed most of those crimes themselves. Okay,
I'm not talking about those crimes. I'm not doing any of those crimes.
And you think this is this sophisticated propaganda campaign, which is apparently two statements get stitched together, because no one, I think initially the first claim from that journalist wasn't actually 40 beheaded babies. There's like someone saying, oh, a soldier told me that 40 babies were killed. And then she says later on, some people were beheaded. That's like, and then that gets stitched into 40 beheaded babies by what seems to be the Israeli government spokesperson. And then 24 hours later, the government says, yeah, we have no confirmation this is true. We have no idea. Like, this is like, so far from our position, this is hearsay. What are you talking about? It's like that's the propaganda campaign?
You are pretending as if this doesn't fit into a pattern of behavior of how Israel continues to lie. No. Israel lied about Mohammed al-Durra. Israel lied about Shireen Abu Akleh. Israel has continued to lie about every single thing when it comes to Palestinians. When it came to allowing independent journalists to go in, they don't allow them to go in. When it comes to independent bodies to go in, they don't allow them to go in. When it comes to actually providing evidence to their allies, even with regards to UNRWA or with regards to anything else, they're just like, trust me, bro. Trust me. I've clearly never lied before. Why are you finding it ridiculous that I am having a hard, and anybody actually, the majority of the world is having a hard time putting trust in an entity that has consistently lied historically. The fact that they have a Hasbara, like a propaganda machine where they convince or they teach their people, specifically like people who are in power or people who are assigned these jobs, how to lie to make Israel look better. The fact that they have all these videos by the ITF.
Why are you saying that? When you're saying that, when you said earlier, I noticed what you did. You said CNN corrected the spokesperson.
CNN posted
on 40 beheaded babies. That's not what they did, though, is it? They quoted the government official who contradicted the spokesperson. Why would they do this if it's part of a? Why would they do this if it's part of a?
No, I didn't say that.
Propaganda campaign.
No, hold on. I said no. Why would the IDF just randomly post an Arabic calendar and say there is a list?
Because
people speak Arabic. They know full well that so many people speak Arabic, but they don't give a about Arabic speakers. The only people they give a about are Westerners, because they get a majority of their mony from the West.
It might be because in war, some people in the heat of the moment, and because it's obviously their side being attacked, they start to jump on something because they'll just like people say anything. Yeah, especially in a chaotic situation.
Daniel Hagari
also,
was
why did the calendar say Al-Aqsa flood on it? Why did it say Al-Aqsa flood?
The fact is, he said that it was listed militants.
Why did it say Al-Aqsa? It's the least important part of the video. He's an idiot for saying it.
That is 100% important.
No, it's not. It's the least important piece of evidence in the video.
It's important that the spokesman of the ITF, this entity that is supposedly so democratic, that is supposedly one of the best, most moral armies in the world, is so reckless with its lies. It's important that they released a video depicting how Hamas had this like 9, 10, 20 story command center under Al-Shifa, but failed to provide the evidence to show that there was a 9, 10 story, multiple story command center. Again, Israel, as a democratic state, if it wants to be known as it and respected as a democratic state, it is its duty to not be so reckless. But it's reckless when it comes to propagandizing. It's reckless when it comes to unaliving. It's reckless all around, and you cannot deny this. This is precisely why there is an
Do you see how you've
uproar
moved away from
globally.
like deliberate intentional propaganda about 40 beheaded babies to reckless? I don't deny people are reckless after October 7th when they'll basically just believe any magic that they heard and then they'll say it and repeat it. But that's not the same as, again, it took one day for the government themselves to say, actually, this isn't really backed up by anything. Sorry. Like the government themselves, that's why we know it's right. The government could have just made it
I
up
don't
and
think they're
fucking
reckless. I don't think they're reckless. I think only a
okay.
dumbass would think that Israel is reckless with all of its supposed mistakes. I think it's very calculated because when they only release CGI videos of supposed command centers instead of actual evidence, when they destroy evidence, when they deliberately target Palestinian journalists and have unalived the most journalists in the history of like journalism
Yeah,
and
out of
war.
interest, when you say the more journalists than any other, what do you think I would say in response to that? Why do you think I would say that's like a kind of meaningless statistic?
Why is it meaningless to unalive journalists?
The way that you're saying it and saying there's more journalists killed in World War II, as if to suggest that the like military campaign of Israel is comparable to anything that happened
say
anywhere in World War II. I'm just like, yeah, why do you think that's kind of like a meaningless stat to throw out for a few
Did I
reasons?
say more journalists in World War II? When did I
Yes,
say
you
that?
did. Yes, you said more journalists have been killed in Gaza than have died in World War II, which is actually technically true. There's a reason why it's a very stupid stat.
Do you agree that 75% of journalists unalived worldwide were Palestinians in 2023?
Yeah, I do agree with that. Yeah, I think that's probably what happened.
So why does Israel have a habit of unaliving Palestinian journalists when Russia does?
Because journalists when Russia doesn't? Is that what you're saying?
Or any other country?
Okay. Have you ever looked at Al-Qassam and their own website, the Al-Qassam Brigades?
Does that have to do with anything?
People said that Israel killed like a handful or like 10 whatever journalists in Operation Protective Edge, but it just so happens that the Al-Qassam Brigades have their own website where they will like put down obituaries for their militants, and they have a section called military media, which is like a guy with a gun and a camera. Like,
oh my God. Are you trying to say that this is just a lie?
no, you didn't listen to what I said. I'm trying again. Okay. Do you understand that like Hamas has soldiers who are also journalists? Do you deny that? I'm not saying every journalist. I'm saying that Hamas has journalists who are also militants. Do you deny that? What does that have to do with anything? You're not protected if you're a journalist and you're also a soldier, are you?
Hey, so are you telling me that the reason as to why Israel has specifically targeted all these journalists is because they were Hamas?
The reason the number is higher is because quite a lot of those journalists seem to, or maybe like a larger than usual number, because in most wars, journalists aren't soldiers at all. Whereas there are at least some of them, I can't tell you the number because we don't know, but yeah, I think at least some of them are soldiers.
That is
Yeah.
a claim to make.
What?
Do you know how disgusting it is of a claim to make? Because
Well,
I personally know a lot of journalists as well.
I'm not
who were
saying that. I'm not saying the journalists that you know are soldiers. I'm saying that
They
the
were
reason the
still- they
number
were
is high.
still
For
civilians.
example, like is this guy like is this guy a soldier or a journalist? Because he's under military media, but he's in like combat fatigues with a rifle and the Al-Qassam headband, even though his job was media. So
You need to prove that 170 of those journalists were
I don't.
Al-Qassam.
No, I'm not saying that all of them were.
So
I'm
then
just saying
Israel
that
cannot
the
just
reason
fucking kill-
the reason the number is so high is because the blurry line in Gaza between journalist and soldier that's made by Hamas that puts fellow journalists in jeopardy, like the actual civilian journalists in jeopardy. This is true. I'm surprised you didn't know that.
It's not true at all, because tell me why 19-year-old Hassan Hamid, who was a freelance journalist who was working for Mediatown, he had no ties to Hamas, was in the comfort of his own home, yet he was taken out by precision bombing. Nobody else in his own home was unalive because his siblings were in his home. The only person who was unalive was him. He was targeted. And in a lot of these cases, I can give you case by case by case where Israel did target Palestinian journalists with precision bombing. It also targeted Palestinian doctors with precision bombing, like that one female doctor who had just given birth to 2 of her children, and she was also unalived, her and her mother. So again, if
Yeah,
Israel
here's a huge difference between us. And one is that when you tell me about an Israeli war crime, I'll generally agree with you. Like, yeah, I think, of course, they've targeted people who did not deserve to be targeted. That's not my point. My point is
Yes,
that
you're trying to
the thing that you won't acknowledge is that by design, okay, what Hamas also does on the ground is that they blur the boundary between a lot of these civilian roles and militant roles. I don't know why you can't deny that part whilst also acknowledging the war crimes.
Doesn't Israel do that with conscription and reservists? Doesn't Israel do that as well?
Conscription.
Yes, it does.
No, if you're conscripted,
Israel,
you're a
wait, hold on one second.
Wait, you're about to say the dumbest. If you're conscripted,
hold on.
you're a soldier. You're targetable.
Let me finish. You're trying to say that once you are some type of militant or you have ties to it, then you're forever like a militant, and therefore you're deserving of being taken out. Then technically, by your logic, a lot of Israelis are former reservists or reservists. A lot of Israelis also served in the ITF. A lot of Israelis, that means they're open up to being unalive. That's what you're saying. The ones who served in the ITF, the ones who retired from the ITF, the ones who are reservists right now, are also just open like shooting field, like pew-pewing field. Sorry.
No, what I can do is I can look, for example, at this one from just like one page I've picked at random. Okay, this is like a military media person. If this person had come out of their combatant role and just done media, okay, they would not be targetable. But I can look at them and say, like, the drums of war beat and the occupation missiles rained down, bombing, killing, destroying, burning. Amidst all these horrors, communication with the Mujahid brothers in the elite was cut off. So this guy was part of a unit. He was part of a military unit whilst he was acting as a journalist. So I'm just saying, like, the knights of the military media of the battalions. In this case, that person is clearly a target. Like, which is different. So when you're talking about reservists are civilians because they're integrated into civilian life until they're called up and reintegrated into the military. I'm not saying that if you were ever anything to do with Hamas, then you're targetable. That's not how that works. I'm saying that there are sometimes clear examples, and in this case, Protective Edge, there was like at least 5 or 10 of them, where these people were fighting and they were also doing media. And that's not very common. Most armies don't do that.
You have to apply that to today, though. You would have to try to apply and find evidence that each and every of this 170, which by the way are accredited, they're credentialed, working with multiple agencies, known agencies, and there's a full list of each of their names with what agency they work for, of how they were unalived, where they were unalived. You would also have to provide evidence to prove that they were associated with the age group. You can't just make, like, again, this is about life and death.
I didn't make a sweeping statement though. I just said
but you cannot say, well, maybe like the reason the numbers are higher is because maybe they could have been Hamas. You can't say that when it comes to human life. And
so
that's what
it's just a coincidence that so do you think it's a so is it just okay?
Wait, let me finish what I'm saying. This is precisely why I have absolutely no respect for Israel, because if Israel states that it is a democratic state, then it should value life. And clearly what we have seen over the years is it does not value Palestinian life. It always operates off of, oopsie, I didn't mean it. Maybe they could have been Hamas. Maybe they militant. It operates off of that because it has fundamentally devalued Palestinian life, that it can make mistakes and not give a shit. That's why I don't respect an apartheid state.
Okay. What else are we talking about?
For like a long time, by the way. How long do you want to continue the debate?
I don't mind. I'm very artistic. So hang on. Who was the government spokesperson at the time of October 7th? Who's Netanyahu's spokesperson?
Oh dear, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I can check. There's an Arabic spokesperson and like the regular spokesperson. I don't know. Can you tell me?
I don't know.
On
I'm just asking.
the 7th.
Hang on. Because you said it was his...
Daniel Hagari.
He was the IDF spokesperson, not the Netanyahu spokesperson. Was it that...
yeah.
Hanania person? Hanania? Or I can't remember.
Let me check. PolitiFact did a whole fact check on this, by the way, with regards to the 40 beheaded babies. And
I've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen how quickly the Israeli government like debunked it themselves, basically, or cast the
Netanyahu
doubt on it.
spokesman. I think it was Hania or something like that, whatever his name was. Let me check. I know his name, but Tal Heinrich? Hold on, actually. Tal Heinrich. Yeah. Tal Heinrich.
And that was the person who actually said it.
And she used to be one of the main anchors on I-24 News, yeah.
Heinrich. Was she the was this person who actually tweeted out 40 beheaded babies, were they the spokesperson at the time of October 7th?
Yes, they were Netanyahu spokesperson specifically, yeah.
Can I see that?
Where's the tweet? Let me go to PolitiFact. Oh, sorry, my bad. They didn't tweet it. They told CNN that. Hold on. There we go. Found it. It says here, babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated in Kfar Aza in southern Israel after Hamas attacks in the kibbutz over the weekend. Tal Heinrich, a spokesperson for Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, said on Wednesday, Heinrich's comments come after the ITF told CNN that Hamas carried out a massacre in Kfar Aza.
Why can't I? Can you just let me what you're looking at?
Yeah, I'm sending it to you.
Thank
Don't
you.
worry. I was on October 11th, 2023.
This isn't the PolitiFact, but this is okay. October 11th. Babies and toddlers were found with heads
Yeah,
decapitated.
because she
Spokesperson
directly
says
spoke
babies and
to-
toddlers. Tal Heinrich, spokesperson for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, why have they put only this part in
She
quotation marks?
spoke directly to CNN, and that's why I didn't want to give you the PolitiFact one. Because this was
Can I
a
see the
direct...
PolitiFact one as well, just out of interest?
Yeah.
Comments
The
came after the
Polit-
IDF told CNN that militants carried out a massacre in Kfar Aza, in which women, children, and toddlers were butchered in an ISIS fashion. Hamas denied false reports. Islamic Jihad. Okay, who's this person? Tal Heinrich. So she didn't say 40, did she?
She said beheaded babies.
Okay,
Which is still a lie.
where did 40 come from?
I don't know where the 40 came from, but she still said beheaded babies, and that's a lie.
Yeah, and the government contradicted it a day after. It seems like
That's
this. It seems like the
still a
spokesperson.
lie.
It seems like the spokesperson fucked up. No, we're talking about Israeli government. Okay, it doesn't matter. We know what's
That's
happening.
still a
It's
lie.
fine. I know what's happening. Yeah, because a spokesperson lied and then got corrected by the government.
Yes.
It's almost like there's an accountability system, almost like where the government will check things and not just go with it, because even though it would suit them to go with it, they could just make it up, right? And not let any journalists ever see.
You didn't literally
Where is
share pictures of like bodies. Hold on one second. Where is it? Because I'm pretty sure Netanyahu also said some of the wackiest ass. Hold on. Because Biden did say that in front of him as well. And not only her, by the way, IDF soldiers said it too, was rank. Here they are.
It was from October 10th when Zedek said one of the commanders told me they saw babies with their heads cut off. She posted again saying soldiers told me they believe 40 babies or children were killed.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, you know, when Trump spreads like so many lies and like tries to
It's
like
nothing like that because the government literally held it accountable like the day after.
No, but you know, like you can spread as many lies as possible and see what sticks and see what stays. And we know that once a lie is out there, there are so many people who haven't even bothered like checking if the government has actually taken it back, which is precisely why till today I've still talked to Israelis, I've talked to IDF soldiers, I've talked to reservists who still spout that misinformation because they don't go back to correct it. That's how the average public is dumb.
Yeah, but it looks like this particular thing just kind of came out because one person believed another, and then the government literally checked it and said, no, this didn't happen. Compared to like, wait, who bombed the Al Ali hospital? Who struck that?
I don't know why you're pivoting.
I'm just comparing because obviously, like, there was no mix-up from the Hamas or PIJ side or anyone else. Like, that's something that people continue to say was the IDF, even though no one agrees with it
So
anymore.
we still don't know about that, and until
Well, you do.
we
We
can,
know that. Well, do you agree that every
no,
investigation?
until we can get like an third party independent like full blown investigation again, I always base my opinions on that. I want an official investigation.
Do you know that every investigation so far has said that it was like most likely a PIJ rocket because of the crater?
I think it would be best to have these answers if Israel allowed independent investigators in.
Well, to be
They
clear,
doesn't.
Hamas security were the ones who went to the site first and said that they had the munition, that they had the shrapnel, but they never showed it to anyone. And then a day later, Ghazi Hamad said it evaporated, it disintegrated, which doesn't actually happen to any kind of shell. That's not what happens. So
But you know that it's disputed though, right?
nope,
Because
I know that's not disputed at all.
forensic architecture.
Yep, I know what you're going
No.
to say, but they didn't say what you think they're going to say. Forensic architecture said it's most likely a rocket.
Yeah. So again, like I would want it to be an independent investigation.
Yeah, but
Again,
who's going to provide the shell? You're not going to get the shell from
these-
anyone apart from.
No, all these independent things that you're saying, right? A lot of these news stories, unfortunately, base it off of what Israel says. They don't independently verify it because they can't independently verify it because Israel doesn't allow them in. I wonder why Israel doesn't allow them in.
Well, it wouldn't just be on Israel in that case, though, because the
But
because the people who collected the evidence, who went first onto the site, was Hamas security. They're the ones who went onto the site. So they
But
would have
again,
taken the munition. They'd have been like, and again, this is obviously what happened, like based on all the circumstantial evidence. Like it's just like they would have taken it and been like, oh yeah, that's one of ours. And then next day, Ghazi Hamad says it dissolved, like salt in the water. And also, we're talking about manufacturing consent and the imperial core and everything. Like every international media source just used the health ministry's claim on that. They just repeated it. They were just like, yeah, 500 dead, Israeli strike. So talking about the imperial core, it's like they've bought the health ministry's narrative on quite a lot.
Hold on. The forensic architecture itself literally says inconclusive.
What do they say around that? What do they say around it being inconclusive?
It says here, while what happened at Al-Ahli remains inconclusive, it is clear that in the aftermath of the explosion, the Israeli military launched an aggressive disinformation campaign. As it stands, Israel has yet to provide any conclusive visual evidence to support the claim that the source of the deadly blast at Al-Ahli hospital was a Hamas or PJ rocket. It is also worth noting that 4 days before the explosion at Al-Ahli on 13th of October, Israel ordered the evacuation of all northern hospitals, including Al-Ahli, and the following day, an Israeli airstrike on the hospital's cancer treatment ward was confirmed by Al-Haq. Israel is known to issue warning strikes. This incident was hardly an anomaly. In 10 days prior, the World Health Organization reported 51 attacks on medical infrastructure in Gaza.
They made a whole lot of extraneous claims there. So this is them on their Twitter account as well, like talking about the new investigation that they did on October. This is them saying, on October 20th, we shared an image of what we suggested could be an artillery shell impact crater. This was a mistake. The image likely showed impact from a rocket. We've removed the tweet, but stand by the overall directional analysis based on impact marks and sound analysis. Basically, they made an argument about the direction it came from. But yeah, they say that this crater is most likely a rocket, or likely a rocket. So everyone, it's inconclusive. And again, it's funny that forensic architecture, again, who are the most anti-Israel people who investigated this, still said, didn't they? Yeah, they literally call it the IOF in their Twitter. Obviously, they're anti-Israel. Jesus.
You know what? I agree with you. Let's let non-biased investigate bodies in.
Yeah, let's let or just you don't need to send anyone in for this. Hamas would just have to show you the.
But you know who is preventing that from happening? Israel.
Well, for Al-Ahli, Hamas could literally just show you the munition. They said they had it and they didn't produce it.
No, for the general situation, I think it is incredibly sus that this supposed democratic nation that has been victimized by these people who continue attacking it because they don't believe in its right to exist and they are anti-Semites, that this victim of a nation doesn't allow investigations in. It doesn't allow journalists in. It's such a Western democratic state, but it doesn't allow, like by other Western standards, it's failing. Why doesn't it allow?
Yeah, well, I don't. By the way, when I talk about like Israel, I don't really describe Israel as the same as France or Germany and all that. Like
No,
Israel
no.
is kind of like, what? Why not?
Are they not a democratic state? Don't they go around saying that they're Western, that they don't they want to battle and like
I mean, they're
European-
Western in some degrees, but also because of a combination of circumstances, and also the fact that most Israeli Jews are non-white; they're not Westerners, and those are the ones who vote for the right-wing governments, right? Like that's where Netanyahu gets his votes from, right? From the Mizrahi and North African population. So yeah, they're kind of like they're a very strange middle ground. They're a very odd middle ground between like East and
No,
West.
but those
yeah.
same populations that heavily get discriminated against. That's what you're talking about.
What
The
do you
ones that
mean?
the ones that are used as cannon fodder for the occupation.
Uh,
Those ones?
the ones who vote for Netanyahu.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
ones who are
okay.
still discriminated against within Israeli society.
Yep.
Cool. And also, why is a Western country in the Middle East? Why can't Israel like finally like decide on what its identity is? Is it like a Western country, or is it like a Middle Eastern country that eats hummus?
I think
Like
it's
you understand? Like they switch up all the time.
well, no,
Who's that
that's
Western
consistent.
when
It's
they wanna-
consistent. It's consistent if you listen to what they're saying.
They're Western
Hang
when
on,
they want to play
it's
Eurovision, but then when they want to say we're Middle Eastern, we eat hummus. Like, what are you? Are you Western or you Middle Eastern? Why is a Western country in the Middle East?
I know it's if you and you should try this. Okay, you think about it. They are a Jewish state, right? And Jews come from the West and from the East.
I don't think it's a
Now
Jewish state.
imagine the smug laugh.
I don't think it's a Jewish
Just
state.
imagine it. Okay,
I don't think
it's a
it's a
state
Jewish
full of Jews. I don't know what to tell you. And Jews
No,
come
I
from the
think
East
it's
and they come from the West.
No, I think it's a Zionist state because it doesn't even respect Judaic law, the halakha. Because the halakha literally states that all Jews stay Jews forever, regardless of what you convert to. Whereas the Israeli, like Aliyah law, I forgot the one that was passed in 1950, specifically only allows Jews who are atheists or Jews who stay Jews to
Okay,
come
so
in.
like
If you're a Jew-
again,
if you're a
because
Jewish
Jews
person who
are
converts
not just a
to other-
religion, they're not just like a religion, and they're
I
definitely not
know,
a dogmatic
that's what I'm
religion, they're an
saying.
ethnicity. It's a
That's
Jewish
what I'm
state.
saying.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
what
state
I'm
of the Jewish ethnicity. Yes, the Jewish ethnicity. Yes.
No, but I'm saying if it was an actual Jewish state, it would uphold the halakha, which it doesn't.
Okay, no, if
Because
it was a
it
fundamentalist
doesn't
Jewish
say-
state, it would do the religious stuff. Yeah, but it's a Jewish
No.
ethnicity. Yeah, it's a state of the Jewish ethnicity. Yeah. It's a state full of Jews, which is why they act kind of Eastern and kind of Western. Yeah.
Wait, so are you gonna say that Germany is a Christian country just because a majority of Germans are Christian? I don't think
Christian's
so.
not an ethnicity. Jew is an ethno-religion. It's both.
Yes, but my point is it's not a Jewish state, it's a Zionist state. It's literally a Zionist state.
Why is it not a
Jewish
Jew? Why is it not a Jewish state? Because it's
Because
like
it does
ethnic.
not respect Jewish people who are ethnically Jewish but not religiously Jewish. That's why.
Okay.
It
that
doesn't
make
give a damn
any
about
sense.
those particular people because Jewish people who are ethnically Jewish but not religiously Jewish cannot do aliyah. That's why it's not a Jewish state. It's a Zionist state that continues wanting to uphold Jewish majority and chooses to disrespect ethnic Jews even if they're ethnically Jewish just because they're not religiously Jewish. So that is not a Jewish state to me.
Okay. That might. Okay. Well, listen. I'm sure the Jews really appreciate you telling them about their faith and ethnicity, but.
Well,
Jeez.
I know you don't want me here, but she's flat out wrong
About what?
about not letting ethnic Jews migrate to Israel.
I'm not flat out wrong. It's in the law.
It
I
is
Wait,
think
did you
it's-
say when you say aliyah? Do you mean like you can go to Israel and become a citizen?
Yeah.
You have to be religious.
You
No, I didn't say religious. I said you can be atheist or you can be religious Jew, but if you're a Jewish person who converted to Christianity or Islam or any other religion, you can't. It's literally in the birthright law.
You can't if you're a Jew who converted.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just have to prove that your maternal side is Jewish.
No. So I'll show you the exact law. 1 second. Birthright.
Also, that isn't what you said. You said you had to be religious
Or
and ethnic.
atheist. No, or atheist. Religious or atheist. But if you convert to any other religion, you're not allowed. Hold on.
Oh yeah, Jen is right. You also can be paternal Jew.
I didn't
They
think
even
that was
allow paternal Jews.
I didn't think that was what you said at first. It sounded like you said something different.
No, so if you are religiously Jewish or if you are an atheist but ethnically Jewish, you can go and do aliyah. But if you are ethnically Jewish but religiously something else, you converted to another religion, you can't.
Yeah, I don't really know why that contradicts them being like a Jewish state. That's just what they're.
Because according to the halakha, you're still Jewish, regardless of what
Yeah, but
religion.
you're literally deciding
Yeah, but why do they
a
have a
particular
right
religious
to decide?
doctrine.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure according to halakha, you're an apostate if you convert out of Judaism into
No,
another
if you
faith.
convert, no, according
Into
to
another
halakha,
faith.
if you convert to another faith, you're still Jewish. It's like once you're a Jew, you're always a Jew until death.
I know what these TikTok Jews told you, but like
I'm not
halakha-
talking about TikTok
Okay,
Jews.
I'd rather we'd have a like I need
don't know why
fucking a
this
bunch
guy
of three
just compared
non-Jews
and,
talking about what Jews believe. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't know
listen,
why
I'm
this guy is
practically a
honest.
Jew, okay? Practically. See,
Bye. This feels like the same as a bunch of white right-wingers telling you what the Muslims believe. Jesus. I don't think it contradicts them being like the Jewish state. Clearly, it means like a state full of Jews. Like it's, I don't know.
Just because it's
Whatever.
majority Jews through violence does not make it a Jewish state.
Just because what?
Just because it has achieved a majority Jewish demographic through
Mhm.
violence doesn't make it a Jewish state. It
Okay.
makes it in a state.
It looks pretty Jewish to me, and that's probably why that
think
answers your.
Jews can-
It's probably why that
Well,
answers your original question about why it's not that much of a contradiction that they would be
understand
have
how
Eastern and
dangerous
Western
it is?
characteristics.
No, but you have to understand how dangerous it is for Jewish people in the diaspora.
No, not at all. Like I don't
Yes.
blame ISIS for Islamophobic attacks that happen in the UK. If an Islamophobe attacks a Muslim because they think they're ISIS, I blame the Islamophobe. You'd never talk about any other form of bigotry this way. Stupid.
Yeah. We have discernment. A majority of the public don't have discernment. Like a majority of the public do not have discernment, which is why Islamophobic attacks rose insanely because of ISIS. So when a state is going around plastering Jewish symbols on bulldozers that go around bulldozing homes, or IDF soldiers who go around unaliving Palestinians and goes around saying it's a Jewish state, but at the same time works with flagrant anti-Semites, which raises the anti-Semitism levels in those individual countries.
Yeah, you don't believe this. I know I know you believe it. You believe it for Israelis, but you don't believe it for any other group. Like you don't believe that. Imagine saying like Hamas endangered Muslims by doing October 7th. Like what the? Because they did it as an Islamic organization.
If Hamas are going around saying we are a representative of all Muslims, we represent Islam, we represent all Muslims, we speak for all Muslims, they
I
would
don't think the
have
Ayatollah does that with the Ummah, right? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm saying again, let's not pretend that all of these things don't cause a rise in Islamophobic attacks. Let's not pretend that after September 11 there wasn't flagrant Islamophobic. Just because you and I have discernment does not mean a majority of the people do. They don't.
Yeah, but I wouldn't
They're
tell
not
those. I wouldn't tell any of these states to stop calling themselves like Muslim countries, which they are. So
They're not Muslim countries. They're Muslim majority countries. The same way Germany is not a Christian country, it's a Christian majority country. It's a German country.
So Germany is a German country. Again, it's
Yeah.
like majority because again, if we're talking about Muslims though, again, most Muslims are like Germany's a lot less practicing in terms of religion than somewhere like Iran. But I don't know.
Muslim countries, though. They're countries for Iranians. Like, again, these countries don't go around saying, we are Muslim countries. They say that we are Egyptian country. We
It's
are
called the
Egypt.
Islamic Republic of Iran.
Well, fine, Iran. But everyone else?
What
Why
are
you
the full names of some of these countries?
doesn't defend Iran, by the way. Why are you bringing up Iran?
I'm not
Crazy.
talking. I don't know why you assume I'm trying to defend every country. I'm just saying that most people would not talk about attacking, about saying that like Islamic like racist attacks are because of the people in that group doing the crime. You'd blame the racist. Normally you would anyway. I'm surprised you're a bit different. But like for example, when black crime rates cause people to be racist, that's like I'm not going to say like it's the black criminals.
No. See, I'm not blaming Jewish people. I didn't blame Jewish people. I'm blaming the state that is actively working together with the far right, which the far right within those respective countries literally makes it unsafe for Jewish diasporans who maybe don't want to move to Israel. So you're saying that you want to protect Jewish people, but you work together with the far right in each individual country. And the rise of the far right means it's going to be more anti-Semitic societies, which in a way is kind of good for Israel because now it's pushing its Jewish diasporans to move to Israel. So if that's Israel's plan, fine. But I don't know. And also, I didn't know that Iran gave people citizenship based on being Muslim. I didn't know like a person who's Shia from like Iraq can just randomly apply for like citizenship to Iran because Iran is like the state of the Muslims.
No, that's
They
why we
don't.
have. That's why, like, again, just because Iran doesn't do it, that's why we've got like Ireland does it for if you have one Irish grandparent. And
Oh,
why do I have people joining? I thought there's supposed to be one person. Okay,
Just
if other
can
people
I
want to join, if other people want to join, first of all, we have to ask if she's okay with it, and second of all, I can just back
Sure.
out for 5 minutes or like.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Or it's up to you. Wait, before you speak, mate, I'm trying to ask the Athena person I'm talking to.
Yeah, I want to ask her. Sorry, can I
Wait,
just
stop, Athena. Are you okay with this other person talking to you, or will I?
no, I would rather have a one-on-one. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, cool. Sorry, man. I take care. Bye bye. All right. Jesus Christ.
Thank you. Also, I think I would like to head out now. I'm not gonna lie. We can have like another debate a second time, but like I think we've debated long, and I'm kind of having a headache because I've been at work all day. So
That's okay. If you have any like specific topics that we can go for, because I had to dig through like a year's worth of notes for this one because we kept jumping around. But yeah, if there's anything very specific you want to go over again, you can let me know. Or new.
you thought I was a dumb tanky, didn't you?
I don't think you're a tanky.
Oh, okay, but you thought I was like a dumb white girl.
No, I literally took you on because you were like lambasting poor David with like facts that he didn't know. That was funny.
Okay, because a lot of people in your chat thought I was like some random Midwestern white girl.
Oh, when people call people white, it's like a state of mind, you know?
Okay.
That's what that is.
Yeah, so I'll gladly have a debate another time. I think I'll be okay with like a closing statement. We've been debating for like a couple hours now.
I don't care about closing statements, so you can do yours. I need to get my water though. So is that okay? You can say what you want. I'll hear you in my phone.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah, no, I think the last thing I would probably say is I don't think that an apartheid genocidal state has a right to exist. I don't think that a state can actively ethnically cleanse genocide people with impunity and then expect to continue to exist and be regarded a democratic state. What else? I think like if we're going to talk about a two-state solution, and if we want to work on, because up until now we have had two-state solutions, and that has clearly not worked, unfortunately. I think that the key points here is that Israel is a settler colony. It will never stop expanding. It has never shown any willingness as well to. Moreover, it cannot undo the consequences of Israeli occupation of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. When we talk about the economic ones, the settlements, Israel hasn't really offered huge compensation for everything that it has done. It has also done a lot of ecological damage. I don't know why a lot of people don't talk about the environmental damage that Israel has done. When it comes to the drying up of valleys, the uprooting of indigenous flora and fauna to de-Arabize the land and make it more acceptable for its initial European population. And yeah, I think that this state, the same way the apartheid state and Nazi Germany and any other ethno-state was dismantled, should be dismantled. That does not mean all Israelis need to be G-sided. That's not what I'm asking for. What I advocate for is a one-state democratic. Well, at the end of the day, like Palestinians should be the ones to decide. But in my opinion, I think that a one-state solution is the way to go with equal rights for everybody. Because, yeah, I think it cannot go on like this.
Okay. I'm not doing a closing statement, so take care, all right?
Yeah, take care, you too.
I bet I'm gonna do a closing statement because I just need my space. Okay. There's this kind of mindset that people get into, and I know it's very tempting to kind of go into a polarized position on each of these things. So I've said many times that if you wanted to, you could do like the most amazing, convincing propagandistic story about Israel-Palestine from either side, right? You could do a very pro-Israel thing and a pro-Palestine thing, and actually you could build up an entire history from 1880 until now, and it could actually be like completely factually correct for either side. You would just have to leave out a bunch of things, narrativize a little bit. Like this idea, like planted pine trees to make it more acceptable to the European. They planted pine trees because they grow faster. It's like but there's this whole thing like, or you can, if you want to make the case that Israel's expansionist, well, yeah, let's just talk about the West Bank and let's talk about the way that the blockade measures never left Gaza. But then just as you can tell the whole story, but just leave out the fact that they gave up the Sinai for peace, that they gave up South Lebanon for peace, and they literally went all the way past the blue line to the point that they had to like pull down a fence and move it like 100 meters south just because they wanted to be like right down to the what the UN demarcated. So I don't really know if I really believe in dislodging people who are that far into one side or the other, even when I'm trying to make concessions and trying to say like, look, I'll acknowledge that Israel does this bad thing, but it just seems weird that there's no mention of it for Hamas or whatever. But it's just like, whenever there's this overarching narrative, especially when people always talk in like very vague terms, like expansionist and ethno-colonial, whatever, it's like you can use a really bold term like that, like ethno-nationalist or apartheid, and then you can just appeal to like maybe 20 laws that are enforced in discriminatory ways, and then it's like, oh well, that seems really bad, but is it really apartheid though with that? And then you have to think, and then you either counter it in a kind of like just you can wing it, I guess. You can just talk about like, is this really crossing a threshold for it to be apartheid, or is it not just discriminatory? Or do you have to remember a bunch of laws in the surrounding countries or in different parts of the world that are similar, which just means you have to have a of information. But at the end of the day, most of that conversation doesn't really matter. The thing is like right at the end, it's that whole it's a settler colonial expansionist state that, like Nazi Germany, needs to be dismantled. And it's like, but it could be a one state shared harmony. It's like, who's going to dismantle Israel, bro? Like, the Israelis won't. Who's going to do it? If you're saying it's like Nazi Germany, well, you dismantle Nazi Germany by invading it and killing them until they surrender. And the difference is that Israeli Jews are never, ever going to allow that to happen. They're not going to allow themselves to get dismantled either politically or militarily, because they know that the risk they are taking as being a minority in the Middle Eastern country, given everything that's happened in the last 100 years, is suicide. Palestine is not going to be the first Arab majority state that treats its substantial, apparently, Jewish minority fairly or equally or even safely. Obviously not. Palestinians have more of a reason to be anti-Semitic than any other group in the world, right? Like, you think these are the guys who are going to guarantee equality when no other Arab Muslim country could in the last 100 years? No. So basically, it's like you just end up in this maximalist position, which the people who get hurt by that way of thinking of like trying to destroy Israel are Arabs. They're the ones who get hurt by it. Look at every country or every force in the world right now that's trying to destroy Israel. Iran, Hezbollah, the Houthis. What do all these countries have in common? Assad, even at one point. All these countries have in common is the fact that they are better at killing Arabs than they are at killing Israelis.
Hey, Pookie, I did not appreciate the ethnic cleansing you did on me.